Chapter 1001, Sacred Weapon Fight. Not letting Zhuo Fan out of his sight, Murong Lai felt very much disturbed, continuing the questioning. As Sir is not from Central Area, who might you be, where do you come from, and what's the purpose of your visit in Northern Lands? I've already said it. We are just passing by. There's no need to look any further. I am not prone to disrespect anyone like today, but the Northern Lands are now in a precarious state, giving me no choice but to insist, sir. And if I still refuse? Zhuo Fan squinted with a thin smile. Murong Lai released his powerful aura, his eyes hard with determination. You'll have to excuse me for detaining you until it's made clear as to who Sir is. Ha ha ha, it seems to me that Ardent Sun Sword God is a bit on the conceited side. Zhuo Fan took Kaior's hand and kept on walking, his voice casually reaching Bailey Yuyu. I'm leaving with Kaior. Be sure to catch up later. Murong Lai squinted and acted while shouting, Is Sir just going to leave me hanging? Do I mean nothing to you? Whoosh tilde Bali Yuyu made sure to intercept his attempt, regarding him with a frosty countenance. Murong Lai knew this was coming, and the world around him began to boil as endless fires came into being. The harsh and cold northern lands and its fierce snowstorms turned into a blistering volcano in an instant, the searing heat rising high enough to make lava. The ice and snow that had been growing for centuries around the area instantly turned to steam before vanishing altogether. From icy wasteland, the north had become a scorching hell. The world was at Murong Lai's whims. Peak Genesis stage held the power to make all beings in the world unable to escape his grasp. While anyone else would have soiled themselves at such a display, Bali Yuyu wasn't impressed by the best in southern lands. Her icy stare held sparks, just before she released her own awe-inspiring power. Thunder rumbled incessantly while the world took a silvery glow. The blistering hell had now started to rumble heavily, turning into a silvery ocean with lightning sword energy snaking across, promising extreme destruction at the slightest touch. With the world split in two like this, Murong Zhu and Zhuir gasped. They were sure Bali Yuyu was strong, but to find out she could be on equal grounds with her big brother was a whole new concept to grasp. In an extreme battle of Sword King-level adversaries, no place could offer the slightest amount of cover, not when the world could shift at any second from their clashes. Ha ha ha, miss, is a true rarity. You truly have the power to stall me. No wonder he was so confident. We could be fighting for days and there still won't be any result, let alone thinking of following afterward. Looking at the sky split in two from their power, then at the casual Zhuo Fan making his leave, Murong Lai laughed. But then his smile turned sinister. You're missing something, however. Miss may be my equal in power, but won't last 10 moves if I'm serious. TCH, you sure know how to brag. Bali Yuyu sneered. They say the Murong clan head is wise, but now I see you're nothing but an arrogant man. From our earlier exchange, it's clear that none of us hold the advantage, with a victor coming out only when the situation is dire. But it might take years for that to happen. Now the Murong clan head is so cocky to say that in 10 moves you can best me. Ha ha ha, are my skills so weak compared to your clan's special arts? Murong Lai shook his head, giving a vague smile. Miss, there's nothing ordinary about you, having reached a level of power no less than mine. Your clan must have a long legacy with intricate skills. My clan has earned itself a bit of reputation on the outside, but it's not so conceited as to dismiss every other hero out there. So why then the declaration of 10 moves? Bali Yuyu gave him a cruel look of contempt. Murong Lai sighed and shook his head. It should be my fortune to be able to spar for thousands of blows with such a powerful miss. But in this case, I can't indulge others' requests in favor of harming the northern lands. I only hope Miss would be kind enough to forge me. Murong Lai gave a slight gesture of respect, then his face hardened. A seething golden fire came from his hand, coalescing into a 2-meter-long burning golden sword. With its appearance, the world shifted. The inferno around Murong Lai surged higher and higher, unleashing its power like a torrential flood upon Bali Yuyu's silvery side of the world. It took moments to swallow it whole, even the lightning of sword energy. Whoosh tilde the world took on scarlet hues, the heat spiking higher and higher, making the very ground hiss under the strain. All the world around them was in Murong Lai's grasp, and with the world growing hotter signified his attacks would be that much stronger. Bali Yuyu's eyes shook and cried. The divine weapon of southern lands, decimating divine sword. Precisely. Murong Lai grinned with confidence. He gave it a light wave and held it before him with a sigh. Miss, forgive me for cutting short our fight, taking out the divine sword and claiming victory. But as I've said, I'd be most happy to entertain Miss on any other occasion. Please forgive me. Murong Zu and Zuir lit up with joy that the clan head won. No matter how strong the woman was, the clan head had a rare divine weapon to help him tip the situation in his favor. Unlike the common spiritual weapons everyone else wielded, a divine weapon would only unleash more power the stronger its user was. That meant that with Murong Lai just holding the decimating sword, his victory was certain. It validated his earlier challenge of defeating Bali Yuyu in 10 moves. Zhuo Fan wouldn't be going anywhere. Bali Yuyu stared hard at Murong Lai, biting her lip. To match the decimating sword, Patriarch's sundering sword was required. But Patriarch would never let go of his precious, to say nothing of him being nowhere near here. Her loss was set in stone the minute a divine sword was involved. This rotten outcome filled the Sword King with nothing but anger and chagrin. As a fellow practitioner, Murong Lai knew her feelings well inside. Miss, please disregard this encounter and not take it as a loss. I am forced by circumstances. Murong Lai no longer looked at the resentful Bali Yuyu and regarded Zhuo Fan in the distance. Sir, Miss has already lost. Do you still intend to leave? Why, of course. Zhuo Fan never missed a step. She can't beat you, but it's enough to give me plenty of time. Even a snail would get thousands of miles in that period. Murong Lai cocked an eyebrow, then mocked. Stall me. She won't be doing that after 10 moves. Both of you know that? Bali Yuyu's face sank, her fists clenched tight. If I say she can stall, then that's what she'll do. Don't believe me. Zhuo Fan gave off an evil smirk. Murong clan head, earlier you said your clan has a bit of reputation but won't disparage other experts. The way I see it, you really are conceited, considering everyone beneath you. Do you consider yourself unique for wielding a divine weapon? Murong Lai's eyebrow shot up and his heart quivered. You can't possibly mean... You guessed it. In this fight, the one who slipped up isn't me but you. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and a black edge rose from his palm. A scarlet sword with black lines soon came into view. Zhuo Fan threw it at Bali Yuyu. Take it and be sure to enjoy the Murong clan head's fine arts. Chapter 1002. Upheaval. Whoosh! A black lightning cut the heavens as Bali Yuyu grasped the black sword. Blackness seeped into the scorching world around, giving it eerie hues and vibes. Along with it came creepy sounds, like that of demons, fearful and horrifying. Bali Yuyu stared at the humming sword agape. She could feel its power, its spirit, no less the likes of Patriarch's sundering sword and Murong Lai's decimating sword. This was a divine weapon. But which land did it belong to? Why haven't I heard of it before? Was there a strange divine weapon with black lines among the 5 divine weapons? Murong Lai's brow shook in disbelief. The decimating sword in his hand started humming as well, filled with rage from meeting its archenemy. What's going on with the decimating sword? Looking at the shaking sword in his hand, Murong Lai frowned and his eyes shone. What had the divine weapon so excited? It didn't act like this before, even when meeting other divine weapons. So why now? Zhuo Fan, however, knew the reason. The divine weapon got incensed at the appearance of the demonic sword, because it was once the vaulting sword, having changed its looks with the new resident sword spirit. The great 5 sacred weapons had been forged together, and now 2 met to find one unrecognizable. Even people would be too shocked for words. Lucky the sword spirits couldn't talk or the vaulting sword would have spat fire. Who the hell are you, bastard, to rob my brother's home? Where is my brother? He, 6 feet under. How did he die? Master wiped him out since he didn't listen to reason. And that was how it went. With a creepy smirk, Zhuo Fan tuned into the 2 swords' alternate humming. supplying his own melodramatic script to fit them. No matter how hostile the swords are, their wielders have no clue whatsoever. You have a divine sword now, so don't just stand there, attack. The sword humming had the two stunned for a moment, and Zhuo Fan's shout pierced their confusion. Bali Yuyu shook and then grinned at the demonic sword, feeling her spirits lifted. She now had the means to give Murong Lai the fight he wanted. With both of us having divine swords, no one can tell the outcome. Bali Yuyu pushed her power through the divine sword, and the humming intensified until an energy shot out of its tip and into the clouds above. It was a veritable thunderstorm now, with billowing winds and flashes of silver having replaced the predominant scarlet skies. The lightning and the sword energy mixed, spreading around and ripping apart the red clouds of fire. The world had changed once more in mere seconds. Even though the area wasn't that huge, a third of the fire clouds were gone. This proved Bali Yuyu now had the power to outlive the next 10 strikes, while Murong Lai's dominating position had crumbled with the loss of control over the skies. The two wielded divine swords, cutting any chance of making such a battle short. Grinning, Zhuo Fan waved and kept walking off with Kaior. You two take your time and have fun. I'll be going now, ha ha ha. Murong Lai's face twitched, furious as he watched Zhuo Fan slip away. Then he turned to his opponent and her evil smile with a sigh. This is going to take some time. Yeah, there's no way 10 moves are enough, not even 100, he. Bali Yuyu beamed, rushing Murong Lai. Clan head, I've yet to use a divine sword in my life, so now that I have an opponent to match, be sure to go for a couple of rounds with me, ha ha ha. Curses, now I'm reduced to being a sparring partner. Murong Lai's face fell and sighed despite the excited Bali Yuyu coming at him in force. Murong Lai knew there was no stopping Zhuo Fan now and didn't feel like fighting. Though Bali Yuyu found herself with a divine sword for the first time and was too excited not to take it up for a spin, or two. One disappointed man and one excited woman clashed in a devastating battle. The world shook, the ground quaked, lightning roiled, and an inferno backed the skies. This sword king-level fight now got a boost in the form of divine swords, unleashing an upheaval upon the world around them, as if the end of days was upon this wretched world. Everything ceased to exist wherever the two ended up crossing swords, with plenty of other places ending up wrecked from just their auras. Such a battle had never been witnessed before, especially if one was sensible enough to care for their lives in front of such relentless destruction and onslaught. Murongzu and Zhuir scrambled away the instant they knew things were about to go down, not even sparing a glance back at the incredible and equally deadly display of raw power. The explosions alone could deafen them permanently. Though even the speedy escape proved to be slow, as many times they were about to be engulfed in the aftermath of a 1-2 strong clash and remain here forever as corpses. Zhuo Fan vanished as the smoke and dust grew prevalent, giving Murongzu no chance to find him. The battle had the added benefit of wiping his trail, with everyone stuck in finding out just who this mystery man was. Ahead of the billowing smoke stopped a carriage, and Zhuo Fan got in with Kaior before it went on its way. The guards glanced at Zhuo Fan, then at the upheaval outside with shock and doubt. Holy hell, sir, what happened? We just finished our business in Galefrost Town and a hail of icicles struck, forcing us to flee. Then, just like Sir said, the whole town got wrecked and we were worried about your safety. And now the world is going for destruction, with the skies filled with lightning and fire. Nothing to be concerned about, you just drive the carriage. Frigid Rain Sword King is only fighting Murong Lai. Zhuo Fan dismissed his worry with a smile. The others gasped at the news. Ardent Sun Sword God Murong Lai. How on earth did you meet him? What happened? It's nothing, just got in his sights. Zhuo Fan made light of things once more, but then he coughed blood. The others were panicking. Sir. Father, you? Kaior was worried. Zhuo Fan eased a breath and slipped a pill in his mouth from his ring. It's fine. I just settled a favor. We can go now. Kaior knew the truth and sighed, hugging him in worry. The world around them still shook a lot, the shockwaves from two sword kings battling spreading destruction in every direction. Only a carriage pulled by 4 panicking third-level spiritual beasts was left. 10 days later. The wind and snow battered the road, with a sudden person flashing before a speeding carriage, easily slipping inside. Seeing who was back, everyone lit up. "Miss Yu, you're finally back. Sir had been worried about you all this time, ha ha ha." Worried. Looking at the pale Zhuo fan, Bala Yu smirked. "He's better off looking after himself. He's the one hurt here, judging by that ashen face, right?" Zhuo fan smiled. "My soul got a slight wound and will be fine in a month." "TCH, idiot." Bala Yu shook her head, mocking him. "You just had to use your soul against Murong Zhu, now look where it got you. Of course your soul will be damaged from her attack." Zhuo fan chuckled. "I wanted to return the favor, and the only way to do that was by taking her fatal blow." Chapter 1003. Fooled. "You used to be so shrewd till now, so why are you stupid all of a sudden?" Bala Yu mocked him. "Weren't you scared she might have just destroyed your soul and body?" "Ha ha ha, this much is nothing to the ordeals I've gone through to get here." Zhuo fan eased a long breath. "When you return the favor, you have to be sincere, giving the other the chance to have a life for the one he had given you. Only this time my twin souls were too strong for even her full power to destroy. My dragon's soul might be hurt, but my domain can absorb all the harm within limit. Anyway, I got my life back." Bala Yu gasped. "You're such a weirdo, returning a favor at the cost of your life." "In any other situation, I could have returned the favor easily, but she and I walk different paths. She not only disdains my help, but even if I could help her, it would only smear her beliefs, doing more harm than good. Thus the only choice was a life for a life. Though I still have uses for mine and can't just give it up, happy with just offering the chance for her to take it. It's her problem if she falls short of success, but all debts have been paid." Bala Yu blinked in confusion. "That's one fresh outlook you have that I never seen before. Paying debt can be reduced to just finding inner peace. I don't owe anyone, and neither does anyone owe me. Breaking the ties that bind is nothing more than a formality, so long as my heart achieves tranquility. True, grudges and gratitudes are all about the heart. Why bother haggling over how when the stress is dealt with?" Bala Yu nodded, then turned solemn. "What say I give you a chance to get rid of another tie?" Zhuo fan gave her a long look. "What are you up to? What tie are you talking about? Why a favor as great as the heavens themselves?" She rushed over to his side and she looked Zhuo fan right in the eye. "What do you think of me, Kyan?" Shuddering, everyone in the carriage looked at Frigid Rain's Snow King with dumb looks. What's this Sword King doing, confessing, curses? She's truly daring, taking initiative like that, unlike any woman I know. Wait, that's just like a Sword King. All eyes were now on Zhuo fan, dropping obvious hints. "Sir, getting on with a Sword King won't just help you but also ourselves immensely. Look how eager she is, so just accept it. While she's a bit wild, she has loads of power as well to cower anyone." Glaring at them to stay out of it, Zhuo fan looked into Bala Yu's hopeful eyes. Miss Yu, what are you saying?" "Just what I meant. What do you usually think of me?" "Nothing much." Zhuo fan blurted in a flat tone. Bala Yu's face twitched and yanked his clothes. "Nothing much. Would you like to try that again?" "Now, Miss Yu, let's not get hasty. Sir has always been blunt, so please don't jump to anger." The others noticed the wild woman was about to flip and rushed to placate her. Bala Yu paused in thought, then let Zhuo fan go. She steadied her heart and gave her sweetest smile. "Sir Kyan, your words are so hurtful. You don't look like a saint and certainly don't act like one either, but you have one redeeming quality, being grateful. You'd even give your life to return another's gratitude. I am a woman who respects men with such traits. Out with it, woman, and don't dawdle." Zhuo fan huffed. Bala Yu's lip twitched in anger and glared at him, her fists clenched, but she managed to get all that frustration out of her with one long breath. Her face maintained the warmth she started with as she judged. "What I mean is, Kyan, to protect you back in Galefrost Town, I had to face Murong Lai all by myself. Didn't I save your life? So shouldn't you be grateful?" "Nope." "Why, you're a guard Bailey Yushin gave me and you just did your duty." "How's that anything like saving my life?" Zhuo fan spoke with confidence. Bala Yu's heart sank, but she still gave it another try. You caused that mess back in Galefrost Town. Why else would Murong Lai meet us? Since I handled it for you, the least you can do is return the favor. Like I said, you're working for me now, so everything is part of your job description, included, but not limited to, obedience and protection. How is that a favor? Zhuo Fan looked at her longing eyes as he drawled. Besides, any extra reward I was to give you I already did in Galefrost Town. You'd have been beaten black and blue by now if it weren't for my divine sword, right? I just saved your reputation and your life. Now ain't that the highest gratitude? But that was obvious, since you couldn't escape otherwise. As you master, anything I give you, if ever, isn't out of gratitude, but favor. It is you who should be grateful to me for what's yours is mine, as a servant. Booping Bali Yuyu's nose, Zhuo Fan had an evil smile while defining her responsibilities, then asked, "Oh right, where's my demonic sword?" "Why haven't you given it back?" Bali Yuyu twisted and placed her hands behind her while shying away in hesitation. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, noticing the sword strapped to her waist then, and held out his hand. "Give it here now." "I was just going to ask you that perhaps I can keep it." Bali Yuyu pleaded shyly. The other's eyes widened in realization. Frigid Rain Sword King, she's been wishy-washy all this time, but not to confess at all. How boring, and you got us all hopeful for nothing. Everyone rolled their eyes and looked elsewhere. Only Zhuo Fan saw her intent from the start and mocked. "Keep it. Do you have any idea what this is? You tell me if your patriarch is willing to let you even touch the Sundering Sword." "It's because divine swords are so rare that only now I've wielded one for the first time and experienced the power it filled me with." Bali Yu looked excited once more. "Oh, I also heard there's only 5 divine swords around. How come you have the 6th? Zhuo Fan glanced at her and jeered. "Who told you that there's only 5 of them? More like there's only 5 in the secular world." "Secular world? You mean there's more divine swords in the world beyond?" "Of course. Let me tell you, all of these divine swords come from Devil Mountain." Zhuo Fan huffed with a wide grin. Bali Yu started, shaken to the core. Devil Mountain made the 5 lands divine swords? "Well, yes. The masters will make the disciples about to leave Devil Mountain a sword specific to their skill set. The 5 lands' divine swords are nothing but weapons left behind by the ones that perished." Zhuo Fan smacked his lips, weaving a shocking tale of adulation. Bali Yuyu was dumbstruck, needing a long time to react and hold the demonic sword tight to herself while pleading. "Then you can just leave this one to me while you can ask your master to make you another. You think it's that easy? Why would it be called a divine sword if it's so easy to make?" Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes at her. "Who won in Galefrost Town?" Murong Lai." Bali Yuyu hesitated, then pouted. "We fought for 8 days, but still I couldn't beat him, so I left. And since we're about the same, he couldn't stop me nor catch up to me." Zhuo Fan nodded and asked, "You're Murong Lai's equal and could fight him for years. Why did you run after just 8 days? How am I his equal? He's been using the decimating sword for 1,000 years while I only just got yours. I couldn't even link with it either. Of course I lost." "Isn't that obvious?" Zhuo Fan shrugged. "The demonic sword was made with me in mind, so of course it's in tune with me. You learned from Bali Yushin's Sundering Sword, and that's the sword best for you while mine is useless. But Patriarch will never give me the Sundering Sword, while even the unfamiliar divine sword you have is better than having none at all. Sword follows your will, so you need one in tune to your being too. Using a random sword, especially this divine sword, will only hinder your path." Zhuo Fan dismissed her request. "Listen, if you obey me and succeed in the task Devil Mountain gave me, I'll be sure to take you back with me so that Master would make you a divine sword akin to Sundering Sword to fit your nature. Won't that be better than insisting on taking mine?" Bali Yu lit up in joy. "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" Zhuo Fan gave his winning smile. Bali Yu nodded in joy, then handed over the demonic sword. Zhuo Fan chuckled while tracing his hand over the pitch-black blade. Since the demonic sword was tied to his mind, no one could get its approval without his permission. Or this broad would have run off with it by now instead of wasting time with me. Zhuo Fan made a sign, and the demonic sword slipped into his body. He then glanced at the cheerful Bali Yuyu with a hidden smile. Power and fame can blind people so easily, turning even this silly girl into being obsessed with a sword. She not once questioned if divine swords are so easy to make. Besides, when was the last time I've been honest? Chapter 1004. Light's Shadow. As the carriage rushed along the snowy roads, the mood within was as peaceful as ever. Bali Yuyu hugged the cute and adorable Kaior, while Zhuo Fan finally started to grow on her. She exclaimed all of a sudden and said hastily, "Oh, Murong Lai couldn't find my intentions, but he can easily find yours. Maybe he's searching for it right now and gaining on us. Now that he got a feel of my skills, I can't stall him for long. I can only protect myself, so you need to watch out." "Heh, only now you're worried about me. Who would? But with you dead, who knows when I'll ever get the chance to touch such a precious divine sword again?" Bali Yuyu went red and whined. Zhuo Fan shook his head, turning to the others. "How far till the next stop?" "Sir, we will be arriving at Sea Cloud Sect in around 4 hours. Go faster." Zhuo Fan smiled as he said. Bali Yuyu's brow shook. "Weren't you listening? Murong Lai must have been looking for you by now. And since he lost our trail, he'll be sure to ask Sea Cloud Sect for help since it's the closest to Galefrost Town. Are you going there to get caught? My dear frigid rain sword king, you think I haven't thought about it as well? Then, ha ha ha, do you know of the Light's Shadow?" Zhuo Fan put on a vague smile, laying down without a care. Bali Yuyu was then left utterly confused. 4 hours later, the carriage went on undisturbed and reached a frozen waterfall where they slowed down and entered a barrier. At the same time, 3 people stood in an opulent hall, the same 3 they just shook off not long ago. Before them stood an old man with an immortal air and white beard, bowing in respect. "Sword god Murong of southern lands and immortal healer Murong, you honor my sect with your visit. But from what I know, Sir should be with Sea Bright Sect, getting ready with Sir Aoyang to fight Invincible Sword. What wind has brought you here instead?" "It's a long story." Murong Lai sighed. "I had been staying at Sea Bright Sect in preparation for the upcoming storm, but something happened. Northern Land's first line of defense, Sun Sea Sect, had been under attack and called for help. So I volunteered to go, only to find the sect already in ruins, with the survivors escaping for the Sea Bright Sect. I have thus scouted around for the culprit that did this. Isn't it obvious? The only one who can destroy a Northern Land sect can only be Invincible Sword's team. As you already know, he has those 9 sword kings under him who can cause such destruction just as well." "Yeah, that was my conclusion as well. While I could not take them on by myself, at least by understanding their journey, maybe we could be prepared for the next time, but—" Murong Lai frowned at the end, filled with hesitation and confusion. The old man urged, "What? Did Murong clan head find something else disturbing?" "Precisely." Murong Lai had a dark look on his face. "There's another group that might have come within the Northern Lands besides Invincible Swords." The old man shuddered and gasped. "Murong clan head, you mean to tell me there's another power out there that can do away with a Northern Lands sect just as easily as the Central area, and that it is now here on our grounds? That's absurd. We all know very well all of the strongest people in the 5 lands. With the Central area eyeing us like a starved tiger, the other 4 lands allied together. How can there possibly be a third faction so strong? I didn't believe it was true either, but having seen it with my own eyes, I must." Murong Lai squinted and sighed. "As I was investigating Sun Sea Sect, the trail took me to Galefrost Town, where I happened to meet my sister in a dispute with an unknown party. I wanted to investigate further, but they were exceptional. A woman among them is as strong as me and wielded a divine weapon unlike any of which the lands knew. We fought for 8 days to a standstill. It might have gone on for years if the divine weapon was a match for her skill." The old man's face twitched and looked graceful. "She must be something indeed to fight Murong clan head with a divine weapon to a standstill. However, what makes you so sure they aren't from the Central area? Maybe that sword might have been the Sundering Sword." Sect leader Liang, My brother has once met with the invincible sword and has seen the sundering sword. On top of that, invincible sword guards the sword with his life, never giving it to anyone. Murong-Zu gave a bow of respect and intervened with sharp eyes. I've once seen the man within their group once. He unleashed a river of blood in the central area, making it so that in just 3 days, the greatest company, Serene Shores Trading, was destroyed, and the Sword Star Empire to lose close to half their officials. Would someone from the same land resort to such cruelty towards his fellow compatriot? The old man's brow shook, but hesitated still. What I hear from you, miss, is that he is from the third faction. But since he struck at the central area, wouldn't that make him a friend? No. Murong-Zu spoke resolutely. He is ruthless and cruel, of a twisted mind and insidious cunning. Just because he left the central area in pain does not mean his visit to northern lands bodes well. Maybe he wants northern lands to end up in the same sorry state as the central area, if not worse. You can't let this happen, sect leader Liang. Murong Lai agreed with his sister's judgment. I've also seen him myself, of steady calm, great talent, and sharp mind. His bearing points to anything but average, not to mention he has a Sword King-level expert under him. When he acts, he's bound to make huge waves. We are still in the dark about the purpose of his visit, but it's best to gain control of the situation as soon as possible. We are on the cusp of waging war with invincible sword and can't afford anything to disturb us, especially a viper staring us from the back. Murong clan head, you're right. We need to gain control of this as soon as possible. The beard of sect leader Liang shook as he sank in thought, then he cupped his hands. Then what has brought Murong clan head to my sect? Ask, and I shall do all in my power to help. Murong Lai returned the gesture with a smile. Sect leader Liang is too kind. I've come to ask for a helping hand. I had fought with the woman guard before, giving them time to flee, and because of the scope of destruction, all trails went cold. I alone will find it hard to search through so much ground, but I'm fortunate to find your sect nearby and wish to ask sect leader Liang's help in this endeavor. Please, it's our duty to help. Murong clan head works so hard for the safety of our homeland that you needn't be so polite about it. Sect leader Liang cupped his hands. What may be their description? Murong-Zu said. They're a group of 3. The woman among them is very dangerous and needs only to be seen to know their whereabouts. Beside the man, there's also a 7-year-old cute girl, making them easily recognizable. Ha ha ha, then rest easy. My disciples shall roam for thousands of miles and are sure to spot such a conspicuous group very soon. As for the lady's worries, ha, rest assured that we know restraint and not incite anyone that could fight with Murong clan head for 8 days straight. Miss Murong needn't have mentioned, as we would also be weary and keep our distance. Ha ha ha. Murong-Zu smiled and nodded, while Murong Lai looked satisfied with the answer, cupping his hands in respect. The order was soon given, and the sect was on the move, with all kinds of exceptional experts filling the skies and leaving the sect to scout the lands. In their haste, they failed to notice the 4 carriages at their gates, and Zhuo Fan holding Kaior as he talked business with a round, middle-aged man. Glancing at the swarm of people flying out, Zhuo Fan felt the need to comment. Executive Kai, what's going on in the sect? Are you getting ready for war going out in such force? How would I know? I didn't get any orders. Putting his own signature into a jade slip and giving it back to Zhuo Fan, the large, horizontally challenged man looked at a flying disciple that passed by. Hey, what happened? Why the sudden deployment? Making a hard stop, the man bowed to the fatty. Executive Kai, sect leader, decreed to scout for spies. They've even brought a child. A child? Like this one? Zhuo Fan pointed at Kaior. This is my daughter. Isn't she adorable? The man gave a curious glance at the fatty, who waved his doubts away and introduced. Steward Kyan in charge of his clan's supply caravan. You can't be looking for him now, can you? Ha ha ha. Chapter 1005, North Sea Shore. Probably not. The guy's brow twitched as he looked at the father and daughter bearing bright, innocent faces, then at the carriage's guards and sneered. Executive Kai, sect leader, spoke of their dangerous nature, and that there were only 3 of them, along with a woman. He also made us exercise extreme caution to report the minute we see them. As for these two, ha ha ha. Are we that much lacking? Zhuo Fan's eyes widened, striking his chest to declare, we're tough as well, how else would we be ferrying goods around the land? The man's face twitched and nodded. Yeah, you're mighty tough all right. Well, I got a job to do, so bye. The man was gone. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Weren't you after a little girl? Aren't you taking us to your sect leader? Zhuo Fan whined from the injustice of it all. The fatty cut him off before he wasted more time. Steward Kyan, they have their duties. You shouldn't bother them and let them get to it. That won't do at all. Weren't they after some very dangerous folk? I'm tough, you hear. How can they just overlook me? Where's the humanity? Jerking, Zhuo Fan grew defiant, turning to Kyaor's adorable face. Kyaor, tell me, isn't Dad strong? Kyaor huffed as she left him there and went inside the carriage. The fatty chuckled. Everyone wants to look tough in front of their daughter, ha ha ha. Yeah, so you really won't check me out? Zhuo Fan sighed, looking at the fatty with hope. Since you think I'm that much of a threat, do a slight checkup at least. The fatty rolled his eyes and cussed. Dangerous, my ass. What could a radiant stage Kyan steward possibly do? Besides, what would be the point of this mass deployment if sect leader's target would be right before him? You take those dangerous folks for fools to run right at our base to get caught. But they just said they're looking for a child. There's plenty of them in the sea. You think you're the only one with a daughter? Go, shoo, and stop messing up my job. The fatty drove him away, having lost his patience. Zhuo Fan had a long face, taking his guards and leaving. Though before they did, a whiny voice came from a carriage. Kyaor, you gotta believe me. It's not that I'm weak so they aren't checking me out, but that they trust me wholly. The crowd that was gathered from the ruckus he pulled shook their heads at Zhuo Fan's display. A father must always look grand before his kids. They were soon taken down memory lane, back to their childhood. The people dispersed, but they would not soon forget Zhuo Fan's carriages. Till 4 large carriages came out of the barrier and rumbled down the road to their next stop. Not soon after, a person slipped right inside. She had yet to get her new token to prove her cover and couldn't follow inside with the caravan. How was it? All good? Bali Yuyu lit up in hope. Zhuo Fan said, bored. What do you think? Making such a scene in Sea Cloud Sect, I got those disciples to jump to the conclusions I wanted, to take us for nobodies and ignore us. The news is bound to spread fast, and Sea Cloud Sect will soon turn a blind eye to our presence. Sometimes, the wrong first impression will stay with you for a long time and fool your thinking. Thinking that since we appeared in the Sea Cloud Sect, we automatically check out. So no matter how much we speed on our trip and rush things, they would ignore us. Murong Lai could get even more men and still wouldn't help for when they see us. They are oblivious to the light's shadow. Oh, you've got skills, fooling Southern Land's sword god in no time at all. Bailey Yuyu patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder, cheering. His face twitched and glared. No touching, words are enough. You know exactly what I can do also. That hit almost burst a vein inside me. Bali Yuyu stuck out her tongue, acting cute, then turned shy with an apologetic look. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, wincing every time he touched his swollen shoulder with a hurt look. All I wanted was to move undetected through northern lands. But then I stumbled into Invincible Sword and barely made it out alive before meeting Ardent Sun's sword god as well. I talked my way out with Invincible Sword, since his desires are his demons I could leverage, but that Murong clan is too upright, in opposition of my path, not easily swayed. Ardent Sun Sword God has just become a pain in my side. Damn it, those truly righteous and free from desire cultivators just don't fit with my nature. This will make things harder. Ugh. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan leaned back with closed eyes. The 4 carriages didn't stop for anything in their journey, making their scheduled stops at the sects, and then resuming their trek. 5 months passed by in total, before Zhuo Fan reached his final destination, having gone through 2 more sects, the North Seashore, Sea Bright Sect. Regarding the boundless snow mountain in the distance, Zhuo Fan sighed, his gaze quivering. Are your tokens ready? Ready. The men shouted with conviction, only Bali Yuyu smirked at them. See, Bright Sect is one dangerous place. It's packed with experts and leaves me no choice but to stay a bit further this time. Frigid Rain Sword King, that won't be necessary. One guard revealed a familiar token, identical to the ones they have, and smiled. 3 days ago we received your token we requested in that town. Now you're no longer unaccounted for and can come with us. Bali Yuyu was shocked, then her eyes shone. Since it was 3 days ago, why not give it to me then? Sir had me hold on to it to make it a surprise. The guy shrugged and Bali Yuyu skipped a beat as she looked at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan grinned. Not much of a surprise, really. With how Frigid Rain's Sword King always acts alone, it was clear you didn't want such a thing. Now I'm unsure if Sword King would be willing to come with us, to walk beside us with this cover. But it seems my worries are unfounded, ha ha ha. Humph, who'd ever go with you? I was just concerned about bringing trouble to you and ruining my mission. Does that mean Frigid Rain's Sword King doesn't want to come in with us? You don't want the token, then go ahead, destroy it. I never said that. Why ruin a perfectly good thing anyway? Bali Yuyu rushed to take it and glared at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan smiled, his eyes shining. But by taking that token, you are officially part of this team and must obey my orders. Bali Yuyu shook and her grip on the token loosened, but then she gripped it harder, whispering to herself. Haven't I been doing it already? Great, now everyone's an official team. Zhuo Fan turned serious and shouted, so I'll ask again, are everyone's token ready? Ready. Everyone shouted this time, even Bali Yuyu looked eager. She was going to enter one of Northern Land's 5 sects for the first time undercover. While being part of a caravan was a severe step down from a Sword King, she actually treasured the change for some odd reason. Having traveled with Zhuo Fan and the caravan for so long began to grow on her. Zhuo Fan looked at them and ordered, "Towards North Seashore?" They all nodded and the carriage rumbled uphill for the snowy peak. Chapter 1006. Perfect Couple. Tilda Zhuo Fan's team of 4 carriages made a ripple in the air as it entered the barrier, appearing before a vast body of water. Above it were suspended stairs leading to the abodes of immortals. The mountain was nowhere to be seen, replaced by 3 floating islands of great expanse as its only resemblance to the image outside. This was where the strongest sect in the northern lands stood, the North Sea's shores. While deep in the North Sea was the rumored demon of incredible power, and Zhuo Fan's target. The monsters of the sea were mere spiritual beasts, with only this demon able to speak like a human. That was why people called it Sea Demon. Only Zhuo Fan here knew the Sea Demon was in fact one of the 5 great sacred beasts, the only one that could save young Sanzi, the heaven-sealing Xiao. Staring at the great rolling expanse of water, Zhuo Fan's eyes shook and his fists clenched. Kaior looked excited as well, finally able to rescue her big brother. Whoosh tilde black figures suddenly dropped before the team, numbering in the dozens. The leader was an old man with a black and white mustache, presenting them a most kind smile as he greeted. "Thank you, Kaian clan, for the trouble you went through delivering these goods. I am Executive Dai Kaianshu of the Sea Bright Sect." Dai Kaianshu? Money trouble, hee. Bali Yuyu couldn't help herself and giggled at his name, whispering to Zhuo Fan, "Kaian, you finally met your half. You dislike money and he's in need of money, a match made in heaven. You're destined to make the perfect couple, hi. Star reader. She's making fun of both of their names, making a pun out of it. The others chuckled as well. Glaring at her, Zhuo Fan gave a wry smile and returned the gesture. "Executive Dai, I am but a steward in the Kaian clan, Kaian Fan. This is the proof of all the sects we've passed." Zhuo Fan presented a jade slip with both hands. The executive wasn't haughty in the least, taking it with equal respect and a smile. "Yes, these are the signatures of the 4 sects' executives. Sir is beyond reproach, but the others. Hurry up and present your tokens to the executive." Zhuo Fan snapped at them to obey, making them flustered as they rushed to follow his orders. Only Bali Yuyu was beyond casual as she took it out and threw it to the man with a roll of her eyes. Glaring at her, Zhuo Fan could only apologize in her stead. "Executive Dai, she just went through menopause and it's still unstable. Screw you." Bala Yuyu hissed under her breath. Executive Dai gave a careless wave, being quite easygoing. He checked their tokens and smiled. You make for a perfect couple, Steward Kyan, braving through so many dangers through the now precarious northern lands to send us these goods. That's very noble of you. Perfect couple. Zhuo Fan looked stumped. Did I say something wrong? The old man scanned the jade slip in his hand again before looking at Zhuo Fan. 3 days ago, we received an update on the Kyan clan's roster that the caravan sending us the goods will be led by Steward Kyan Fan and his wife, Kyan Yu. Your signatures also check out. Is there perhaps a problem? Dong. Zhuo Fan froze on the spot at the heavy blow to his mind. He made a weird face as he tried to keep his calm. You mean, Kyan Fan and Kyan Yu, husband and wife, are escorting goods? Bala Yuyu was also stupefied, looking at the old man with a dumb look. When reality hit her at long last, she gave Zhuo Fan a seething look with a red face as she whisper-shouted, You dare use me like that, punk? As if. I'm as clueless about this as you are, all right. Lies, aren't they just doing your bidding? Yeah, they do, but this time. Zhuo Fan's mouth twitched, looking off there, then turned to the rest with an insidious glint in his eyes. Zhuo Fan had principles. When it came to taking a wife, he would never do it on a whim, even if it was all fake, just like how he didn't do it with Shangyu and Qingyan. But this time, at this critical moment, he found himself stuck with this cover, putting him at an impasse on what he should do next. If he did go with it, his heart would be totally against it, while refusing it, then his cover was blown. He was in a real pickle. The caravan guards saw Zhuo Fan and Bala Yuyu looking dark there and were tense as they lowered their heads. Executive Dai frowned. Why, aren't you married? The two were silent, with neither willing to admit it. Executive Dai was perplexed, feeling the odd situation and raising his suspicion. He withdrew slowly and was about to signal for his men to seize them. Everything was about to fall to ruin. Even with Bala Yuyu there to help, it wouldn't matter much in the strongest sect in northern lands. Not only Aoyang Lingshan lived here, but it also held the strongest experts in these parts. Bala Yuyu had no way of fending so many attackers. She would end up defeated for sure. In this dire situation, neither Zhuo Fan nor Bala Yuyu were willing to compromise and save the day, all because their hearts were against it. Dai Qianchu's suspicion only grew, his hand close to signaling the men and ruining everything they worked for. The guards were shivering at the side, looking at the two with pleading eyes. Please, just save us. Is it that bad to fake being married? It's not a hanging, so why? If you keep silent any longer, we're really going to get the noose. They were almost wetting themselves as they saw Executive Dai about to give the damning order. Dad, Mom, I'm hungry. Are you going to keep arguing until I starve? Kyor jumped in with her adorable voice, looking annoyed and grumbling at the two. The guards lit up with newfound hope. One of them rushed to Kyor's side and carried her over to Executive Dai with a smile. Executive Dai. How can they be anything but husband and wife? Look, they even have a child. Then what are they doing? Dai Qianchu asked in suspicion. The guard laughed and sighed. It all started over nothing and escalated, with Steward Kyan even threatening to leave her. Now their fighting still hasn't been settled. Oh, I see. Executive Dai gave a knowing nod, and his suspicion was washed away. He smiled at Zhuo Fan. Steward Kyan, it takes years to accept someone and decades to fully be at peace with one's partner. Why must you insist over trivialities? Zhuo Fan glanced at Bala Yuyu and said, She's not my wife. Well, you're not my man either. Bala Yuyu glared back. The two spoke the truth, but Dai Qianchu heard it as nothing more than a lover's spat. So he shook his head and waved. You need to stop fighting, especially before a child, ha ha ha. It wouldn't help her. Since you've all been weary from your long journey here, we've got a place ready for you to rest for a few days. You're welcome to tour our sect if you want. The North Sea's shore is magnificent, with people from northern lands hardly having the chance to see its beauty. You won't find this anywhere else. Thank you for everything, Executive Dai. Zhuo Fan's eyes roamed around and settled on a grunt, recalling his true objective and giving the man a bow. Dai Qianchu smiled and had someone lead the way to their stay. One figure suddenly appeared just then, whispering to Dai Qianchu. His face changed and blocked Zhuo Fan's way. "Steward Kaian, sect leader, requests myself and Sir's presence." Zhuo Fan and the others' faces fell. What would the high and mighty sect leader of the Sea Bright sect want to do with a nobody steward? Were their covers blown, Zhuo Fan looked at Bali Yuyu, who had a cold gaze, with murder slowly filling her eyes. Chapter 1007. Ling Yunchen. Don't make any hasty decisions. I'll go see what's going on. Zhuo Fan squinted and took a deep breath as he made a decision, sending that message to his team. The others flinched and nodded. Bali Yuyu's eyes darted around, sizing everything before nodding at last. A blown cover means we'd have been detained by now with far more experts surrounding us. Not to mention, they'd never ask for you to speak. It's too early to tell what is going on. While also not grounded enough to rule out the possibility that Murong Lai wants to look into us. So you need to get ready to act at any second. I'll leave Kaior in your care. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, his face grave. What about you? I have my own way of escape, don't worry. Bali Yuyu asked quickly, at which Zhuo Fan replied casually. I'm going. They watched tensely as Zhuo Fan flew with Dai Qianchu towards the highest floating island, while a disciple took them to their rooms. An hour later, Zhuo Fan and Dai Qianchu were standing before a huge gate, with hundreds of disciples standing guard on each side. The gate reached 30 meters in height, with 9,999 copper insertions in the shape of a yin-yang symbol to show the natural order of the world. Dai Qianchu regarded the broad gate and bowed. Zhuo Fan figured it had to be a custom, giving respect to the sect. A traveler stopping by needs to show respect as well and might even leave a good impression. So Zhuo Fan did the same, standing straight after doing it 3 times. Dai Qianchu gave an approving nod, showing a sincere nod as he spoke with reverence at the gate. Sect leader Steward Kaian has arrived. Enter, rumbled Tilda with a loud rumble. The gate cracked open. The 2 rows of disciples bowed at once, all shouting at Zhuo Fan, please, Steward Kaian after you. Dai Qianchu smiled and gestured not unlike the disciples. Zhuo Fan sighed at this huge welcome. This is the Sea Bright sect, the strongest of the sects in northern lands. Yet the bigger they are, the more aware they are of giving respect and receiving it, instead of acting all cocky. He was but a merchant, yet the Sea Bright sect's sect leader showed such deference. This was proof enough to label the Sea Bright sect as reasonable and righteous as Murong Lai. That also meant they would never act unless the proof was conclusive, which works great for me. While meeting with an impulsive sect, they only needed to believe he was bad news and he was finished. Things aren't for the worst yet, Zhuo Fan speculated as he smiled at Dai Qianchu and walked forward with the executive behind. As he climbed the 999 steps up, the disciples always set their eyes on him, yet none held the slightest contempt. This was the way Sea Bright sect welcomed guests, regardless of profession. Zhuo Fan saw a grand hall and 3 people waiting for him. Only with one of them he was acquainted, Executive Cao from the Sun Sea sect. Zhuo Fan had a clear picture of what this was all about. Haha, so it's him. It's nothing then. And here I thought Ardent Sun Sword God was going to welcome me. God, that gave me a fright. Sect leader, he's the one that made Sun Sea sect suffer so much. He must be a Central Area spy. Executive Cao instantly pointed fingers and accused Zhuo Fan the moment he appeared. He was boiling with rage and murder, wanting to spill his blood then and there. Zhuo Fan ignored him and his whining, walking before the 3 and bowing. A middle-aged man spoke to an elder next to him. Sect leader Ling, it seems the boy is pleading guilty under Executive Cao's accusations. We need to take him back for thorough questioning and appease the thousands of lost souls of my sect. Steward Kaian, I take it. I am the sect leader of the Sun Bright sect, Ling Yunchen. The old man gave Zhuo Fan a long look, but didn't let the middle-aged man's words get to him or stop the greeting. Zhuo Fan faked shock and bowed as well. Sect leader Ling said, Does Steward Kaian have anything to say regarding Executive Cao's accusations? Accusations? Zhuo Fan sneered. I have no idea of them. What are they? You dare lie to our faces. Executive Cow's accusations are clear to everyone here. You have nothing to say for yourself that can absolve you, and we all know it. Yet you dare act oblivious? Sect Leader Ling, he. The middle-aged man shouted, snapping at Zhuo Fan with his finger, but Zhuo Fan regarded him calmly and saluted Ling Yunchen. Sect Leader Ling made the introductions. Steward Kaian, he is Sun Si Sect's sect leader Bu Xingyan. You have delivered goods to Sun Si Sect, but didn't meet with sect leader Bu, so you don't know him, ha ha ha. Oh, sect leader Bu, greetings, greetings, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan saluted at once. Sect leader Ling, there's a misunderstanding here that I wish to clarify. Executive Cow is someone I have met in Sun Si Sect, but I don't know when he came to your sect. When I have just arrived here, I've only been hearing Executive Cow's curses, and it got me completely confused. I wish for nothing more than to understand why this happened. But since this is Sir's home and I am a mere guest, it is proper manners to see the sect leader and not start arguing. Zhuo Fan put on a sinister smile, mocking Executive Cow. I may be a mere merchant, but I am educated enough not to start a fight in another's home. At the very least, I'll need sect leader's approval first to prove my innocence and shed light. Acting like a mangy cur in the master's home no less, won't that make him disrespectful? I may not be well read, but my parents had at least taught me proper respect. Ugh, Executive Cow choked. Looking red as a crab, Zhuo Fan was talking with the sect leader but kept poking holes in his attitude, and the problem was that it was all true. It was sect leader Ling's home, yet he started shouting at Zhuo Fan. It mattered not if Zhuo Fan was a spy, not when he was dissatisfied with the Sea Bright sect. Unlike Zhuo Fan, he gave no respect to the sect leader. And since the sect leader wasn't some nobody but the sect leader of the strongest sect in northern lands, the same man he was relying on as well, Executive Cow's face twitched hard, looking pained as he regarded Bu Xingyan's dark face. Sect leader, I didn't mean. You're talking to the wrong person. Bu Xingyan spoke coldly. Executive Cow bowed to Ling Yunchen. Sect leader Ling, forgive me. Please don't believe this man's nonsense. How could I ever disregard the head of the sects in northern lands, Sea Bright sect? I was just caught in the moment. Fine, fine, Executive Cow is an impulsive man. I understand, ha ha ha. Ling Yunchen dismissed his worries as he smiled. Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow. The old guy really is kind to not even be irked by that. Sea Bright sect's name as the best sect in northern lands isn't unfounded after all. Just look at their sect leader. If the head was weak, the rest would crumble. With the sect leader so collected, it's only natural that the Sea Bright sect became the one to lead the other 5 sects in northern lands. Zhuo Fan stared into those kind eyes and felt unease, having failed to stir his emotions and lead the talks. The danger comes not from Executive Cow nor Bu Xingyan, but sect leader Ling. Chapter 1008. Leading Bu Xingyan never let Zhuo Fan out of his sight, staring with a murderous gaze and clenched fists. He only listened to Executive Cow's account, and brought him here to recognize the culprit to use some excuse to make it better for his sect. The 5 sects of northern lands were doing fine so far, so how come you just had to poke a central area sword king to get your home wasted? Was it bad leadership or no leadership? Just hearing it would irk his mood. There was also the matter of reputation, which had received a serious blow. Only he had his sect, which became ruined under his lead and would be lauded as a laughingstock for years to come, if not eternity. He had to think of something, anything. Something along the lines of giving himself for the good of northern lands, fighting tooth and nail with Central Area's spies, only to be betrayed and ending up in this sorry state. Now the joke would catch a heroic vibe that would turn jeers into calls of respect, and it would be the grounds for extra support in recovering as well. This was the script he wanted to play. Catch the spy, get the reward, and restore the sect to shut everyone up. Though it seemed that someone was improvising in his little act, shifting the focus of the play. Executive Cow just spoke up, and Zhuo Fan mocked him for disrespecting Sea Bright sect, having no manners. The problem was, it affected him as well by association since he was the sect leader. As he also started ranting without Ling Yunchen's accord, but Ling Yunshin was nice enough to keep mute about it. But he already tasted his disrespect and felt their unkind attitude for Bright sect. You can't follow simple etiquette as a sect leader and executive while a mere merchant can. I can only assume from this that you got destroyed for very good reasons, provoking the other into attacking with your arrogance. Loose tongues end lives. He not only gained nothing but lost instead, falling out of favor with the big boss. Bu Xingyan's anger surged as consequence, from seeing Zhuo Fan as a pawn to use in his favor to hating his guts. He glared hard at Zhuo Fan, then spoke to Ling Yunshin. "Sect leader Ling, my executive has gotten ahead of himself, and I'll be sure to address this back at the sect. But Steward Kyan has yet to answer his questions. Would it be possible for sect leader Ling to help? Ha ha ha, that is why we're here." Ling Yunshin laughed and still spoke on a kind tone while saluting. "Steward Kyan is such a courteous man. Having just arrived at my sect, I should play the host and honor your, but some problems have appeared that need Steward Kyan's input. I can only ask that you forgive my insistence." Zhuo Fan smiled. "You're too kind, sect leader Ling. It's my honor to be of any help to you." "Yeah, sect leader, Steward Kyan has bowed alongside me before the great gates. He is a respectful man and is sure to not mind this slight inconvenience." Dai Kyanchu at the side bowed and said, "Anyone else would become suspicious. What's his relationship with Kyan Fan? Why is he taking his side?" But he wasn't speaking for Kyan Fan at all, reporting instead to sect leader Ling of his equally respectful demeanor that he reciprocated with at everyone's salute. Just because Zhuo Fan had bowed with Dai Kyanchu before the gates, Dai Kyanchu spoke up so that sect leader would keep this in mind. Otherwise, with Kyan Fan being a mere merchant, the others could have easily pushed him for answers. Now, however, Ling Yunshin was present as well and Bu Xingyan couldn't use force. Zhuo Fan's act was a minor one, yet the effect was grand, gaining Bright sect's protection. This became evident with Ling Yunshin's following words. "Steward Kyan is thoughtful." Bu Xingyan's face twitched, looking at the three of them with a sigh. Knowing force wouldn't help him here, he would have to use guile, giving Executive Cao a look. The executive caught on and started shouting. "Kyan, I want an honest answer. When the Sun Sea sect was destroyed, did you draw that witch Frigid Rain Sword King over?" "Frigid Rain Sword King?" Zhuo Fan looked shocked. "I never met her, so how could I have drew her?" Executive Cao sneered. "You're still lying. Then answer this. Didn't you say that when you were delivering goods to our sect that a Central Area spy was following you?" "Yes. Then you asked me to go grab the spy, right?" I guess." Zhuo Fan muttered with a frown and a hesitant nod. Executive Cao clapped in success. "Ha ha ha, yes, that's right. We went to capture the spy, but it turned out to be Frigid Rain Sword King from the Central Area. This led her to attack our sect, slaughtering everyone. If you didn't draw the witch, who did? Sect leader Ling, everything's clear now. I ask that you seize this spy and find out what else has he been leaking through thorough interrogation. Guard, arrest this man, throw him in prison and activate the barriers so he can't escape." Bu Xingyan shouted eagerly. Dai Kyanchu cleared his voice with a bow. "Sect leader Bu, you're in Bright sect?" "Oh, right. It's sect leader Ling's right to issue this order. Forgive me, I forgot myself, sect leader Ling." Waking up from his blunder, Bu Xingyan apologized. Ling Yunshin gave a careless wave, but his words seemed to say otherwise. "Sect leader Bu, we all make mistakes and slip. But as sect leaders, we must remember that while being hasty is one thing and the value of life is another. I only hope that you will work to correct your impulses." Bu Xingyan shuddered, knowing Ling Yunshin was chiding him, but was forced to nod. As Executive Cao gave his version, it should now be Steward Kyan's turn. "Steward Kyan has shown hesitation just now, so you must have a different opinion. Ha ha ha." Ling Yunshin ignored him and gave Zhuo Fan the right to speak with a bright smile and the chance to turn it around. Bu Xingyan's face sank, but was helpless. Zhuo Fan bowed and looked grateful as he smiled at the smug Executive Cao. Executive Cao was right, but there are a few parts I feel that were left out that leaves room for interpretation. Allow me to fill the gaps. Executive Cow, would you kindly answer me whether or not I was the one who approached you about the spies when I delivered the goods? Have I asked Executive Cow explicitly to go capture the spy? Well. Executive Cow hesitated and Bu Xingyun glared. Spit it out. Did you not insist that he led the witch to us? Why are you stammering then? Yes, sect leader, when you wanted to learn about this very quickly, I was being concise, thus leaving some random details out. Random? Like? Bu Xingyun glared at him. Executive Cow's lips quivered, not knowing how to say it. Zhuo Fan laughed and bowed. Sect leader Bu, it's better for me to tell what happened in detail. The fault lies with my caravan. On that day, the Central Area spy had set her eyes on us and destroyed one of our carriages. So when we arrived at your sect, we only delivered half. We explained what happened and asked for extra days to bring the rest. Is that right? Bu Xingyun turned to his executive. Executive Cow nodded. Yes, that's exactly right. In other words, isn't it their fault for failing to guard the goods? Bu Xingyun asked with doubt. Scratching his head, Executive Cow gave an awkward nod. Zhuo Fan interjected. May I continue? Go ahead. Bu Xingyun found no issue and waved at him to resume. But this in fact helped Zhuo Fan in leaving his own tiny, but crucial detail. Executive Cow then permitted us to come back with the rest of the goods and we left. Later I heard a huge ruckus and the world shaking with lighting covering the skies. There were shouts as well, but we were so scared we chose to flee at once. Wait, that's not how it went. How then? I couldn't just let you leave when you only gave us half the goods. It's you who said that you have someone following you and that catching him will earn us a great commendation. Did you not say that these goods are nothing compared to that? Executive Cow rushed to ask. Zhuo Fan nodded after a pause. Yes, and then? Then I let you go. Since we couldn't give you the goods, how come you let us go? What nonsense. What's more important, some lost goods or catching the spy? I let you go to draw him out and then grab him. Did you then? Half the credit is mine. As if. What credit is there to share when up against a sword king? More like share a jail cell. Oh. Executive Cow grunted to a stop, realizing his slip. Zhuo Fan smirked. Hear that? We were bait. They went to grab the spy. How did we go from being on the same side to becoming a Central Area spy? Chapter 1009, Blunder. The bait and hunter worked together in capturing the enemy, so how come it turned into a Central Area spy, sect leader Bu? Ling Yunchen smiled, teasing. It seems to me that the Cayenne caravan was more like the Sun Sea sect's spy instead. Ha ha ha. Bu Xingyun's face fell, glaring at his executive. Executive Cow, when I had you punished for your gross misdemeanor, you said you were played, that the Cayenne caravan is a Central Area spy. Why then do I now hear that you two worked together in capturing a sword king, thus unleashing a calamity upon the sect? Sect leader Bu, the capturing of the sword king falls all on Executive Cow. Please don't drag us into this when we know nothing of it. Zhuo Fan interjected quickly to make his position known. Executive Cow's face twitched in anger, losing his temper. Your sly words lured me into this mess. I would never make such a grave mistake otherwise. Executive Cow, loose tongues end lives. I lured you. It's all your fault for telling me your tale is a spy that I sent a team to capture her? Ha ha, well isn't this funny? You're one of the 5 sects in northern lands, Sun Sea sect, in charge of keeping these lands safe. You're now saying that after having lost a carriage and being followed, should be kept all to myself instead. You might have neglected to report my findings, but I had done my duty by telling you. Zhuo Fan sneered, then turned to Ling Yunchen. Sect leader Ling, am I wrong in any way? If it were a matter of luring, then no one would ever report on the enemy movements to the sect and plunge northern lands into hell. Ling Yunchen bobbed his head. Hear, hear, patriotic, responsible, and furthermore, when your own clan's goods end up ruined, who wouldn't report? This goes double in these times, with northern lands on the edge. Sect leader Ling is wise. Zhuo Fan gave a bow and turned to Executive Cow. Furthermore, there were rumors going around that Sun Sea sect is actually cowardly and didn't think my report would ever amount to much, so I omitted it from you at first. But with you questioning the loss of half the goods, I had no choice but to be honest. It was the only way for you to leave me be. Executive Cao's face twitched harder, with Bu Xingyun darkening by the second. Zhuo Fan's passionate speech had simply been accusatory of the Sun Sea sect. What was worse, this happened in front of Ling Yunchen, and so he could do nothing to retaliate, only twitching as he tried to bottle up that anger. Executive Cao's heart sank looking at sect leader's sinister face. He had to do anything to get Cayenne Fan to take the fall, or he'd be the one to get it in the end. Finding Central Area spies was no longer the issue here, but giving his sect leaders self-respect back and letting loose. Cayenne Fan, we don't need your flimsy opinions. You might be right about the report, but what about later? You proposed that we catch the spy together and share credit. It's your enticing offer that made me act and mess with that witch. It's all due to you that she came to Sun Sea sect. Yeah, I did mention this to you, but how did you reply? Zhuo Fan raved. Having lost half the goods, I did not know how to make up for the loss. I planned on doing it alone, but you just had to push the issue. In the end, you frickin' acted on your own. Are you going to say I made you do that too? If it were an average spy, the success would have propelled your career. Would you have come to bother me then? Just cause you got bad luck and suffered for it, you want to drag me down with you. Is that how you think the world works, sharing tribulations but not success? I first lost a carriage, and to add insult to injury, you stole my credit. What the hell? Zhuo Fan rained on Executive Cao, with the conviction in his innocence. He got Executive Cao to shake under the assault and with no comeback, because all that Zhuo Fan raved about was damn true. Even his scheme back then was refuted, and he had no grounds on which to fight back, though he was no fool and nodded. But you said your dozen guards have chased the spy away. That witch was anything but weak. Your words got me into this mess. Humph, yeah, we had the spy surrounded, but then she escaped with her faster speed. Am I wrong? There's no way Frigid Rain Sword King got surrounded by just your team. How would I know? Maybe she liked to toy with us first. Who knows what twisted hobbies some experts have? Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. While in your case you cut her off so she didn't run, haha. Zhuo Fan smirked, hitting where it hurt the most. Bu Xingyun shook from rage. Executive Cao looked aggrieved as he peeked at his sect leader. Dai Qianshu chuckled and bowed. Sect leader Bu, it's all clear now. Ever since Invincible Sword slipped into our northern lands 6 months ago, Frigid Rain Sword King had to have been following his orders to stay hidden. While she didn't move against a trade caravan, only following it, its dozen guards would also find it impossible to catch her as well, thus making her feel free. But then, Sea Bright Sect blocked her way all of a sudden, giving her a hard time to flee. She would thus have no choice but to retaliate, causing this catastrophe. Bailey Yushin's team was hardly sighted ever since they came to our lands, having their own plans. This disaster wouldn't have happened if they let her be. Yeah, Invincible Sword's team has to have a plan for staying low and wouldn't want to make such a huge scene. The way the Sun Sea sect got ruined is highly unusual. Ling Yunchen nodded, then said, Executive Cao, how many times did you have Frigid Rain Sword King surrounded in the end? Executive Cao's brow shook, muttering as he counted. I had sent 50 Soul Harmony experts, and when my men died, I went to Elder Lai, who also sent 50 Genesis stage experts. When they died, we went to Venerable Ma, who went himself along with 10 other peak Genesis stage experts. That makes it 3. Then the woman came to us. Executive Cao's action had everyone dumbstruck. Executive Cao found himself flying from that hard slap, landing a good 10 meters away with a bloody mouth. As he got back to his feet, he found 2 teeth had fallen. But then he noticed Bu Xingyun's rage as he glared at him in fury. God damn it, you useless sack of puss. You had her attacked thrice. Well, of course she'd be pissed. Not just the witch, but even I would have been fuming. Bu Xingyun's face twitched and shook all over as he raved. You damn bastards. How can you be so retarded? 50 died, then another 50, first Soul Harmony experts, then Genesis experts, yet you still haven't learned? You just sent men to fetch instead of at least knowing the opponent. Then you had the enemy come ruining the sect, so you pin it on some impossible spy. Of course my sect gets destroyed, especially with you morons in it. Bu Xingyan lamented. Ling Yunchen chuckled and waved his hand. Sect leader Bu, please calm down. While it's all just a misunderstanding, it's good that everything's clear now. I was wondering why Bailey Yushin's team would stay hidden all this time, only to enact such a huge disaster later on, then hide again. It's obvious now, just desserts. Oops, I slipped as well, sorry. Bu Xingyan's cheek twitched, and he gave him an annoyed look for his own mistake being used on him, but then he turned apathetic. Ling Yunchen cupped his hands. Steward Kyan, the misunderstanding is now obvious. Forgive me for any slight that I might have caused. I ask that the Kyan clan wouldn't let this minor event come between us, still working hard for the good of northern lands. I am grateful to see Bright's sect being fair and giving me justice in this matter. It is I who should apologize, sect leader, having let the matter get to me. Zhuo Fan hastily spoke. Ling Yunchen waved it off. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Steward Kyan is a courteous man and a true man to my liking. I have rarely seen men of your quality even among all the lands, Steward Kyan. Sect leader is too kind. Zhuo Fan gave another deep bow. Then may I take my leave? Please. Ling Yunchen gestured with a constant smile. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands again before leaving. Bu Xingyan eyed Ling Yunchen, having lost all confidence, bowing to him, then taking executive cow away. Dai Qianchu appeared once more next to Ling Yunchen moments later. A farce, ha ha ha. That remains to be seen. Ling Yunchen spoke gravely, having lost his smile. Dai Qianchu asked curiously, Sect leader, wasn't the matter clear? The so-called spies never existed. Yeah, but it's too obvious and that makes me uneasy. Ling Yunchen's eyes shone. You think in any confrontation there's only black and white. Humph, on one hand, is the sect leader of the Sun Sea sect, and on the other a mere steward of the Kyan clan. They couldn't be more different. But do you really believe that steward would ever have the ability to control the way the confrontation went? Dai Qianchu gasped. Sect leader means? There's more to that steward than he lets on. Ling Yunchen's eyes shone with conviction. Outside the hall, Zhuo Fan was on his way back when a chill went through him. Curses, I've just gone to clear my name but showed off too much. What kind of merchant would act like that? I treated those two like rabid dogs. Ugh, what a blunder. Chapter 1010. Well met again. What normal merchant out there refuted a sect leader? I got Ling Yunchen's favor from the start, and I just had to miss a few beats now and then, acting like I was pushed around, and then he would have gotten me out of it. But now that this win was too perfect, it only raised suspicion. Sigh, it all comes down to how perceptive Ling Yunchen is. But no random steward should ever be so tough. The more he thought, the more worried he became, ending up with a sigh as he made his way back. He had really been careless just now. And Mr. Gu. The sudden call snapped him out from his thoughts. Pausing, Zhuo Fan frowned and his face fell. Who else could it be but one of his old pals from the central area? Freezing on the spot, he turned to find the very familiar miss of the Shangyuan clan staring at him. It also worked to make him wonder what she would be doing here of all places. Wasn't she going back to Eastern lands? What's she doing here? They got their sword back, so they ought to be home. Then it hit him, the Four Lands Alliance. As the Shangyuan clan was the leader of the Eastern lands, they of course offered help to Northern lands in fighting off the enemy. Them being here was natural. Or better yet, he should have been prepared for it, but the sudden meet came out of nowhere, leaving him floored. With the Shangyuan clan knowing everything about him, his Kyan cover was bound to be blown. Shangyuan Qingyan lit up with unspeakable joy. Mr. Gu, it's really you. I thought you looked familiar from afar. Zhuo Fan moved with speed and precision, landing next to her and covering her mouth. Shangyuan Qingyan jerked, but then noticed Zhuo Fan's sneaky look. There was no trace of fear in her heart, only giving a silly smile while her eyes basked in the joy of reunion. Zhuo Fan gave the secluded forest path a once-over for anyone else being around, then took Shangyuan Qingyan deeper into the woods. Now looking at her excited gaze, he rolled his eyes and let go of her, speaking in a serious tone. How come I run into you again? Yeah, what a coincidence meeting you as well, Mr. Gu, ha ha ha. blushing hard. Shangyu and Qingyan gave a shy smile and looked bashfully away. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan stared at her as he mulled before speaking. "Miss Shangyuan, I am so happy to see you as well." "Really? I think so too." Shangyu and Qingyan lit up and gazed into his deep eyes with a wide smile. Zhuo Fan rushed to settle her mood. "This isn't the time to reminisce. I still have important things to do, so I must be going." "So soon? But we just met." "Yes, the matter is urgent, ha ha ha," Zhuo Fan sighed. "Also, I'm not Gu Yifan now, so act like you never saw me. You must never ever mention anything about me to anyone or my head would roll. Are we clear?" Shangyu and Qingyan paused, then smiled. "You're not Gu Yifan. Does that mean it's a fake name? Then who are you?" "Tell me, or I'm telling Dad that Gu Yifan giving him sleepless nights is here in the northern lands." "I gave him sleepless nights. What was he thinking about?" Zhuo Fan's brow furrowed, but then shook his head. This was no time to think about some random stuff. So making sure the coast was still clear, "Miss Shangyuan, this is serious. I have a secret mission here that no one must know about." "Are you up against northern lands now? That won't do. We're here to help them. I'm not interested in northern lands. I won't meddle in their affairs, I promise." "Then what are you here for?" "It doesn't concern you. Just promise me you'll keep my secret that you never saw me. Once I finish my mission, I'll just leave with none the wiser." Zhuo Fan vowed. Shangyu and Qingyan pouted. "You're saying you're gonna leave without drawing attention?" "Cross my heart and hope to die." "I don't believe it. What about me?" Grumbling with a lowered head, Shangyu and Qingyan teared up. "You slip in then slip out so that not even I will be startled." Zhuo Fan's face twitched and sighed. Anyone else would be wrecked with fear from being involved with such a mastermind like him, then guilt eating them up inside from not reporting. But this chick is more worried about not saying goodbye when leaving. Just what's going through her head. What's so important about seeing her before I go? It's not like I'm taking her, just what does she get out of a fake promise? Giving her a long look, Zhuo Fan sighed. "All right, I'll drop by before leaving." "Really? Does that mean since only I know you came and left, then only I know what you did here?" Shangyu and Qingyan grew exuberant once more. Zhuo Fan cocked his head. I guess. But what's with that twisted logic? Anyone else that knew this would have had me exposed." "It's all the same since you can only trust me in this place. I won't ever sell you out." Shangyu and Qingyan giggled, hugging his arm. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, glancing at her. "Yeah, I guess I trust you. Who else am I to trust if not the one who ran into me? Ha ha ha. Besides, if anything happened to the miss of the Shangyuan clan, it would draw unwanted attention, and soon I'll be found out. The best way to keep quiet is to silence everyone, if they were a random person, that is. No, young Sanzi risked his life for her. Even if she's a nobody, I can't treat young Sanzi's sacrifice so frivolously." Zhuo Fan muled things over, settling on letting this Miss Shangyuan live. That meant he had to speed up his operation to minimize the already increasing risk. "Miss Shangyuan, we promise to forget about ever meeting and ever knowing each other. Farewell." Extricating his arm from her tight hug, Zhuo Fan gave a dry smile and ran. Shangyu and Qingyan shouted after only 2 steps. "Gu Yifan, stop right there." Zhuo Fan froze, looking back with a bright smile. "What else can I do for you, Miss Shangyuan? You still haven't told me your real name. You're going nowhere until you do." Shangyu and Qingyan smiled. Zhuo Fan frowned. My name's Qian Fan, ha ha ha." "Fake for sure, humph." Grumbling, Shangyu and Qingyan rolled her eyes. Zhuo Fan shrugged. "Anything I say you'll think it's fake, so what's the point in saying it? Don't say it then, and I won't ask again." Shangyu and Qingyan's eyes twitched, and then she grew quiet. "But I do want to know one thing. Ask away, but it's up to you if you believe me. Is young Sanzi all right?" "Ugh." Zhuo Fan's face fell, taking a deep breath. "He's still alive, but unconscious. I came here to save him." "You sneaked into the Sea Bright sect for young Sanzi. How are you going to save him?" "Don't worry about it. Just know that I must succeed." "Oh, I see. Then you can rest assured that I'll never tell on you." Shangyu and Qingyan turned serious as she promised. "For you or for young Sanzi, I will keep your secret." Zhuo Fan smiled. "I believe you will do it for young Sanzi. Then I'll go get ready." "All right, till next time." Shangyu and Qingyan was no longer difficult this time around. watching Zhuo Fan with hopeful eyes, that he would pull through. Zhuo Fan nodded, then flew away and off this island. Shangyuan Qingyan took a deep breath and had a sweet smile on her face as she went in another direction. Chapter 1011, Northern Land's Best Disciple. Spring is in the air, with the bloom of flowers and the chirping of birds. In a quiet little home, Shangyuan Qingyan's voice was heard as she sang, skipping around in a very good mood. "Oh, Uncle Shangyuan said that young Miss Shangyuan has been down this past year, and I thought this silly sister was bothered with something, so I came to help. Now I see that sister is in good spirits. I must have gotten worried over nothing, ha ha ha." Shangyuan Qingyan paused and looked back with a smile. Before her was the Southern Land's immortal healer Murong Zhu and her servant Zhuir. "Sister Murong, you're here as well." Shangyuan Qingyan cheered and jumped in Murong Zhu's embrace. Murong Zhu patted her soft hair. With Northern Lands in danger and the other lands helping, Southern Lands is not about to stay behind either. "Young Miss Shangyuan, young Miss had missed you so much. When we came last time to Northern Lands to get medicine, she has always wished to go to Eastern Lands and see you, young Miss, again. But the Northern Lands came under threat, and Clan Head had to rush here. Young Miss wanted to visit you in Eastern Lands, then come to Northern Lands with Shangyuan Clan. Only that in the Eastern Lands, we realized you've already gone to Northern Lands, so young Miss rushed here on the double. She made quite the detour." Zhuir smiled at the two girls as she told them about her hard journey. Shangyuan Qingyan was touched and broke the hug to look into Murong Zhu's clear eyes as she grabbed her soft hands. "You've been through so much, big sister. How could I repay you? This is nothing to you and Uncle Shangyuan's hardship of taking back the soaring sword from the central area." Murong Zhu glared at Shangyuan Qingyan. "Little sister, do I mean so little to you to not tell me about this huge matter about the stolen sword? Our four lands alliance aside, with our two clans so close, we would never have stood by during your plight. I just had to go to Shangyuan Clan myself in the Eastern Lands to know you've braved such terrible dangers before making a detour to Northern Lands, and for the sea bright sect without so much as a word of notice. Thank heavens you're all right. I wouldn't have known how to take your loss then. Wouldn't that be an insult to our clan's close friendship?" Shangyuan Qingyan gave the sullen Murong Zhu a tight hug. "Don't be angry, big sis. It's all my fault for not telling you, but I'm not the only one who deserves your anger." "Who?" "Dad." Shangyuan Qingyan giggled. "After Shangyuan Feiyun stole the soaring sword, someone proposed that we join hands with the Murong clan, but Dad refused. He said that it's our clan's problem and not to involve others, as it would earn their ridicule once this matter was out. How are we to provide support when we can't even keep our sword safe? Won't that disgrace our clan?" Murong Zhu sighed and shook her head. "That's the Uncle Shangyuan I know, obsessed with appearances." "Right. Big sister Murong, be sure to teach my stubborn dad a valuable lesson." "How could I? He's a senior and we are juniors. How can we meddle in their affairs? Also," Murong Zhu chuckled and sighed, "Uncle Shangyuan must have hesitated out of concern for our clan. With Southern Lands having no conflict yet with the central area, and a relative peace in place between us and the Sword Star Empire, I thus could still move about in their home. But by joining the matter of the stolen sword, it would bring many troubles to us. Shangyuan clan is a righteous clan and would never cause misfortune upon another. This is something I appreciate about Uncle Shangyuan's character and pain." Shangyuan Qingyan nodded in understanding. "Yeah, Shangyuan is righteous and the Murong clan is filled with justice. Despite being apart, we are the prime example for good in the Five Lands. How else would our two clans would have grown so close? Ha ha ha, that's what I call partners in notoriety." Ugh, Murong Zhu smiled at first, then her face twitched as Shangyuan Qingyan finished, whining. "Sis Yanner, what was that?" Nothing. I meant to say with valor and justice thick as thieves, oops." Covering her mouth, Shangyuan Qingyan gave Murong Zhu an awkward look, growing angry. "It's all that meanie's fault for twisting my views." Murong Zhu frowned and teased, "A meanie." "Oh, the one Uncle Shangyuan told me about that you've been pining for a year now." "Dad told you?" Shangyuan Qingyan blushed hard with a lowered head but a silly smile. Murongzu nodded. Uncle Shangyuan avoided specifics, only saying that you had a fling in the central area and turned sulky. But the way I hear it now, it might not be as simple as a fling. Dear little sister, you're head over heels, completely lovesick, ha ha ha. As if. Why not? Murongzu teased. You used to be such a demure lady and now you can't even speak straight. You must have picked up his speaking habits, ha ha ha. I bet your man isn't just anyone and knows how to be blunt as well. Shangyuan Qingyan blushed harder. No way, he's just a bit harsh with words. What about that cousin of yours, Shangyuan Yulin, who used to stick to you like glue? How does he compare? Humph, that traitor isn't worth his shoes. Shangyuan Qingyan sneered. Murongzu shook her head. Love is blind. You're truly hopeless. I heard from Uncle Shangyuan that Shangyuan Yulin has a bad character, but he was well known in the lands for his looks and strength. If he can't even carry the guy's shoes, won't that mean your man is beyond outstanding? Ha ha ha, I don't believe there's anyone as great as Shangyuan Yulin. Love is in the eyes of the beholder. Little sis is so in love she thinks the world of him. Shangyuan Yulin's eyes shook and said with defiance, Big sis, you're too ignorant. The entire Shangyuan clan witnessed his ability. Go ask Dad if you don't believe me, see how much Dad's praising him. That traitor Shangyuan Yulin is nothing to him. Aren't you now arguing with me about his overestimated greatness? You even dare talk back to me, saying that I'm blind. Damn, girl, want me to knock some sense into you? Murongzu raised her hands with a sly grin and unleashed her tickling attack on the love-struck girl. Shangyuan Qingyan dodged while laughing for her to stop. Big sister Murong, please stop. I won't say it. You're not blind, you're narrow-minded. Hey, did you pick only his bad habits? This goes to show he isn't anything good, yet you're still saying it. Murongzu swung while Shangyuan Qingyan kept dodging in good humor. The girls enjoyed themselves with Zhuir giggling at the side in encouragement. Young Miss Shangyuan, that's it. Keep at it, hi hi hi. The red bean trees in the south to grow slash, by spring they yield in heaps above. Slash I hope you pluck in plenty soon slash, because it is the gift of love. In the middle of their fun, a poem drowned the two girls' shrieks, unable to disturb the speaker's resounding voice. The girls halted their fun and looked at the entrance. Thump Tilda, a man in a long robe and tied hair, a most refined scholar in demeanor and pace, walked in holding a snow plum flower in his hand. Murongzu started at his appearance. Aoyang Chanking, you're out. Northern Land's best disciple, Aoyang Chanking. Shangyuan Qingyan giggled. I've been to Northern Lands a couple of times, but never had met you till now. Aoyang Chanking gave a bow and smiled. Young Miss Shangyuan, I have been most of the time in seclusion. It's only natural to have yet to see me. Sister Zhu, it's been a while. This snow plum flower is for you. Aoyang Chanking smiled as he presented the flower with respect and a smile. Murongzu did not take it. It's too soon to be calling me like that. How so when it's just right? Aoyang Chanking beamed. Now that father has healed from his wounds and your brother is a guest in the Sea Bright sect, I shall ask father to request your brother to give me your hand in marriage. Then we can have an early wedding, ha ha ha. Chapter 1012. Suspicion. What? Shangyuan Qingyan looked in shock from Murongzu and Aoyang Chanking before settling on a smile. Big sis, you've been hiding your sweetheart all this time from me while even teasing me about my own. Now we get to celebrate your wedding with rounds of drinks. What's with that nonsense? Murongzu glared at her, then looked into Aoyang Chanking's hopeful gaze. Brother Aoyang, have you forgotten our promise? Of course not. Aoyang Chanking spoke with pride, grasping the heavens, shaking the 5 lands, standing above everyone and only below one. Murongzu smirked. Then, Brother Aoyang, which of these 4 have you achieved? While I have only fulfilled one, the other 3 are just a matter of time with this head start. While marriage is a way off, we can at least get engaged. My, how certain you are. What gives you such confidence? Murongzu toyed. Aoyang Chanking had his head held high, his chest out, as he said, It's obvious I'll grasp heaven. You know who my father is, the strongest in Northern Lands, Aoyang Lingshan, wielding the heaven-sealing sword. Won't the divine sword be passed down to me? The five lands' divine swords aren't necessarily passed down in one's family, but based on ability. Murong Zhu huffed. Aoyang Chanking gave an understanding nod, his pride unaffected. You're right, but if we are to leave father out of this, who am I exactly? The winner of the Northern Lands' Great Disciple Competition. I am now the best disciple in Northern Lands, and later shall take my father's place in becoming the best in Northern Lands. Sister Zhu has to agree. Murong Zhu flicked her head away, but still relinquished a nod. Aoyang Chanking grinned. As for shocking the lands, it will come with becoming the best in Northern Lands. And as for being under one man, Shangyuan Qingyan asked eagerly, with such high goals to be still beneath someone, who would that be? Is it that old freak Invincible Sword? Though it's kinda obvious since he hasn't been beaten for the last 10,000 years, and it's sure to stay like that for another few thousands. Aoyang Chanking mocked. Young Miss Shangyuan, you're totally underestimating me. I am a man destined to cleave the heavens. Once I gain insight into heaven-sealing sword art, his invincible status will be a thing of the past, humph. See, that's the type I hate the most, overconfident to the extreme. He's no different from those prancing wastrels everywhere. Saying that you're above Invincible Sword without even meeting him is sheer lunacy. Murong Zhu's face was hard as she made eye contact with Shangyuan Qingyan. Shangyuan Qingyan bobbed her head, looking at him eagerly still. Since even Invincible Sword is beneath you, then who will be the one above? Isn't it obvious? Aoyang Lingshan cupped his hands at the sky with a straight face. Family ties are most important. No matter how godlike I become, I shall remain father's son. Only my father can stand above me. As for standing above everyone, that'll come natural with the defeat of Invincible Sword. Ha ha ha. Ugh, Shangyuan Qingyan's heart sank as she looked at his obnoxious zealotry, feeling Murong Zhu's pain. Now I know what you mean by the four goals being simple. Besides you and your dad, everything is relative. Not relative, but destined to happen. Aoyang Chanking spoke heavily. Murong Zhu rolled her eyes. Then do come again when the relative becomes reality. Sister Yanner, let's go inside and forget about this bore. Murong Zhu threw the snow plum flower, taking Shangyuan Qingyan's arm and walking inside. I'd much rather have you tell me more about your man than listen to his obnoxious bragging. Shangyuan Qingyan shrugged and followed after her, having no choice. Aoyang Chanking cried from behind. Sister Zhu, I will succeed, believe me. Believe your foot. Murong Zhu cursed in her mind. Chanking, I believe you. A laughter came from nowhere as a familiar figure suddenly grabbed Aoyang Chanking's arm. Chanking, it's been years since we saw each other, and my how much you've grown, already in the 8th layer soul harmony stage. There's no disciple like you in the other 3 lands. The sky's the limit, I tell you, ha ha ha. Aoyang Chanking lit up, having his ego stoked. Brother Murong, it's been a long time. I missed you as well. Murong Zhu paused and looked at Shangyuan Qingyan with a sigh. I just don't know what brother sees in him to even give his little sister away. Zhuer, did you say something? Nothing. Now that brother is here, does that mean you found clues to track them? Murong Zhu still held Shangyuan Qingyan as she went to give a slight bow. The smiling Murong Lai suddenly turned dark. Don't remind me. Those 3 are like ghosts, vanishing off the face of the earth. See, Cloud Sect had been searching for 6 months now, but still came out empty. They must have left that area and all clues are gone. I could only come back. Who are they to have escaped the likes of Ardent Sun Sword God? Are they so great? Shangyuan Qingyan asked curiously. Aoyang Chanking was also confused. With Brother Murong and the mighty forces of Sea Cloud Sect scouring their domain, they should have been found in minutes. How can there be no trace at all? It's baffling. Brother Murong, would you care to tell me more about them? I shall gather all the men of the 5 sects and check everyone. We'll leave no stone unturned, but we'll definitely find them. No, please don't. It will only unsettle Northern Lands more. Invincible Sword's team is hidden, and causing such chaos will only work against us. They'll use this chance to slip in. Yeah, Zhuer is right. There's no need to go through such lengths for just 3 people. Our true enemy is Bailey Yushin after all. Murong Lai gave a hard nod. Aoyang Chanking pondered and relented. Does that mean, Brother Murong, that they are not from the central area? Who are they? Shangyu and Qingyan picked up on Murong Lai's meaning. Murong Zhu sighed. The man is as cunning as a demon, causing thousands of casualties in the central area, then vanishing without a trace. Now he appeared in northern lands along with an expert that can fight my brother to a standstill. Just what is he up to? We're yet unsure in his stance regarding the northern lands conflict, but he is without a doubt a dangerous element. Not even Brother Murong could catch him. Just who is he? Shangyu and Qingyan cried out, and Aoyang Changqing looked at him with shock. Murong Zhu was the one to explain still. I don't know who he is, just that he left one name in the central area, Gu Yifan. What? Shangyu and Qingyan gaped, almost thinking out loud. But she caught herself in time, though her face sank. How can it be him? Why are the Murongs after him? What now? As she was thinking of finding out, Aoyang Changqing made it worse with his sigh. Just from the name I can tell he's bad. I never heard a more ugly name. Who in their right mind would use their real name when doing evil anyway? Murong Zhu rolled her eyes at him. Aoyang Changqing shrugged. Never mind, since we won't find him soon, not with a fake name and hiding his trail. I'm better off minding my own search. Brother Murong, want to come along? Who are you searching for? Murong Zhu smirked. Sect leader Ling actually trusted someone as shallow as you to find someone suspicious. You're only going to scare them away. Aoyang Changqing's mood deflated. Sister Zhu, don't underestimate me. Sect leader Ling personally asked me to make the inquiries. A caravan just arrived at the sect, one belonging to the Cayenne clan, one of the 3 great merchant clans in northern lands. Sect leader found their steward, Cayenne Fan, to be odd and asked me to look into him. Cayenne Fan. Shangyu and Qingyan paled, having recalled Zhuo Fan saying Cayenne Fan was his real name. While unclear if that was true, she believed that was the name he was using now. Curses, he even said to keep it a secret. Barely any time passed and he's already under suspicion. Now that Murong brother and sister are after you, what do I do? Shangyu and Qingyan was consumed by anxiety and worry. That damn man always knows how to make me uneasy. Chapter 1013, Strongest Barrier. Looking at Shangyu and Qingyan so distressed and jittery, everyone gave her an odd look, with Murong Zhu asking, Sister Yanner, what is it? Something wrong? No. I just recalled something crucial that needs all of your dire attention. It all happened so fast that I suddenly cried out and startled you all. Don't look at me like that, ha ha ha. Shangyu and Qingyan gave a strained laughter, her eyes shining. Murong Lai said, Oh, and here I thought you're familiar with Steward Cayenne. Brother Murong, that's a poor joke. Why would I know a northern lands merchant? Just when Brother Aoyang mentioned his name, I was reminded of a depressing matter. It's totally a coincidence, he. Shangyu and Qingyan strained to cover it all up, while the rest merely ignored it. Sister Yanner, you're all grown up yet so easily stirred. You should worry about being married off. I'll never marry and stay with Sister Zhu, hi. Shangyu and Qingyan raised an eyebrow while hugging Murong Zhu's arm. Rubbing her cute little head, Murong Zhu smiled back. Murong Lai and Aoyang Changqing looked at the 2 girls being so close and just shrugged. Murong Lai then smiled at Shangyu and Qingyan. Sister Yanner, what's the dire issue that needs my help? You can just say it. Well, looking hesitant, Shangyu and Qingyan faltered as she beamed. It's something that Dad didn't want me to say, but recently he's been worried sick over it that I started worrying as well. Actually, Murong Lai turned serious. Brother Shangyuan, it must be grave indeed for not even Shangyuan clan head to not solve it. Yanner, tell me everything and maybe I can offer my help. Brother Murong, you must not say a word to Dad that I was the one who told you. You know how obsessed he is with appearances. Shangyu and Qingyan put on a pained look as she spoke the big secret. Murong Lai and the others listened attentively, with Aoyang Changqing looking hopeful. Of course, Sister Yanner, we won't ever mention you. I'm actually very curious to know this secret, especially about such a big clan, he. Shangyu and Qingyan rolled her eyes, glaring at him, and scrounged up her nose before sighing. To be quite frank, Brother Aoyang, we might have recovered the soaring sword from the central area, but it's now ruined. What? Murong Lai gasped. The 5 divine swords of the lands that can peel steel, cleave heavens, crush the earth. The strongest things in the world, had one of them ended up ruined. Is there actually anyone who can do this? Brother Murong, what I meant to say by that is not the sword itself that is broken, but the sword's spirit is sealed and can't unleash the divine sword's power. It's nothing more than a glorified paperweight. Shangyuan Qingyan sighed. Dad and the 3 venerables had been tireless in trying to unseal it for the better part of the year, with no results. The sealing was very strong, leaving nothing they could use. That's why I wanted to ask Brother Murong if you could help Dad. Murong Lai turned grave and jerked as she called to him. He shouted, "Brother Shangyuan is just too foolish. This matter isn't as simple as having only eastern lands concerned so he could just hide it from us. We all know how terrible Invincible Sword is. Without the Soaring Sword's help, how could we stop him? Thank you for sharing this with me, or I fear we'd be in the dark even as all 3 divine swords gathered to fight the old monster. Telling us at the last moment the Soaring Sword is broken would be seriously grave. Chanking, you tell your father to see Shangyuan Feixiang. Zuer, we're going right now to him and understand the situation. That old man, how can he be so blind? By looking for majesty, he endangers the entire alliance." Murong Lai grew annoyed and cursed as he rushed for Shangyuan clan's lodgings. Murong Zhu was grave as she followed, with Danking Shen taking the Western land's divine sword that only left 3 to fight off Invincible Sword. Now that 3 became 2, stopping that monster was impossible. He wasn't just strong by himself, but also wielded a divine weapon as well. Aoyang Chanking started, then said, "Brother Murong, sect leader gave me a job to do. Isn't it just a checkup on a suspicious person? That can wait. The sealed Soaring Sword takes precedence. Go tell your father." Murong Lai shouted back as he flew away, with Murong Zhu and Zhuir catching up. Aoyang Chanking nodded quickly and went his own way too. Only Shangyuan Qingyan was left standing there all alone. Giving sneak peeks around, Shangyuan Qingyan darted away too, but in a completely different direction than the rest. "Father, sorry. You're the only excuse I could think of. I have to warn that devil that he's about to be found out." Zhuo Fan had left the highest floating island, and after asking around, he flew to the lowest island to find his team. In a lone house in a secluded place, the occasional sea breeze blew, invigorating and refreshing. Having no mood to enjoy the view, Zhuo Fan went right inside the courtyard, then used the brass knocker on the large door. A cautious voice responded, "Who is it?" "It's me, Steward Kyan." Zhuo Fan glanced around for any signs of other people and spoke softly. Creek Tilda opened just a crack. A shifty face came into view, perking up at recognizing his boss, opened the door and welcomed him in. Zhuo Fan rushed right in, and once the door closed behind him, he looked around the room to find everything accounted for. "Did anything happen?" "Nothing to us. Only you've been called out by Ling Yunchen for questioning. You didn't let anything slip, right?" Bailey Yuyu stretched and smiled. Zhuo Fan's face sank. Bali Yuyu started and said, "You didn't. You, with your twisted and insidious mind, that had even the patriarch flustered into sending me with you, couldn't even deal with one measly Ling Yunchen. What's wrong with you? It's easy to handle the old coot since we had no conflict, but Ling Yunchen is a cautious man, with the slightest mistake making him suspicious. What was I supposed to do? Hey, who are you calling an old coot? Say that again. Forget what I said." At Bailey Yuyu's suddenly savage look, Zhuo Fan shrugged and frowned at the rest. "What about all of you? Have you found anything in the time you've been in the Sea Bright sect?" Pa One Guard stepped forward with a bow. "Sir, we've been talking with their disciples on our way here and have a grasp of the surroundings. Sea Bright sect is made up of 3 floating islands called Beyond Heaven Island, Mid-Heaven Island, and Beneath Heaven Island. The highest is where the important figures of the sect reside. The 3 lands experts are also staying there. It is the place where Sir has came from just now." Zhuo Fan nodded, having understood this. The Mid-Heaven Island, one in between the other 2, is where the disciples live and some executives. The disciples of the 3 lands who came to help are also staying here. The man continued, As for the lowest island, that's where we are. Common guests are received and outer sect disciples train here. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his eyes shining. That's it, nothing else. Of course there's more. Bala Yuyu cut the man off with a shout, only this time she was dead serious. Sea Bright Sect is like a huge prison. You can get in, but it will be hard to get out, including me. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Why? Bala Yuyu was a prideful sword king that even barged into Sun Sea Sect on a killing spree for blocking her path. She held no fear even when fighting Ardent Sun's sword god, knowing she could escape any time. Yet when faced with the Sea Bright Sect, she came out to say it was hard to leave it. This made Zhuo Fan tense and uneasy. Sir, the Sea Bright Sect is far scarier than we thought. Bala Yuyu remained silent, so the man cupped his hand and continued, Frigid Rain Sword King is right. The Sea Bright Sect has the strongest barrier among all of the sects in the 5 lands. Not even a Sword King can break it. The minute our covers are blown, we will all be trapped. Chapter 1014, Crisis. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his eyes filled with doubt. The strongest barrier, one that even a Sword King can't breach. They all lowered their heads. Zhuo Fan spoke. Central Area is the strongest. Central Area has the most talents with plenty of array masters, yet they can't set up the strongest barrier while the barren northern lands can. Well, they have that heaven-sealing divine sword. Bala Yuyu added. Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow, his eyes sharp. You mean the barrier is connected to the divine sword? That is indeed so, sir. The man bowed again. From our investigation, the Sea Bright Sect's barrier relies on their divine sword to remain. No one in the lands knows the extent of the divine swords because no one has managed to unleash their full power. But Sea Bright Sect uses arrays to witness the might of their divine sword. The inner disciples told us that the heaven-sealing sword remains at the top of the Grand Hall on Beyond Heaven Island, while not in use. Through many arrays, the heaven-sealing sword's power is being leveraged to protect the sect by forming the strongest barrier. Sir, watch. The man opened a window and pointed at the calm sea. These waters hold the sea demon, of incredible power, defeating the best in northern lands with one strike. It had unleashed sky-high swells that drowned hundreds of Genesis stage experts. But even this amazing power failed to scratch the sect's barrier. This place is so safe and at peace, all due to the heaven-sealing sword's power. The sword is beyond anyone's comprehension. After hearing this as well, I went to check out the barrier. Sure enough, not a trace of my Yuan Kai can slip through, having no gaps I can use. I dare say that not even my full power can scratch it. Bala Yuyu sighed and shook her head, like a hero past his prime. Looking at the peaceful waters, Zhuo Fan said, So what you're saying is that this great barrier isolates the sea demon from the Sea Bright Sect. If I were to venture deeper into the sea and find the sea demon, I need to first break the barrier. Regarding that, the same guard frowned. I believe not even the strongest Bala Yushin can do. Ahem. Bala Yuyu's icy glare landed on the man, getting his attention as she cleared her throat. Sometimes it was best to leave her dear patriarch out of it. The man flinched and lowered his voice. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. We have no choice but to take the heaven-sealing sword and break the barrier. Steal the heaven-sealing sword? Everyone cried out. The Sea Bright Sect will know the instant it's taken and they'll come at us in force. There'll be no escape for us. Zhuo Fan smirked. I'll be the one grabbing it, not you, so what are you afraid of? And once I get it, I'll run straight for the sea to find the sea demon. They'll only be following me to see the sea demon. As for you, you'll use the chaos to escape. Your mission is over. Sir, the risk is too great, be it going for the sea demon or having the Sea Bright Sect hunt you down. Zhuo Fan raised his hand to stop him, his mind made. That's an order. Yes, sir. They all saw Zhuo Fan's firm stance and sighed. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door that got everyone jumpy. Who can it be? We're just a bunch of merchants. It can't be that Sea Bright Sect is suspicious, right? Or is our cover blown so soon? Everyone tensed, with sweat trickling down their faces. Zhuo Fan shouted, Who's there? It's me, open up. Zhuo Fan jerked and rolled his eyes with a sigh. What's this wench doing here? Zhuo Fan opened the door and Shangyuan Qingyan burst right in, looking happy to see him. It's really you, I was right, you're using Cayenne Fan as a cover. Ha ha ha, yeah, now why are you here? Zhuo Fan looked bitter. The rest relaxed, finding them so casual with one another. Bali Yu mocked. My, what a romantic you are, Cayenne Fan. You find charming friends wherever you go. Who's she? Shangyuan Qingyan started at Bali Yu's presence. A grandma the merchants gave us to stitch and babysit. You're the grandma. Try mocking me again and I'll pummel you. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes at Bali Yu's outburst. Shangyuan Qingyan looked at them and her heart sank. She asked again, Sir Gu, this is terrible. Sect leader Ling is suspicious of you and sent the best disciple in northern lands, Aoyang Chanking, to look into you. What, that fast? Zhuo Fan looked grave. He knew he was too flashy back then, but didn't think the gentle old man would be so responsive. He needed to act faster than the inspection. Also, how did you get on Murong Lai's bad side? Sister and brother Murong are looking for you as well. But luckily, you sealed Soaring Sword Spirit back then, and I mentioned it to them so they can go help Dad with it. Or they would have come with Aoyang Chanking to see you. Shangyuan Qingyan complained again. Zhuo Fan's heart seized, a chill going up his spine. Not just sect leader Ling, but even Murong Lai. That was too close. With those two coming to see him, he'd be exposed on the spot. He wagered that being part of a merchant group, he'd have some time to use this cover and figure some things out to increase his odds, but reality showed he had none. Every second he remained here would only exacerbate the crisis. Zhuo Fan gave Shangyuan Qingyan a deep bow filled with sincerity. Thank you, Miss Shangyuan, for your timely assistance. Without you, I would have been in grave danger. I will never forget this. Hey, it's all for young Sanzi. Shangyuan Qingyan turned bashful, but a smile still formed. Since Mr. Gu will remember this favor, would you be willing to trust me with your real name? How would I know if you're sincere if I don't even know your name? Zhuo Fan paused, then looked in her hopeful eyes with a nod. All right, I am Zhuo Fan of Western Lands. Zhuo Fan? Shangyuan Qingyan's eyes shone as she smiled wider. I'll remember it well. Better not be another fake name or you'll be sorry. It's genuine, trust me. Only you better not mention it to anyone since I'm supposed to be dead. How come? You'll know with time. Zhuo Fan smiled. Oh right, you said Murong Lai went to deal with the sealed Soaring Sword. What about the others? Shangyuan Qingyan was quick to reply. Brother Murong had asked Aoyang Chanking to find his father and go there as well. That's good. Since war is knocking, the more people unsealing the sword, the better and faster. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone as he planned his next move. Shangyuan Qingyan hurriedly said, Zhuo Fan, there's something I want to ask you. When you returned the Soaring Sword to the Shangyuan clan, did you seal it on purpose? Oh, not at all. I sealed it when I had to deal with the Soaring Sword. Everything happened so fast that I forgot to unseal it. Zhuo Fan said, You know as well how critical young Sanzi's condition was. I had no mind to worry about other things. I know, you didn't fool us on purpose. Zhuo Fan explained casually, and Shangyuan Qingyan perked up on the spot, pecking his cheek. Everyone stood dumbstruck, even Zhuo Fan, his gaze lost in the distance and unresponsive. Chapter 1015, Striving for to be the best. Ugh, the atmosphere plunged, with the air freezing in place. The others watched with gaping mouths while Zhuo Fan was rooted in place with his mind blown away. Shangyuan Qingyan noticed the awkward vibes from their looks and blushed hard at her impulsive action, choosing to run away at once. How mortifying, Zhuo Fan gasped at long last, getting some life back in him, instantly treating it like it never happened. He gently closed the door and asked, You heard Miss Shangyuan, right? Yep, ha ha ha. They all gave silly laughs, with the guards even bowing. We never knew Sir's name, but now we know how to address you, Sir Zhuo. The crux is, Zhuo Fan is real or just another fake name, Bali Yu smirked. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, then shouted, That's besides the point. What I'm getting at is that Miss Shangyuan gave us 3 important pieces of news. Sect leader Ling and the Murong siblings doubt us, that they are now working to unseal the Soaring Sword and that even the best in northern lands, Aoyang Lingshan, was called over. What do you guys think? We await Sir's orders. Everyone bowed and deferred to him. Zhuo Fan sighed. This information allows us to understand the situation. We're on a timer now, in extreme danger, with escape nigh impossible once Seabright sect and the Murong siblings find out about us, and that this is our chance. With soaring sword sealed, every expert around ought to be busy with it, leaving the heaven-sealing sword. Unguarded, one guard exclaimed. Sir wants to steal the heaven-sealing sword, then break the barrier. But isn't it too hasty? We're in a race against time, with not a moment to spare. Zhuo Fan spoke heavily. Waiting until they unseal the soaring sword, we'll soon be trapped with no chance of reprisal. Hesitation will only get us killed. That's why we must act now while we can. You're stealing the sword? Bala Yu jerked. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Run to your heart's content? Zhuo Fan gave an impatient wave. I don't want it anyway, just need to lower the barrier and slip into the North Sea. What I need from you is to flee with it and distract everyone. Also, only a sword king like you has the highest chance of stealing it. Bala Yu nodded. I like this deal, I agree. Everyone else get ready to flee. Once Yu snatches the sword, break the barrier and make yourself scarce. May fortune be with you. Zhuo Fan was blunt. Bala Yu would be in no danger once the chaos started, while the rest would be made scapegoats. At least these men are serene shores trading diehards, willing to die to make their company great again. Cupping their hands, the men spoke with resolve. We shall obey. But when do we act, sir? The sooner the better. Tonight, Zhuo Fan declared. Everyone mentally prepared for what was to come. Bang tilde, there was a sudden loud knock on the door, too forceful to be from Shangyu and Qingyan. It must be Aoyang chanking to check on us. Zhuo Fan gave a slight nod and said, Who is it and what brings you here? I am Seabright sect's disciple, Aoyang Chanking. I learned that you have traveled a long way to bring us supplies and must be weary from your journey, so I came to pay a visit. I hope I'm not bothering you. A clear voice came from beyond the door, filled with respect, though the tone hinted at his superior airs. Bala Yu sneered and whispered, A pompous fool. Zhuo Fan shook his head and opened the door to find Aoyang Chanking straightening his clothes and putting on a dry smile. Ha ha ha, young Master Aoyang, welcome, welcome. You give our minor merchant caravan much honor with your presence. Greetings. Do you know me perchance? Aoyang Chanking's eyes lit up with joy. It's only natural. My dad is the best in the northern lands, Aoyang Lingshan, and I am the best disciple in the northern lands. My name spread far and wide to every ear in the world. You must be filled with boundless gratitude and honor to have me paying you visit, he. Ugh, Zhuo Fan gave a bitter smile, noticing Bala Yu's smirk. The best disciple is indeed a true pompous fool, all right, the worst of them all, in fact. Ha ha ha, sure, young Master Aoyang's grand name has us all in awe. You're too kind, even if it's true, ha ha ha. Aoyang Chanking puffed up and laughed as he entered. You're all merchants here and not just pretending, right? Zhuo Fan knew where he was going, but also knew his unstable character, so he smiled without fear. Young Master Aoyang, that's a good one, ha ha ha. She must be the madam, but what about the child? Did you throw her away since she isn't yours? Ha ha ha. Getting no rise out of Zhuo Fan, Aoyang Changqing ramped up his questioning, bordering provocation. Everyone's faces fell and turned to Zhuo Fan. This was an attempt to provoke their emotions. Any parent would be outraged, with even a flatterer would be offended, while a suspicious person would try and remain calm. It was this difference in reactions that determined whether there was something off or not about the target. Being overly angry wouldn't do since they were merchants, and shouldn't offend some big sect's disciple. While too calm was also out of the question, as it showed everything was a mere act. While Aoyang Chanking was scanning their faces for any clue that gave them away, he heard a cursing coming from another room. You damn brat! You're the fake son here? You came here to talk rubbish, is that it? Well, my dad is going to kick you out. Kaior burst out and snapped at Aoyang Chanking in anger. Hey, where are her manners? Didn't your parents teach you anything? Please don't get angry. I've always spoiled her. Children speak all kinds of crazy things, ha ha ha. Aoyang Chanking's face twitched, being talked back to by a child. Zhuo Fan apologized, then shouted at Kaior, "What are you doing here? Get back inside." Kaior huffed and stormed inside, with Bali Yuyu slipping a sneaky thumbs up. Aoyang Changqing took a deep breath, annoyed still. He came here to check them and barely got any words out as a damn brat started cursing at him. Is the child suspicious too? Was all that an act? Nah, what does a brat know? Ignoring all that, having gone through that disturbing event, Aoyang Changqing chose to give up on testing the married couple, now taking a different approach. But then a familiar shout called to him from outside. "Aoyang Changqing, get out here this instant. We're not done with yesterday's fight." That sounds awfully familiar. Zhuo Fan frowned while Aoyang Changqing rolled his eyes and walked outside. "Yan Mo, among Western Lands juniors, you're among the best, so you should at least act like it. Yesterday I sparred with you, but you still want more. Have you no shame coming after me again? Can it? We've fought just once and you're already calling yourself the best disciple in the 5 lands, that you stomped on the Western Lands. Where's your dignity?" Another shout came from outside, this time filled with rage. Zhuo Fan jerked. "Yan Mo. People from Western Lands are here as well. Oh crap, I can't let them see me." Zhuo Fan gave the others a grave look and pointed at his face, then outside with a shake of his head. They shrugged, stuck as well. Aoyang Changqing, close by, had yet to notice Zhuo Fan's reaction, still nagging with Yan Mo outside. "Now you're saying that defeating you isn't defeating Western Lands. When I asked if you represented Western Lands in our fight yesterday, you were pretty smug, calling yourself the strongest in Western Lands. Now that you lost, you no longer represent your home. And?" Yan Mo sneered, "always striving to be the best. I finally got a good fight, so how can I just let it pass me? Anyway, since I know that I'll be the best in Western Lands sooner or later, that's enough. But then you, the son of the best in Northern Lands, had to go around all smug as you declared yourself winner over Western Lands after one fight. Have you no shame? You're the shameless one, bragging to my face like that." Aoyang Changqing's face twitched, lost for words. Chapter 1016. The Fight for Strongest Disciple. Whoosh tilde, a sudden figure landed next to Yan Mo, who looked at Aoyang Changqing with a smile. "Brother Aoyang, is it? I've heard of your matter from Brother Yan Mo, and while he thirsts for battle, his conceit is his fault. But Brother Aoyang taunted him to fight, and after you won, you proclaimed yourself to have beaten Western Lands' disciple, leaving us with no self-respect. That's not very gentlemanlike. We've been invited to Northern Lands, and to lend a hand as well, but to use us to make a name for yourself isn't right." "How so? I at least am not like you, prancing around falsehoods, calling yourself the best in Western Lands when you have nothing to show for it. You got me excited about beating you for nothing. Besides, I am the best disciple in the Northern Lands and don't need you to be well known. Humph, ridiculous." Aoyang Changqing mocked. "And who are you anyway?" The newcomer cupped his hands. "I am Wu Qingqiu from Ultimate Clarity sect of Western Lands. I have learned with Brother Yan Mo in the Double Dragon manner, becoming fellow disciples." Zhuo Fan's heart jumped while his face looked frozen. Even Wu Qingqiu is here. Western Lands really plan on helping Northern Lands, or is it to let these kids gain experience? Won't that mean she is also? Zhuo Fan's heart seized, alarmed. Wu Qingqiu, a disciple from Double Dragon Manor as well. Not even seeing Zhuo Fan's wince, Aoyang Changqing sized Wu Qingqiu up and asked, "I know the status of Double Dragon Manor in Western Lands, and any that enter are talented people. I can't help but wonder how you fare compared to Yan Mo here." Wu Qingqiu smiled. "There's not much difference between us, we're sparring partners. He's a third stronger than me, and I have yet to beat him once." Yan Mo sighed and pointed at Wu Qingqiu, not ashamed to reveal his losses. Aoyang Changqing nodded. "I see, so you're the true best disciple in Western Lands. I understand now why you came so late to Northern Lands, to save the best for last." "Oh, no, young Master Aoyang, you got it all wrong." "No, I don't. Yan Mo came 10 days ago, but I understand his character, arrogant and overbearing. Even when I defeated him yesterday, he still wouldn't surrender, a real man." Giving a thumbs up of praise to Yan Mo's perseverance, Aoyang Changking turned to Wu Qingqiu. But now that he says so much about you, I come to realize that he truly accepts you as stronger. For someone like him to do that, then it can only mean that you have to be the best disciple in Western lands. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. Young Master Aoyang, you're still missing the point. There's no need for explanations. Didn't you come today to get your brother's confidence back? Aoyang Changking cut him off, puffing his chest and declaring, "Fine, this afternoon. I'll meet you on stage. The first disciple in Western lands versus the first disciple in Northern lands will fight to see who is the strongest disciple in the lands and the future best in the lands. If I lose, I will take my words from yesterday's fight back in front of everyone. But if you lose, then you'll have to admit that the Western lands juniors have fallen at my feet. But this time, you're not going to say you were also putting up a tough front and aren't the best in Western lands either, right?" Wu Qingqiu gave him a long look, then showed a cold smile. "Fine, since young master said so much, backing down now will make me look afraid. Then this afternoon, we will fight in the arena on the Mid-Heaven Island. Not Mid-Heaven Island, but beneath Heaven Island's stage." Aoyang Changking raised his head high. "That is where everyone in the sect can come witness our fight. Or you don't want people to see the battle of the strongest. With all those sharp eyes on us, no one can play dumb on the outcome." Wu Qingqiu's face twitched and nodded. "Fine. Since Brother Aoyang has a penchant for fame, we will oblige. Though, young master, the higher you aim, the harder the fall from grace, especially from such a big stage. I have always been triumphant in all my pursuits, showered in applause and the crowd's reverence. I don't know the meaning of falling." Flicking his silky hair away, Aoyang Changking mocked. "Brother Wu, you're best worried about yourself, lest you fail miserably." Wu Qingqiu squinted and cupped his hand as he shouted, "Goodbye." He took Yan Mo away with heavy steps. Watching them go, Aoyang Changking turned back and came inside Zhuo Fan's home. "Hear that? I just received a challenge to fight with the Western lands for the best in the world. I don't have time to waste on you and need to tell all my fellow disciples to come see me fight. Oh, of course, talented young Master Aoyang is bound to be victorious. Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan beamed, easing his tense nerves. "Great, now this fool is finally leaving. That should at least give me peace and quiet for today. Since Ling Yunshan had sent this kid to look into them and had yet to show results, he couldn't attack them just yet. And since the plan was to move tonight, their odds were looking good. A true Central Area spy wouldn't have acted so soon, but Zhuo Fan's team was doing it to turn things around and catch them off guard. Zhuo Fan gave the others a look, who smiled and nodded in return. His joy was short-lived as Aoyang Changking paused. "Also, Steward Kyan, bring your group over this afternoon to watch me crush Western lands. You can't miss it?" Zhuo Fan looked conflicted. "Young Master Aoyang, we've come a long way and aren't even part of the sect. It's best that we don't interfere in the sect and Western lands disciples' conflict. You're too polite. With your group traveling so much, it's rare for you to come to our sect. It's my duty to entertain you guys. We could never impose on the young master's grand hospitality. And we also like peace and quiet, not a fan of bloody fights. Those brutal competitions are. They say merchants know how to read people, so why don't you get it yet?" Aoyang Changking stomped and snapped at them. "You're a merchant traveling the lands, gathering information, or better yet, bearing information. I want you to witness the fight so you can spread my heroism to others. So that everyone would know of my feats, of defeating the best disciple in Western lands, and soon to become the best disciple in all the lands. If only our disciples know this and spread it around, they'll say we're insidious and conceited. What would be the point of today's win then?" Zhuo Fan jerked, giving him a long look and a nod. "Oh, right, young master has such foresight, thinking of the people and their opinions. You're a true man of valor, the greatest in Northern lands. Just the best. Totally, but this isn't bragging, just the facts. Greatness can never be hidden no matter how modest you are. Like myself, a genius of unparalleled talent, it would be a huge loss for humanity not to let everyone know of my true value." Flicking his silky hair once more, Aoyang Changking had a look of utter pride plastered on his face, then patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder. "Come early this afternoon, or I'll send someone for you instead. I'm not to blame if they're a bit rough compared to me with their invitation. Some people just don't know a good thing when they see it, so petty." Zhuo Fan grimaced as he gave a helpless nod. "This damn pompous fool only knows how to brag. I really want to punch him in the face." Oblivious to the others' thoughts, Aoyang Chanking left in glee. "I'll notify Sister Zhu of this fight right away. She wasn't there at my fight with Yan Mo and had missed my greatest moments. But now she's definitely going to see everything, he. Zhuo Fan sighed as he left, then turned to the others. "I hate his type the most, so impulsive and conceited. They always have a knack of messing things up. Only the heavens know what the hell is going on in that mushy brain of theirs. Goes to show something always goes wrong. You may be able to talk your way out of trouble with the older and cunning seniors, but come short when dealing with brats." Bali Yuyu smirked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "This punk only wants to make it big to get as many eyes as possible on him. With there being so many of us, having a couple less won't be noticed. Also, with his obnoxious attitude, he's definitely going to blow this simple match out of proportions. This will lax the guard and give us the perfect chance. Yuyu, you don't need to come to the fight. You'll be scouting out beyond Heaven Island, especially Heaven Sealing Sword's location. You only have that afternoon to get a grasp of the place, moving in once night falls. As for the rest of you, the minute the punk finishes the match, rush to the exit of the sect and get ready to leave." "Got that, Crystal," everyone shouted with solemn looks. Bali Yuyu showed an awfully cheerful smile watching him plan Chapter 1017, her senior brother. On that sunny afternoon, what should have held a measly 10,000 disciples, the stage on beneath Heaven Island was packed with over 5 times that. There were fervent faces anywhere one looked, holding out 2 spiritual weapons and clanging them together in an unhealthy cheer for the one and only Aoyang Chanking. Zhuo Fan wore an eagle mask as he looked around the literal mob, shouting in one voice, bursting his eardrums, and his only reaction was his twitching face. The fool is the master of the stage. Just the mood alone is enough to bore down on the Western Lands group. Ha, with this being the Sun Sea Bright sex home, Aoyang Chanking is like the big bad boss. A guard next to him nodded. Zhuo Fan mocked. "While true, this is clearly overdoing it. Sometimes, the more you hype it, the more it makes you look like a thug who's overcompensating for something. Even if he wins now, it'll have the vibe of having gotten his way and not that of the modest man striving to do better. In the end, youth is impulsive. Sir, you sound like a droning senile." Another guard teased. Zhuo Fan sighed. "It's called experience that ages the mind and reigns in the raging hormones of youth. But this is how youth should be, rash and crazy. To stand out, one must copy Aoyang Chanking here to grow wings, to pave their future, and to be oblivious to the dangers of the world. He only wants to excel disregarding anyone and anything, making him very susceptible to a crooked and deceptive path. As for the old, they have too many things and take measured steps forward lest they lose it all. This brings about a tranquility to them. While youth is easy prey to deception due to their ignorance, the shrewd seniors have their cautious possess them. Being afraid to lose anything, taking hold of just a bit will gain control of them. Thank you, sir, for these words of wisdom." The guard bowed. "I see sir acting with force and also making leaps forward. I wonder in which category sir falls." Zhuo Fan chuckled. "Old ha, I'm an old demon through and through. If so, sir, I see nothing that could make you relinquish control. That's because I'm hiding it well, out of sight of any prying eyes. Showing my weakness will be no different than presenting my neck. Many oldies notice, but I do it particularly well. Ha, are you guys planning something for me?" "No, never, we only listen to the second young master's words. Sir is wise beyond your years, and we're lucky to hear your guidance." The guard bowed again. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Wu Randong had gone through a hard time and wants revenge, which means he doesn't trust anyone. He had you follow me to find out about me, didn't he? Though I don't mind. If I can't even hide my secrets from you guys, an oldie like me is better off retiring while he's ahead. "Sir, we would never." Everyone bowed. Zhuo Fan didn't mind it, his eyes flashing. Aoyang Changqing finally appeared before them, looking startled at Zhuo Fan's mask. "Steward Kaiyan, what's with the new look?" "Ha ha ha, young Master Aoyang, I'm just playing with my daughter and lost. Now she made me wear this ugly mask for the day." Zhuo Fan pointed at Kaiyan as he said. Aoyang Changqing gave him a long look, then mocked. "Why take any game with a child seriously? Having come to my grand performance, you ought to cheer for me. You're only making others laugh with that childish mask. You better take it off." Aoyang Changqing reached for it. "Hands off. Father promised me. If you don't like it, shoo," Kaiyan shouted, stepping between them. Zhuo Fan dodged as well with a smile. "Forgive me, young master. I have given my word. I am a father that needs to set an example for my child." "Oh, Steward Kaiyan is a great father, putting parenting first." Aoyang Changqing gave a nod of admiration. "It takes me back to my own father, who also used to coax me in my childhood, saying he'd let me ride his shoulders. And later? There is no later. He lied to me, never holding his word all these years." Aoyang Changqing gave a long sigh. "That's why I hate liars the most. Last night Yan Mo lied to me, and today I'm going to give Western lands a lesson they won't soon forget." Zhuo Fan looked stunned, then nodded. "Oh, young Master Awanag had such a sad childhood. It pains me to hear it." "Yeah, I never told anyone about this. You're the first." Patting Zhuo Fan's shoulders, Aoyang Changqing glanced at Kaiyan, then at him with seriousness. "Promise me you will never lie to her." I will." Zhuo Fan gave a bitter smile. After giving him one last hopeful look, Aoyang Changqing left. Zhuo Fan found his attitude quite funny from where he was standing, commenting, "Every little devil has a painful past. No wonder Aoyang Changqing grew up parading himself. His father failed his promise in giving him a ride. How sad to be lied to by your dad all these years." Everyone lowered their heads. This pompous fool has yet to experience real pain. Aoyang Changqing has such style. A shout reached them that sounded familiar. Yan Mo and every elite disciple from Western lands made their appearance onto stage. There was also one particular person Zhuo Fan could not take his eyes off. Zhuo Fan shook all over and caught himself, his eyes laced with pain as he balled his fists and clenched his teeth. Everyone was taken aback by his reaction. "What's wrong, sir?" Zhuo Fan's eyes began to tear up. None of them had ever seen the ever-wise Zhuo Fan lose his cool. They looked ahead at the fluttering white veil and at the delicate figure hiding behind, shivering even from a light breeze. She only looked to be holding on thanks to the two girls attending to her. Aoyang Changqing puffed his chest and strutted before Western Lands group among the deafening roars. "Can't I invite some of my fellow disciples to watch my fight?" "Of course you can." Wu Qingqiu cut off Yan Mo's attempt to speak. "It is your sect, and it's in your right to have the fight between the strongest disciples of our lands witnessed. It's just that we have someone ill among us that the sudden excitement would be detrimental. Could I ask for your disciples to be a bit quieter?" "Ill." Aoyang Changqing glanced at the white veil and smirked. "Her? Just why have you brought her anyway? Is this how you're helping our northern lands? 3 days ago, sect leader ordered me to go to your land and greet you, where I learned that you are bringing an ill person, frail and of vacant mind. Why is she even here? And now you're telling me a bit of noise will disturb her. Forgive us, her husband passed away 5 years ago, and her mind has been lost since from the pain. We've tried everything, even pills, but it is out of our hands." Wu Qingqiu sighed and looked at the white veil in sadness. Her husband died in a huge explosion, and now she can't stand loud noises, scaring her. But her husband was also a rare genius, his most notable battle being against the current best disciple in Western lands, Yilin. We hoped that by recreating that image would help her recover. Alas, few are those that can be on par with junior brother Yilin. Maybe young Master Aoyang might just be the one, so we brought her along with this hope in mind. Aoyang Changqing roared in anger. "So you're taking this fight as medicine for a dumb woman. Do you have any idea how important this fight is to me? Yet you're just trying to use me, is that it?" "Of course not. I want you to fight the best disciple in Western lands, to establish yourself as the best disciple in the lands. We're only using this chance to save our junior sister. What is wrong with that?" Wu Qingqiu stared Aoyang Chanking in the eye, chapter 1018, of one heart. Aoyang Chanking glared at them and roared, "This isn't a play for you to enact, but a sacred competition, what is equally matched. I'm not about to throw the match over a demented woman just so you can have your act. Brothers, I want to hear you cheer. Senior brother, senior brother." See, bright sect disciples exploded in an even bigger uproar, constantly clanging their spiritual weapons. The whole stage rumbled from the noise, and as it thundered in the lady's ears behind the white veil, it made her shiver in fright. The two girls helping her held her close to soothe her, their eyes filled with tears. Wu Qingqiu grew angry as he shouted back, "Aoyang Chanking, you're a man coming from a respectable clan. Are you not aware that saving a life makes everything worth it? And we're allies as well. You can't even do this little effort. I will never give up no matter what, and I'll be damned if I'll play your little role you have for me just over some crazy woman. A fake match won't deceive her. We've tried that already. Her mind might be lost, but not her eyes. We only want to see the same power struggle we had in the Western lands back then. We think that only you can do it and don't need anything from you just to give your all. Is that too much to ask?" Wu Qingqiu shouted at him. Aoyang Chanking flicked his head away, not willing to cave. Bam! A youth filled with savage aura stepped in, Yilin. Glaring at Aoyang Chanking, Yilin mocked, "I have no interest in the fight between Western lands and Northern lands' strongest disciples. The only reason I even accepted fighting such a mundane guy like you is to help Sister Qingcheng. But now, Humph, I think you're in need of a harsh lesson. You're far from ever being my match. You're the best disciple in Western lands." Aoyang Chanking squinted with a cold smile. "Fine, come teach me then. If you're just another pretender, then I'll have Wu Qingqiu answer for it once I'm through with you. I don't care who calls himself the best disciple in Western lands. I'll be finding him once I go through all of you. Senior brothers almighty. Senior brothers almighty." The roaring of the crowd once again exploded, and Qingcheng shuddered in the two girls' embrace from terror. Western Lands Group gnashed its teeth, with Yilin filled with murder. "Why don't we take Qingcheng back? She shouldn't be here and take this." Shui Ruohua, holding Chu Qingcheng close, said with tears. The others gave a helpless nod. Since Aoyang Chanking was so against it, staying here would only hurt her more. But this bastard Aoyang Chanking has to be put in his place. Every one of them only felt rage and fury for this arrogant prick, wanting to beat him to a pulp. Aoyang Chanking didn't care since this was his sect, his home, and he had the numbers if it came down to a brawl. As the two sides were at odds, one hand extended in front of Chu Qingcheng's eyes as a man with an eagle mask spoke. "Miss, it's much quieter where I'm staying. Would you care to sit with me? A fight between two lands' strongest disciples shouldn't be missed. Sorry, sir, she needs peace and quiet." "I'll take her back." Shui Ruohua gave him a look, then an awkward smile as she refused. Aoyang Chanking was annoyed. "Steward Kyan, why would you want that crazy woman around you? Also, I know I chose your seat specifically, but it's not that quieter either. Once the fighting starts, it'll be bad for you when the crazy woman starts losing it." "Hey, what did you say? Qingcheng's mind is only vacant, not crazy. Say that again." Shui Ruohua snapped at him. The people around got enraged as well, judging by those glares. Zhuo Fan ignored it all and tearfully gazed at Chu Qingcheng. "It's really quiet there, believe me. You'll be safe. Sir, we appreciate the gesture, but Qingcheng is too frightened and would never let strangers touch." A sudden chill took her then, noticing that the shivering Qingcheng in her arms no longer shook as she calmed down. Her dainty hand even reached out, to the shock of all present, placing it in Zhuo Fan's wide hand. How is this possible? Shui Ruohua widened her eyes as she and the Western Lands Group watched in disbelief. Chu Qingcheng had lost her fame as a cold beauty ever since her husband passed away, and her mind couldn't take it, few people approaching her. Afterwards, she hardly met anyone, shunning almost anyone that approached, finding peace only around her two sisters. But today, to this stranger, she reached out on her own. Why, she's even scared of her acquaintances. Elder brother? Only Yilin knew Zhuo Fan to be alive and well. He muttered under his breath, watching the man with the eagle mask with a knowing gaze. Bro had been away for so many years. Now he's finally back. Holding Chu Qingcheng's hand, Zhuo Fan led her to his spot under the shock of everyone. With every step, his heart bled. I left to spare her the pain, but now I see that I hurt her the most. Was I wrong? Chu Qingcheng's veil fluttered, hiding her face like that of a child, as she followed Zhuo Fan. Despite the uproar outside, her heart has found peace. The hand felt so familiar to her, and it now became her world, knowing there was nothing to fear as long as she held it. Her mind was vacant and knew not who he was, nor the ones around her, but their hearts had once been one, something that would never change. Even without needing to see his face, his mere presence made her know by instinct that he was hers. And she his. Under the dumb looks of everyone, Zhuo Fan took Chu Qingcheng to his seat in Bala Yuyu's place. Glancing at Kaior, Zhuo Fan said, "Kaior, say hello to Mother." "Mother." Kaior could feel a rare warmth from Zhuo Fan's gaze and called out. The others looked at him, and one guard sighed. "Sir, we only knew you to be cunning and ruthless, but now we see there's a gentle side as well. But this also revealed to us your weakness." Zhuo Fan sighed a nod. "Yeah, but she can never be my weakness, because I'll always take her with me from now on. They will have to walk over my cold corpse before they can touch her. I will be her shield, and as long as I stand, no one can use her." Zhuo Fan looked at Chu Qingcheng with hazy eyes, not knowing if she understood any of it. Her eyes were still vacant, her expression tranquil, like that of an infant sleeping. Only her hand shook slightly. Shui Ruohua and the others saw Chu Qingcheng so at peace around a stranger, they didn't know how to react, needing a moment to come to and go to her. Even so, they still couldn't tell who Zhuo Fan was since he had been dead to them for 5 years now. The guards knew how to act, and seeing the two girls looking after Chu Qingcheng, they made way, standing with the other disciples to watch the fight. Now that the mental patient is taken care of, we can begin. But let me reiterate, I will not throw the fight. Aoyang Chanking shouted once more. At which the mob of disciples coming to cheer roared once more. Only this time, Chu Qingcheng no longer shook in fear, holding to the lifeline, the hand that would give her peace. This only baffled Shui Ruohua. Yilin had a cold smile as he stood on stage, smirking at Aoyang Chanking. "Then allow me to teach young master some manners. I'd hate to shame my elder brother for not taking care of my sister-in-law." Chapter 1019. You know me best. Tilda Yilin and Aoyang Chanking stood on the wide stage, with the executives present doing their duty in erecting a barrier to isolate their fight. The loud and raving cheers cut off as well, unable to reach the two fighters. One is a great talent of Western lands youth, the other is the best disciple in Northern lands. I wonder how it will turn out. Ha ha ha, this'll be good. I put my money on Chanking. He's been training in heaven-sealing sword art since he was young, and he also had Brother Lingshan to nurture him all these years. While Double Dragon Manor trains the most elite disciples, they have lost the best period in life, starting too late. And with the loss of vaulting sword, the kid had no chance of learning of the vaulting sword art. The ending is obvious. That's too soon to tell. Yes, being trained early will help correct any bad habits that might form, but the way Western Lands selects its disciple is from their very best, with each having a specialty. After all, vaulting sword art's character is one of harmony. Western Lands does it so that every disciple gets to further amplify their strengths when they learn from the vaulting sword. It's the best way of training in the vaulting sword art and bring about the greatest talent ever seen. But their vaulting sword is lost. Be that as it may, I heard that the best disciple in Western Lands has such an outstanding talent that makes not learning the vaulting sword art a moot point. How reliable is that info? Now I'm really eager to see how far talent alone can get him against a disciple, having learned from a divine sword. Aoyang Chanking did such a great job at spreading the news of his fight that, just like Zhuo Fan predicted, many elders from beyond Heaven Island came over as well. They hovered above, with eager and hopeful eyes. Just like the roaring mob of disciples below, they were just as interested to see who the best disciple among these two was. but without all the fanaticism. Yilin took a deep breath, looking at Aoyang Chanking with a smirk and invitation. After you, lest people say I pick on the weak. You got some nerve acting all smug before me when you're only in the second layer of soul harmony stage. How in the world did you even get to be the first disciple with that kind of cultivation is anyone's guess. Aoyang Chanking mocked back, although focused on looking around the audience. Not here still. I even had to insist for 2 hours to get her to agree. Why isn't she here yet? Aoyang Chanking hesitated. Yilin's brow shook. Where are you looking? Scared? Get over yourself. I am a great 8th layer soul harmony stage expert. You must be dreaming if you think I'd be scared of someone in the 2nd layer. Aoyang Chanking huffed with disdain, but still scanned the crowd. Such a grand performance comes by rarely. You're turning all my effort and grand heroic performance into wasted effort with your absence, Sister Zhu. Sister Zhu, quick. It's about to start? Meanwhile, in another area, Shangyuan Qingyan kept pulling Murong Zhu's arm, running over to the hustle and bustle heard for miles. Murong Zhu rolled her eyes. It's just that pompous prick showing off. What are you getting all excited about? I know Aoyang Chanking is the best disciple in northern lands with hardly anyone lasting 5 strikes, but his opponent this time is the best disciple in western lands. Maybe it'll be a great fight for once. You don't want to see if there are such experts among our peers. Shangyuan Qingyan had a very good reason, yet when she arrived at the show, her eyes were everywhere but the stage. She had even less interest in Aoyang Chanking's high-class act. The only reason she came was because she heard Zhuo Fan's group was here to cheer for him. So she thought of an excuse to get Murong Zhu to come as well. Was she worried at all that maybe Murong Zhu would figure Zhuo Fan out? Absolutely not. She believed Zhuo Fan had taken precautions since he chose to come here. And two, once she spotted him, she'd dump Murong Zhu and would shield him from anything. This way they'd also get close. What could possibly go wrong? Having run her plan countless times through her mind, no matter how shallow, she would have Murong Zhu as an excuse when coming to the fight anyway. Murong Zhu had no clue of her intentions, beginning to assess the fight. Yanner, Aoyang Chanking is strong in the end. While he always carries himself with flair and idles away like a true pompous fool, his upbringing has been perfect. He had started seclusion with his father when he was 5, to understand the heaven-sealing sword art. Not even I can last more than 20 moves against him. Won't that mean the best disciple in western lands is going to lose? Shangyuan Qingyan giggled. Sister Zhu is the strongest disciple in southern lands, but for even you to say you're going to lose, won't that mean he has won over southern lands' youth? While eastern lands' strongest disciple was that cousin Yulin. Though even alive, he wouldn't be a match to Sister Zhu. That means eastern lands lost as well, which leaves western lands needing to defeat their best disciple to be the best disciple of the 4 lands. Murong Zhu gave a helpless nod. Yeah, now you know why he blew this fight out of proportions. He's about to be the best disciple in the 4 lands, a very good reason to celebrate. And with western lands being the last among the lands, their best disciple is definitely going to fall way short. Now the entire fight had turned into a spectacle for him to look good. That's why I don't feel like coming only to watch his obnoxious grin getting wider. He, of course he's obnoxious. Shangyuan Qingyan teased, it will go along with your promise. His win will make him the best disciple in the lands and give some credence to becoming the second invincible sword one day in the future. Murong Zhu sneered. Best in the lands. Second invincible sword. Ha, that's rich. Even if he wins against western lands today, his winning streak will stop here. There's one among our peers he can never defeat. He has the highest chance of becoming the second invincible sword. Who? Shangyuan Qingyan's brow shook, shouting eagerly. It can't be him, right? Murong Zhu turned heavy as she spoke. Central Area Sword Star Empire's Crown Prince Bailey Jingshan? Him? Yeah, just another Bailey. Murong Zhu shook her head with a sigh. I've once gone to the central area and met with the prince on several occasions. The Bailey clan is truly incredible, filled with talents and in constant growth. I believe that even 100 years after Invincible Sword, that clan will shock the world with another incredible figure. At the very least, Their top 10 princes are on par with the best disciples in the lands. With the first 4 being above us, I couldn't even last a blow against Bailey Jinxian. He's really the second coming of invincible sword. Shangyuan Qingyan's eyes shook. We really are hopeless. Our homes will all be united under Sword Star Empire's tyranny with everything destroyed. Yeah, their strength breeds fear and despair. Murongzu sighed, looking desolate. It was Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei who set up the meeting with the princes. He was then looking to persuade my brother. That's why he put on such a display to intimidate us. I have to admit it worked. Seeing those princes' power and the immense potential of the Sword Star Empire made me realize with each passing day that we are on our last leg. While we are fighting over who's the best, the Sword Star Empire already took that title, rising to their glory. Maybe the next time, the 4 lands would end up crushed under its power. That's why I feel Aoyang Chanking's fanfare and conceit as the best disciple in the 4 lands as empty words. Shangyuan Qingyan nodded in understanding, sighing. Sister Zhu has seen much, unlike us. Being so competitive and drunk on fame is truly childish. Sister Zhu, you're here at last. I've waited ages for you. Aoyang Chanking's eager shout reached Murongzu, waving in excitement. Shangyuan Qingyan and Murongzu had a bitter smile and shook their heads. In such desperate times, he had the leisure to compete over who the best in the alliance was. It only helped to make his childish image in their minds more pronounced, or to be more accurate, naive. Zhuo Fan tensed seeing Murongzu here, lowering his head. Chu Qingcheng reached out by herself and held Zhuo Fan's hand, gripping both of them tightly as if to console him. Although her eyes were still vacant. Sorry, sir, she doesn't know what she's doing. Shui Ruohua startled at Chu Qingcheng's action, wanting to take her hand back at once. It just wasn't proper to do that with a stranger, especially a man. They'd really take her for a crazy woman. Zhuo Fan stopped her, sighing as he gazed into Chu Qingcheng's deep and vacant eyes. After all these years, you know me best. Chapter 1020, Tied. Sir. Shui Ruohua shook at Zhuo Fan's words. Have you met Qingcheng before? With Chu Qingcheng's vacant mind, she would usually avoid anyone who got close, except in this man's case, she actually took initiative. What was even more baffling, no acquaintance could achieve this, not as easily as this man. It could only mean that he had to be a very close friend to Qingcheng, closer than even her fellow sisters. Zhuo Fan said, You could say we are close, but I just can't believe that after all these years she became like this. I see, sir, must be an old friend of Qingcheng. Shui Ruohua nodded and sighed inside. Life is in constant change, and Qingcheng has suffered so much these years. When her husband passed, Shui Ruohua was filled with grief, speaking of Chu Qingcheng's matters these years, though it felt more like using a shoulder to cry on. Zhuo Fan listened quietly about his loving wife's troubles, with each word stabbing his heart. The sorrow he felt for her brought him to tears, but he gnashed his teeth and bore through them, forcing those bitter tears to be buried in his heart. The others listened in on the hardships and lowered their heads as they glanced at Zhuo Fan. The stage was drowned in shouts and roars of the crowd, with only this small corner at peace. The pain and sorrow overwhelmed everyone for a long time. Chu Qingcheng had flinched now and then at Shui Ruohua's retelling, slowly leaning on Zhuo Fan's shoulder. Zhuo Fan could no longer stop the tears, falling down in waves. In all these years as her husband, only now could he lend his shoulder to his weary wife. He felt pain like no other in all his lives. The crowd was too busy hollering and shouting to pay any attention to their pain. Their eyes bloodshot while watching the stage with fervent joy and thirst for a good fight. Tilda Yilin's knuckles crackled as he stared hard at Aoyang Chanking. You almost had me for a second there when you bastards said you didn't want Sister Qingcheng to disturb you. But now I see you went to such lengths to set the stage all to show off to a woman. Humph, you're a real piece of work. You'd rather show off to some cheap broad than save a life. I vow on my name as a sacred beast inheritor that I'll put you in your place here and now. Hey, who the hell are you calling cheap? For insulting the woman of my dreams, I will make you pay. Aoyang Chanking cursed back. He exploded with power in a blue glow, cold and thick. giving off a choking feeling under its pressure. The barrier around the stage was unable to contain it, sending the terrifying aura into the crowd, the power of the heaven-sealing sword Aoyang Chanking had been training in for many years now. "Oh," the disciples clapped and jumped. "That's our senior brother Chanking. He has the power to be the best of the best." Yilin didn't look remotely impressed, shaking a bit and unleashing a draconic roar from within as flames soared. The golden flames swallowed his body, releasing a searing heat felt by even those outside the stage. It was so bad that the tiles began to buckle and warp under the strain. As for the stage, it split in two, half belonging to Aoyang Chanking's icy heaven-sealing domain, while the other half was Yi Lin's and his blistering, decimating golden flame. The two had unleashed their powers and were at an impasse. The audience gasped, too overwhelmed with amazement to keep shouting Aoyang Chanking's name. They came here thinking it would be a short fight like all till now, with Aoyang Chanking reigning supreme like always. Now, however, they were met with a standstill, at least from Aura's standpoint. Silence dominated for once, with faint whispers being heard now and then. None expected a peer of theirs would finally rise that could stand up to Aoyang Chanking's power. This was bound to be an awesome fight. The oldies spectating were taken aback as well, smiling and nodding. The best disciple in Western lands lives up to his name. "The fight is going to last a while, ha ha ha," Shangyuan Qingyan pulled at Murong Zhu in all her excitement. "Sister Zhu, it's nothing like you said. Aoyang Chanking might not win this one." "Oh, it does seem like it." Murong Zhu was stunned as well. "I would never guess the dry Western lands of talent would give birth to such an outstanding man." Shangyuan Qingyan looked smug. "What do you think of my Zhuo fan, then? He's from Western lands too, however." Murong Zhu smirked. "Their display only proved their training is the same, but not who wins. It will solely rest on the skills, cultivation method, and attacks. Aoyang Chanking is the son of the strongest in northern lands, Aoyang Lingshan. Such things are nothing for him, but as for that Western lands kid..." Shangyuan Qingyan grinned. "We'll just have to wait and see." Murong Zhu looked interested for a change, her eyes no longer flat but having a spark of curiosity. Face twitching, Aoyang Chanking looked at his opponent having matched him in aura and frowned. He glanced at Murong Zhu then at Yilin and clenched his fists. "I've underestimated you, boy. You're nothing like everyone I fought so far. Curses, this fight may not be the show I wanted, but since Sister Zhu is watching, I'm not going to let it disappoint. Speed is of the essence. I'm going to finish him off before he gets any chance to fight back and drag things on. It will only make me look like a fool. I had ignored my adversaries so far, but not this one. The crux is Sister Zhu is watching, and I cannot let it show I'm sweating even a drop." Aoyang Chanking gnashed his teeth and shot for Yilin. Yilin laughed and met him halfway. "You got the wrong guy if you think you can match me in a brawl." Bam! A shocking explosion echoed as the punch and kick collided. The powerful shockwave was so strong it even made the barrier tremble. The two jumped back to their place, but while Yilin stretched out his golden scale arm with a sinister smirk, Aoyang Chanking's leg was jerking, clearly in pain from holding it up. God damn it. Why's the punk's body so damn hard? Not even my heaven-sealing sword art-strengthened body can match. Is he a monster? Aoyang Chanking gnashed his teeth and glanced at the stunned crowd. Senior brother actually came out at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Even the oldies were amazed. The Western lands kid is great. I had never seen Chanking so distressed. For Western lands to have such an amazing talent, it must be once in millennias. Another elder nodded. Western lands is filled with talent that don't just stop with him. A sudden speaker said. The others flinched and gasped. "Exalted High Ran, what are you doing here? Aren't you helping the Shangyuan clan unseal the soaring sword?" "Why? That seal is not only strong but queer as well. We've been giving our very best for 3 days and 3 nights now, yet still couldn't lift it. I came out for a breath of fresh air, letting Old Bai have a go." Exalted High Ran gave a casual wave. The others bowed. Exalted High Ran is working hard, but what does Sir mean by that? You're saying Western lands has more disciples like him? No way. That and then some. Then why is he the best? Because the strongest has died years ago. If he was alive, I dare say he'd become the second invincible sword. It would have given us hope of fighting the Central Area's ambition, but... And Hai Ran grew sullen as he sighed. The others were startled at the revelation, but also skeptical. Is the old guy for real or mere bragging? Since when did Western lands become a trove of talents? For even their second choice for best could push Northern lands' best disciple. What does that say about the Western lands' best chapter 1021, Evoking Heaven Art? Yan Mo, you were right. Aoyang Chanking really can fight Junior Brother. Maybe not to the level of Zhuo fans' fight with Junior Brother, but it should come close with how they are. Outside the arena, Wu Qinkyu commented on the fight, telling Yan Mo, "You've done well." Yan Mo dismissed his praise. "It's nothing. I went first with Aoyang Chanking to test his strength. I lasted 20 rounds with him, while only holding for 18 with Yilin. The best disciple in Northern lands is a show-off, but does live up to his name at least. I just hope the fight could stir Chu Qingcheng's mind, the least we can do for Zhuo fans' spirit." Yeah, this fight is our hope to bring Zhuo fans' spirit peace. If even this won't work, then nothing will. Wu Qinkyu sighed, glancing at Chu Qingcheng and seeing her peaceful face leaning on Zhuo fans' shoulder. Her tranquility caught him off guard, especially since there was a huge fight going on and she had no sign of being afraid. He signaled Yan Mo and said, "Hey, Yan Mo, who is that guy? Junior sister Qingcheng has been at peace ever since they met. It's baffling." Yan Mo frowned and shook his head. "I have no idea. He's wearing a mask, so I can't tell, though I don't think it would make a difference even if he hadn't. From Aoyang Chanking's introduction, he's a merchant from Northern lands. We've hardly ever left Western lands, so we definitely not recognize him. Why do I get a familiar feeling about him then?" Wu Qinkyu's senses threw him into a state of confusion, but he put it all aside and focused on the fight. Aoyang Chanking looked around after his first loss and saw Murong Zu's eager eyes. His delusion made him believe she was rooting for him with that hopeful gaze. So he gnashed his teeth and weaved signs. With every sign, thunder boomed and rumbled as a sudden heavy air overtook the area. Soon, the people found it hard to even breathe. As the warmth was sapped away, ice began to form and spread. The oldies cried out at his actions, "Evoking Heaven Art. Does he plan to finish it by showing his cards so soon?" Evoking Heaven Art. Exalted Hai Ran started as well. See Bright Sect's main Earth-ranked martial art, that Evoking Heaven Art. The skill is said to have come from understanding the heaven-sealing sword. One old man nodded gravely. Yeah, the heaven-sealing sword contains the power of seals. By learning its art, one gains knowledge about the sealing way and breaking way. The Evoking Heaven Art came from the heaven-sealing sword's breaking way. Exalted Hai Ran. Cultivators need to reach Genesis stage to draw upon the world's power and grow their sword's power to unseen levels. But the Evoking Heaven Art breaks the chains of the world and uses its power before one reaches Genesis stage while unleashing the same type of might as a Genesis stage expert. It's an outrageous art, and the more worldly power is drawn, the bigger the impact. In other words, Aoyang Chanking has become, for a brief moment, a Genesis stage expert. Exalted Hai Ran gasped as he looked intently at the fight. Since they're even, won't that mean Aoyang Chanking has gained the upper hand with this boost in cultivation stage? Soul Harmony cultivators are seen as weak to any Genesis stage expert. Yilin is no normal Soul Harmony expert, but neither is Aoyang Chanking in his now temporary Genesis stage. He is an inheritor of the heaven-sealing sword art. Yilin's hopes are slim at best. The elder shook his head with a sigh. Exalted Hai Ran has to look closer. The Evoking Heaven Art is no secret art, but it has its fair share of dangers. One needs to exercise restraint when it comes to worldly power. Not even a fresh Genesis stage cultivator has much control over the worldly power, let alone in the Soul Harmony stage. If he goes beyond his limits, the power will go berserk and it will take it out on him. At worst, he'll be ripped to shreds at heaven's mercy. Aoyang Chanking is the best disciple in Northern lands. He has at least that self-control, right? I fear his reckless youth will get the best of him. You can tell by how the fight developed. I fear he will not only hurt his opponent but himself as well, just for the sake of winning." The old man sighed. "I can only hope that his opponent will fall quickly so he can reign in the worldly power before it causes harm." Exalted Hai Ran smirked. "That's going to be hard. Yi Lin is quite unyielding. When he fought the best disciple in Western lands, he almost bet his life. He's only standing there because I stepped in." Ugh, they shared bitter smiles and shook their heads. Why did it have to be these two pig-headed fools that have to fight? The fight was worrying the elders, but the audience was oblivious to the danger, exploding the minute Aoyang Chanking unleashed his great move. Aoyang Chanking saw the cheers aimed at him and the girl of his dreams watching him, and smiled. His signs formed faster. The more signs he formed, the harder the pressure of the world bore down, with a bone-chilling coldness spreading. Icy sword waves formed in the sky as they flew around, spreading shock and fear. Yi Lin no longer had a smug look, but became serious, his fists clenching. Rumble with Aoyang Chanking's final sign, lightning split the skies, unleashing a deafening thunder. One black cloud exploded into myriads of icy swords, gathering around Aoyang Chanking and numbering in the tens of thousands. Bang Tilda scraped the barrier of the stage and punched holes in it like it wasn't even there. The safeguard was now gone. The audience was too incensed to care, shouting harder than ever and chanting his name. With the fall of the barrier, everyone, even the crowd, was now part of the fight, and being part of such a fight only meant one thing for them: death. While they were blissfully oblivious to the incoming doom, the oldies picked up on the crisis. Blast it! Now if anything happens, it will only become worse. Humph, that kid just had to pick Beneath Heaven Island's stage for his fight. Doesn't he know this stage is meant for average disciple spars? Its barrier isn't strong either. It's because most people are on Beneath Heaven Island. Aoyang Lingshan's son is like the rumors paint him, vain. Exalted Hai Ran smiled. "Well, aren't you going to stop him?" The oldies paused. Exalted Hai Ran, why don't you try? TCH, hell no. Exalted Hai Ran rolled his eyes. "It's your home, so how could I step in? Until my disciples are in peril, I won't budge an inch. Any sooner and it will be taken as Western land's defeat. While a mere children's quarrel, we all have our dignity, all right." The oldies shook their heads. "We can't step in either. Chanking is pig-headed but has great talent. He's going to take his father's place and wield heaven-sealing sword, that is certain. And you want us to barge into his most prideful moment and his fun? TCH, a bunch of bootlickers. It goes to show how it got to his head and beyond. You always indulged him." Exalted Hai Ran clicked his tongue and he watched. The oldies had no comeback, silently accepting his jab. None would step in until it was too late, like whether the kid was suicidal or not had nothing to do with them. Below, sword energies roamed around with the world's energy filling the air at Aoyang Chanking's whim. He grew excited because none had brought him this far, making him feel the amazing power for the first time. Having the world in the palm of his hand was intoxicating. Aoyang Chanking shouted and pointed at the skies. The thousands of sword energies combined and formed into a sword image with a cold edge 300 meters tall, its unstoppable aura shimmering the air around it. Wu Kinkyu cried out. This is the power of the world Aoyang Chanking is able to use. But why, curses, how is that little junior brother able to take such a boosted move? This is not as simple as a mere boost, but a gap in stages. Hardly anything can bridge the gap between Soul Harmony stage and Genesis stage. Yan Mo gnashed his teeth. The two were equal, but now, with this incredible secret skill, Yi Lin will have a hard time overcoming it, even with all he has. Wu Kinkyu sighed, glancing at Chu Qingcheng. I hope to give her an even fight, but Aoyang Chanking went all out too quickly, becoming overwhelming in power. It took all the thrill out of it. The others sighed a nod. Only Yi Lin looked at Zhuo Fan below, his eyes thirsting for battle. After turning to his opponent, golden flames burst from his eyes as if to prove his resolve. Elder brother, watch closely. I have lost to you before, but after these years, I'm just as good as you. Chapter 1022, Shocking Move. Ha ha ha, can you feel the extent of my power? Give up while you still can. We're allies and would hate to leave you hurting and break our land's relations. Have some common sense, and I will make sure to follow in my footsteps of grandeur. With the heaven's sword in my hands, the world's my oyster. Aoyang Chanking raised his hand and lifted the terrible and sharp illusory sword, feeding his ego as he spoke with conceit. As for the audience, they only grew more excited with his confidence. Only Murong Zhu gave Shangyuan Qingyan a bitter look. He has the power, but nothing beats his narcissism. The more I think about it, the more I fear for the future of the northern lands with him in the lead. Yi Lin gave him a cold look, not at all impressed by the humongous, flashy sword above his head. He actually had the nerve to taunt. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's too soon to tell, don't you think, brother Aoyang? You really think you have it in you to take on this sword? I'm going to crush it. With golden flames shining in his eyes, Yi Lin shouted, his body exploding with power. This is a secret art I could only use once in the soul harmony stage. I planned on using it on elder brother when we sparred again, but since we met first, I'll let you have a taste. Decimating inferno fire dragon form. Yi Lin roared at the heavens, followed by draconic howls, shaking the air with every rumble. Scorching and golden lights shot from his body like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the whole sky. A dreaded heat wave spread, enveloping half the world in a red hue and the audience in a hot spell. As for Yi Lin, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, began to change. Golden scales formed on his body and his teeth turned into sharp fangs. He was now like a wild beast, and from the shape of his head, it was that of a dragon. Everyone gasped at the sudden transformation. Is his soul the greatest heaven dragon soul? How else could he take this form in soul harmony stage? His power and Yuan Kai amount had to be multiplied. There are now some good chance he might actually take on the sword. Aoyang Chanking huffed. So what if you have the heaven dragon soul? My sword is from the heaven sealing sword art. Even if you harmonized with the heaven dragon soul, it won't do a damn thing. Humph. Do you really think this is your average soul harmony? Ignorant whelp, just watch. I told you this is fire dragon form, not your average fake draconic soul harmony. Yi Lin smirked and shouted again. Boom! Akin to a detonation, the violent golden flames shot from his body in every direction. The great power made the audience squint, feeling on their skin the searing heat he released. Aoyang Chanking gasped, his mind going a mile a minute as he reproached. Brothers, this is but a fight for the best in the alliance, not to the death. Could you not detonate, please? The oldies were just as stunned, gaping at the display. Not even exalted Hai Ran acted with more composure. Why is Yi Lin so panicked to detonate? He's not even cornered yet. Standing there for any longer would let the inferno reach the crowd and would be sure to leave countless casualties. The elders were ready to stop this from happening. Aoyang Chanking grew serious as well, about to slash with his sword and stop the incoming golden flames. And yet, the spreading golden inferno paused and pulled back in on the stage, forming a huge fire tornado, punching a hole in the skies. When the tornado settled, a deafening draconic cry racked the audience's ears. The elders, Aoyang Chanking, even exalted Hai Ran watched with dumb look at the incredulous scene unfolding. Yi Lin had been hiding such a move even in the years spent inside Double Dragon Manor. Yi Lin was nowhere to be seen on stage, replaced with a 300-meter-tall golden and flaming dragon soaring high above. Where it passed, the air shimmered, as if the skies feared the divine dragon's roars. Only a divine beast could have the might to challenge heavens, never content with just holding the world's power. Yi Lin was now a fire dragon, his power being on the level of heaven itself. Why then should he care if the opponent used worldly power? Aoyang Chanking's brow shook, still holding the sword, but his gaze was lost. Screw you. That's no soul harmony dragon, but the real thing. Talk, where the hell did Western lands get such a monster, you damn abomination? Wu Qingqiu and the rest from Western lands were floored. They knew Yi Lin was badass, but only now knew he held a skill that could rival heaven's. Aoyang Chanking had now met his match as a fight like no other was about to unfold, The fight sure was intense, on the level of Zhuo Fan and Yilin's back in Western lands. Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo shared a smile, then looked at Chu Qingcheng. Shangyuan Qingyan was dazzled, looking astonished. "Sister Zhu, it's totally worth it." "Yeah, it's beyond my imagination, the best disciple in Western lands to be of such amazing talent to fight the son of Aoyang Lingshan. He is on the level of the best 4 princes of the Bailey clan. As for the strongest Bailey Jingshan," Murong Zhu sighed, "I don't know for sure since we never fought, but these two give us hope." Bam! Yilin's huge bulk landed on stage, the large vertical eyes staring at Aoyang Chanking, while sometimes glancing at Zhuo Fan. "See that, bro? This is my power, just like yours." His mood got killed the minute he saw Zhuo Fan never even looking at him. Zhuo Fan's eyes were only on Chu Qingcheng's peaceful features as he listened to Shui Ruohua tell him of Chu Qingcheng's troubles. Shaking his huge dragon head, Yilin sighed with disappointment, focusing on his adversary instead. He opened his maw to reveal the human-sized fangs as he laughed. "Boy, you dare talk big with me. You're only asking me to tear into you." Bam! The dragon claw slammed on stage, crumbling it to pieces, the powerful shockwave howling as it spread to the audience and burning his majestic visage in their trembling hearts. It was like they were seeing a real dragon in all its glory, robbing them of their breaths. All the resounding support Aoyang Chanking had been getting from his fellow disciples was now quashed under the oppressive power of the dragon before them. They couldn't muster the slightest peep, feeling utterly inferior. Yilin was a true dragon, a king in his own right before the masses. For the first time ever, the stage had sunk in complete silence. No one held more authority than the fire dragon's royal aura. Aoyang Chanking started to sweat as he watched the huge dragon, but his heart burned with anger. He didn't know what abomination Yilin was, with how the average soul harmony stage cultivator merely took on the appearance of the soul beast, bumping up their power a bit. But this guy in front of him became a true dragon. No matter how he looked at it, that was not a human standing before him, but a dragon made of fire. He didn't care how or why it happened, only feeling that his grand performance had been squashed. All eyes were now on Yilin's magnificent and royal form as he became a prop. It was a blow his ego was incapable of taking. He had fought so many times, but when did he ever become the extra? This time there were so many people watching, all thanks to his efforts too, and to show off in front of the girl of his dreams. But all that popularity had gone away in a flash. Would a man of his endless pride allow for another to steal his limelight? He had to win this at all costs, or it would haunt him for the rest of his days. Aoyang Chanking gnashed his teeth and resolve glowed in his eyes. The sword above him grew more savage. "I don't care if you're a fake or not, I'll slaughter you where you stand." Aoyang Chanking waved and brought down the greatsword on Yilin's huge dragon bulk. Chapter 1023. Berserk. Hutilda the large sword carried the power of the world as it came down on the dragon head. Its chilling aura swept the stage, cooling the heart coming from Yilin. The dragon's surging fires dimmed and flickered as well. Yilin's brow shook, still having the calm of mind to know that the heaven-sealing sword art held the power to contest the dragons. So he willed the flames to reach 10 meters once more as he used his big claws to grasp the large sword. Bam! The claws screeched as they made contact, with hot and cold fighting for supremacy. Aoyang Chanking strained with a red face to bring that large sword down, while Yilin forced himself with a soaked brow to keep the flames burning against the icy blade, even as they slowly got put out. They both used all they had, but they were now at a standstill. The prolonged tension brought unease to the crowd, looking on nervously and eager to know the final winner, the best disciple in the alliance. "You think you can best me with just your power, in your dreams, evoking heaven art." Pushing hard for 15 minutes, yet the claws held the sword at bay still. Aoyang Chanking had lost his patience. Yilin's true dragon form was too strong, able to counter the power of the world with only his strength. Thinking about it, he realized the Yuan Kai reserves Yilin had were gigantic as well. Thus letting it drag out would be to his detriment. He might have borrowed the world to bump his power. The Yuan Kai he used to gain control over it was too taxing to keep running for long. Speed was of the essence. Today was also the first time he used evoking heaven art and controlled so much worldly power. And if he tried to take some more, Aoyang Chanking hesitated, but then he saw Yilin's conviction. He just gnashed his teeth and shouted as he made the signs. Another rumble spread through the skies as sword energy gathered in his hand and flowing into the large sword. The sword's coldness flared with power, pushing back harder against Yilin's draconic body, snapping the stage in half from the force. Aoyang Chanking grew pleased at the results. Let's see you last now. The oldies of the Sea Bright sect were getting tense by the moment. Evoking heaven art again. It should be fine. Let's hope so. They shook their heads in worry. The audience cheered at their senior brother's comeback, though drowned soon after by another draconic roar. As he pushed at the incoming sword, he also lashed out with the searing and flaming tail. Bam! The large sword shook as it dimmed. Aoyang Chanking shook with it, pushed back a bit, but it was his heart that couldn't take the reality. Yilin smirked and wheezed while still having the energy to mock. Brat, let's see how far worldly energy can take you. Humph, isn't it something you drew with your Yuan Kai? The minute the sword shakes the slightest bit, your Yuan Kai is affected. How will you draw worldly power in that state? One tiny shift and everything will come down crashing. Your evoking heaven art isn't anything to look at. Yilin flared his fire and pushed at the large sword. Bam! Aoyang Chanking's face twisted as he paled. Damn punk, I'll get you for this. With his opponent figuring out his weakness, Aoyang Chanking ignored everything and made signs again. I'll show you the true power of the heaven-sealing sword art. Heaven-sealing art. The large sword exploded into many cold blades and shot for Yilin's bulk, invisible and unnoticed. Yilin surged in the sky because of the loss of resistance, but then the sword waves battered his body, snuffing out the flames and even forming ice. Yilin cried out, "What is this thing? I can't move, ha ha ha, see that. This is the true power of the heaven-sealing sword art, sealing." Aoyang Chanking laughed in pride. Once caught, strength won't matter, for you can't move a muscle. You lost, Western Land's brat. Yilin's face twisted in defiance. The elders above gasped. Evoking heaven art uses the breaking way, while heaven-sealing art the sealing way. Who told him to use both of them at the same time? He's only making it worse. What's the problem? Exalted High Ran felt bad for seeing his disciple lose, but then he heard them and asked, "You're saying this is more dangerous than evoking heaven art?" The elders nodded. Yeah, overusing evoking heaven art only gets the power to run berserk and could step in to get control over it. But with how these skills engender each other, the loss of control will mean a rampant surge of worldly power no one can grasp unless the seal is released. This happened only once, 2,000 years ago, with the wielder using the heaven-sealing sword to cut off the power of the world from unleashing a disaster. But even then, there were countless casualties, and thus was forbidden. I did not expect Chanking to use it today to win a match. Is it because it happened so long ago? Kids these days have no idea of the horrors of the past. Then are you going to do something about it, or just watch? Of course we'll stop it no matter what. The elders went down. But then the dragon roared, and as the ice was about to swallow Yilin, the golden flames flickered to life once more, breaking it down. But there was also blood flowing from his mouth. Aoyang Chanking sneered, "Using your blood essence to stir your potential? Humph, it's no use. The worldly power at my disposal is boundless. How long can you last? Evoking heaven art?" Aoyang Chanking made signs once more. "Don't do it," one elder shouted in panic. Aoyang Chanking was too far gone now, obsessed with winning, with proving himself best. Worldly power gathered once more, bearing down in the form of another sword. Aoyang Chanking shifted his signs. "Heaven-sealing sword art?" The elders' faces twitched, unable to stop him in time. The sword energies coming from the heavens had yet to fully form and turned into cold energy the next second, gunning for Yilin. It formed another cage in an instant. Yilin's heart jumped in shock, fighting to keep his golden flames burning and fight off the cold. It was no use, for the two arts had now set free the world's energy. Out of Aoyang Chanking's control, the world formed a sword by itself, then transformed into cold blades that struck Yilin. Aoyang Chanking laughed in glee. Ha ha ha, you can actually use both arts at the same time for an even greater effect to unleash all the endless power of the world. My win is set. How come I couldn't see this before? You saw shit. That's losing control of the worldly power and bringing about destruction. One elder flashed before him and shouted at the others, "Send for Lingshan at once. Tell him to come with the heaven-sealing sword and break the link." Aoyang Chanking looked baffled. "Elder, what's wrong? Aren't I the first who used the two arts together?" "You think yourself so clever, is that it?" The elder's face twitched, looking distraught and fearful at the sword coming from the sky. Yilin roared once more, trapped in ice again, but this time the ice was bizarre, working to swallow his bulk until he turned into a dragon statue of ice. His eyes then flared with savagery behind the ice. Chapter 1024. Aoyang Lingshan. Whoosh tilde sword energies flew around the sky, slamming into the ice dragon and adding to the seal. The ice dragon howled at the sky with such power it crushed the stage, then blew his breath on the audience, one of ice and cold. The chilling breath swept the unfortunate ones and turned them into statues of ice in mid-panic. So deep was the cold that it froze their very souls. "We're finished. The heaven and earth has gone berserk." One elder held his head and sighed bitterly. Aoyang Chanking was enraged when Yilin attacked his fans. "Hey, Western Lands punk, have you lost your mind? You're the demented one, Chanking." The elder shook his head and snapped at him. "Have you any idea what calamity you caused? Evoking heaven art and heaven sealing art engender each other. Evoking heaven art breaks, opening a channel into the world so you can draw its power, while heaven sealing art seals this channel and the power. When a cultivator uses the worldly power, it would dissipate afterward and return to its rightful place, back to the world. This is its nature. But you opened a channel into the world, then had it sealed in place. The minute you lost all control over that power, it started spilling into reality without stopping thanks to locking the channel while also running amok with no one to direct it. And this is the result." Aoyang Chanking's eyes went wide, scratching his head classlessly. "Elder, so you're saying the dragon isn't that guy but amassed worldly power. Why is it attacking people then? Isn't it just energy? The world has spiritual energy, so it must have its own will." The elder shook his head. "Once a cultivator draws upon the worldly power, they can control it. But now this power has gone berserk, gathering in one place and also gaining sentience from the will of the world. With heaven and earth going crazy, you have no idea what kind of a disaster it can cause. It's beyond anything humanly possible." Aoyang Chanking looked at the far ice dragon with a deep frown. "What about the Western Lands punk? You're saying the power focused on him and it's controlling him. What about his mind? Has it been swallowed? You have the nerve to ask." The elder's face twitched and shook his head. "Have you no clue what you just did? You used heaven-sealing sword art, and he's been frickin' sealed. Now the power of the world is going into the dragon without a conscience, the best thing for it. If the mind was still there, some control would have been possible. This time is going to be even harder to deal with than 2,000 years ago. Your father is going to tan your hide." Aoyang Chanking's lip quivered, like he was a naughty child caught red-handed and looking guilty. The roars echoed across the skies as the ice dragon flung its bulk around and spraying ice to freeze everything. The only expressive thing about these lifelike statues were the fearful eyes and the shocked faces. Wu Kinkyu cried out, "Little junior brother, what happened to you?" "Stop!" Hutilda the ice dragon blew ice once more. Wu Kinkyu knew he was going to fall under such power and rushed to dodge. His leg ended up being caught in the blast, freezing over. "Sir, what just happened? Go and take King Cheng away." The peaceful storytelling had now come to an abrupt end as a monster rampaged around turning people into popsicles. Shui Ruohua gasped and reached for Chu King Cheng to take her away from this dangerous place. Zhuo Fan regarded the peaceful face of his wife and smiled. "It's fine. There's no need to disturb her." You haven't finished the story, Miss Shui. Please continue. As if. With so much chaos around the world might be ending, and you're asking me to tell you a bedtime story? Even if I might be suicidal, I will never let any harm come to King Cheng. What kind of a sister you take me for? While she was insisting on taking Chu King Cheng, one guard grabbed her hand. Miss, since Sir said you may continue, then it's fine. Please trust him. We're also here and shall keep the danger at bay from reaching Miss. Looking into Zhuo Fan's eyes, then into those eyes filled with complete trust, she turned to watch the berserk ice dragon. Shui Ruohua hesitated, but she had no choice other than nod, even if against it. Zhuo Fan smiled and looked at King Cheng next to him lovingly. Bam on stage, Exalted High Ran shot a sword energy at the ice dragon and break the ice on it and reach his dear disciple. But the dragon shook, and all the ice splashing about was soon absorbed into its body along with the power of the strike. Exalted High Ran gasped in fright. What in the world is that thing? Exalted, please refrain from doing anything. Nothing we do will have any effect. One elder with a white beard came over as he explained hastily. That is the embodiment of the heaven-sealing sword art. No matter what skill is used, it will only be absorbed by the seal and become its own power. That's why nothing we do to it will help. We can only protect the other disciples and flee from here. Exalted High Ran was astonished. Then he glanced at the panicking disciples fleeing for their lives, still ending up in ice from the dragon's breath, and said, If you say this thing's unstoppable, how then do we deal with it? We can't let it run amok and freeze the whole sect. Exalted, it can seal everything but the 5 great divine swords. The man cupped his hands and pointed at the ice swords raining down from above even now. Please observe, the channel into the world has been opened, turning into an infinite loop. Our only hope is to dodge and wait for Brother Lingshan to come with the heaven-sealing sword and seal the channel, then cut it to disperse all that power. He will also go easy as to save your disciple as well. Exalted High Ran's brow shook, looking at the ice dragon freezing anything that moved with a sigh. He relinquished a nod. This thing was now part of the world, undying and unstoppable. The more power they used on it, the more it absorbed. The only option right now was to wait for Aoyang Lingshan to come to the rescue and fix this damn mess his own son made. Aoyang Changqing looked at the ice dragon ruining everything out of his control and felt so bad he could cry. I can't tell if Dad will come to strike me down or the dragon first. Sniff. Aoyang Changqing, this is all your fault. You did this, you caused this disaster to fall on so many lives. 2 girls flashed out of nowhere. Shangyuan Qingyan glared at him and started cursing. Murong Zhu was furious as well, full of hatred. Murong Zhu's hatred, however, was due to having involved innocence. Shangyuan Qingyan's rage was because she worried for Zhuo Fan, so she was taking it out on him. She was running her mouth while looking around for Zhuo Fan. With everyone in panic, it was hard to look. Aoyang Changqing lowered his head in guilt under the chastising look of the girl of his dreams. He was even more accepting of his guilt than when faced with his father. There. Shangyuan Qingyan spotted Zhuo Fan, still sitting without a worry and listening to everything. Talk about monstrous, not even having a healthy respect for the worldly abomination running amok just next to him. Maybe it felt the contempt, or maybe all the targets fled and left only Zhuo Fan's group still untouched, but the ice dragon roared and set its eyes on them. It shot for them, its icy aura freezing the area around it as it passed. Watch out. Shangyuan Qingyan cried out in fright, a little too late. The others around her looked down just in time to see another poor soul's being sacrificed to the calamity. Leave this to me. A resounding voice spoke. Hum-tilde, the cold humming of a sword, was heard as a figure in gray rushed over at full speed. Dad? Aoyang Changqing cried out, thrilled and scared, while the others looked on in hope. Northern Land's best, Aoyang Lingshan, finally arrived with heaven-sealing sword to clean up his son's mess. Chapter 1025, Thunderflame Wraithclaw. Heaven-sealing sword art, heaven-breaking strike. A dignified man with a gray robe fluttering in the wind appeared. He had sharp eyes and sharp features. He wielded an azure longsword, giving a dazzling light. Its sharp edge promised to cut everything in creation, even the world humming all along. The sharp sword energy rushed out of the tip and went for the ice dragon, moving with incredible speed through the air. The others watched in awe as the best in northern lands made his move. As he was in mid-strike, someone shouted at him, "Brother Lingshan, please go easy. The ice dragon has my disciple sealed. Please spare his life." There's actually someone in there. Isn't it like the disaster 2,000 years ago? Aoyang Lingshan's eyes shook from the news, and he halted the attack. He looked back to see Western Land's exalted High Ran speaking up. Aoyang Lingshan went back to the raging ice dragon about to run into Zhuo Fan. He was hesitating, not knowing where the sealed disciple was under all that ice, and one wrong move would cleave him. By hurting exalted Double Dragon's precious disciple would mean ruining their cooperation, while delaying would also implicate the people it targeted, under the ice's torment from the dragon. The sudden conundrum had the best in northern lands stuck. Save one, and let many die to keep the land's friends still? Or accept the loss of a single life for the good of many? Aoyang Lingshan found it a very tough choice to make, which was worth it. The alliance or the lives below? It was a headache even for the most righteous characters. But he had omitted one last choice in action, leaving the ice dragon to rampage for Zhuo Fan's group. Now no one could save them. His attack would be too late for the sword energy to reach them in time. The ice dragon would have crushed them to pieces by the time he struck. To others, it looked like Aoyang Lingshan had made no choice when he actually did. Yi Lin was brought at their invitation by exalted High Ran with the promise of safety. With Western Land's crucial situation, his safety was just as vital, far more so than a few random lives. The righteous path stated that all lives were equal. But when people were involved, that value tended to change to suit their needs. Aoyang Lingshan held the sword tight and sighed. Down below it was life and death, yet the matters of the world had won over his principles. He wanted to save everyone, but he stayed his hand. Not for the life inside the ice dragon, but the ties among the two lands. No matter how huge the collateral, the essential personnel had to be kept alive, lest it would cause tension between factions. Such was the secular world. The 5 lands' best experts could be all noble as much as they wanted, but it still didn't change the fact they were tied in the vicious interests of the world around them. Shangyu and Qingyan had hoped for Aoyang Lingshan's appearance, so that Zhuo Fan would be saved. But the best in northern lands' rescuing strike failed to deliver. It astonished her to no end. "Why aren't you doing anything?" "Yeah, Dad would always help people in need. Why is today any different? Is he afraid of harming innocents from how far we are?" Aoyang Changqing cried out. Murong Zhu's brow shook and sighed. It's not a stray attack he fears, but his already stray heart. The ice dragon roared once more, carrying unstoppable power straight at Zhuo Fan, surrounding them in a harsh, cold mist. The slightest touch would mean being frozen on the spot. Now there was no escape. Junior sister King Cheng, junior sister Shui? Wu Qinkyu cried out with the others around him, nervous for their fate. Shangyu and Qingyan cried out in panic. Look out, Zhuo, there was no stopping the ice dragon's charge. It raised its claw and went for their lives, to crush them to an icy pulp. Shui Ruohua and the other girl stood rooted in place. They glanced at the unfazed Zhuo Fan, still sitting in his spot with reproachful gazes. "I told you we should run, but you just had to play it cool. Now look what happened. There's nowhere to go now. If you find death so nice, why the hell did you have to drag us with you as well? Look at King Cheng, she's still lost in her own mind. The poor girl is about to fade away all due to some damn stranger. Well, aren't you all pissed your boss is so stubborn he just had to have you all die as well?" Shui Ruohua turned to the guards then, only to find them just as cool. Shui Ruohua was stumped. Are they all suicidal? You don't mind dying with such a master. Having been around Zhuo Fan for this long journey, they figured out early on how he operated. From inciting frigid rain sword king, to facing invincible sword, whenever he showed complete calm, then it was proof enough that all would be fine. Zhuo Fan held Chu Qingcheng's hand, her head leaning on his shoulder in utter tranquility, even more so than usual. So why would they rack their nerves? They had complete trust in Zhuo Fan's control, worshipping his flawless skills. It could have come from a horde of dragons for all they cared. So long Zhuo Fan was chill, so were they. Hutilda the ice winds blew, surrounding the area in its great power. Even the seats chilled over and froze their rears. It was then the two claws were right on top of them. Shui Ruohua's eyes rolled back, about to faint from terror. The onlookers, Wu Qingqiu, Yan Mo, Murong Zhu and the others were filled with worry but equally helpless. Aoyang Lingshan sighed, closing his eyes, unable to bear seeing the result of his choice. They might be collateral, but lives nonetheless that he brought doom upon. He felt he had lost all dignity. Exalted Hai Ran looked at the three girls below with a shake of his head and guilt. To save Yi Lin and the Western land's future, he had given up on the expendables. It was certain to all here that Zhuo Fan's group was finished, sighing at the loss. But the deadly ice claws halted for no reason just above them. To everyone's shock, they watched as a black claw formed between Zhuo Fan and the ice dragon, blocking the ice claws from coming any closer. What is this? Why isn't he sealed in contact with the ice dragon? One elder shouted in disbelief. The ice dragon seals everything, arts, souls, and even Yuan Kai in its body. How is it that someone is still unaffected when touching it? Aoyang Lingshan watched the spectacle with equal shock, forgetting to even mind his flying. Heaven-sealing sword art can no longer seal. That's not possible. Shui Ruohua was waiting for her life to end at the ice dragon's claw, but found it to be late. She cracked an eyelid open and saw the black claw keeping it back with a dumb look. Wasn't this dragon unstoppable? Exalted Hai Ran couldn't stop it earlier, so why can this man? Sir! Shui Ruohua turned to Zhuo Fan in shock. Zhuo Fan only had eyes for Chu Qingcheng, who still leaned on his shoulder with a smile. Then he glanced at the halted ice claws with a hard expression. You ruined the mood, bastard. Thunderflame Wraith Claw? His left eye acted up, and the black thunderflame exploded. It spread over the black claw and enlarged it many times into a huge thunderflame claw. The crackling fire filled the air with death. It was a power and aura that struck fear to the core of the disciples and the mighty experts above, including Exalted Hai Ran and Aoyang Lingshan. As for the ice dragon, it actually showed fear under the black thunderflame's power. Its huge icy bulk quaked from it. Chapter 1026. The best. Boom. The dreadful black thunder claw squeezed and the ice dragon's claws exploded to pieces. The thunderflame made sure to burn them to nothing before they got back to its body. The ice dragon shook from fear, looking terrified. The guy was simply standing at the side, without a care, till now, and gave off no indication it wielded such godly power, incapable of even being sealed. It flicked its tail, and the scared dragon withdrew as he absorbed the cold, icy sword waves from the sky and repaired the damage. Its claws were soon good as new. Zhuo Fan was not about to let it go. Since he had to get involved, he would finish it too. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone, and the huge thunderflame claw shot forth to clutch the ice dragon's head, bursting it with a squeeze. The ice was blown away, even if formed from the worldly power, ended up burned to nothing from the thunderflame. The thunderflame claw grabbed further at the body, and took seconds to turn the 300-meter large ice dragon to pieces, pieces that had no chance of returning, sizzling and gone from this world. The thunder claw grasped one last time and drew a person next to Zhuo Fan. Because of the seal placed on him, Yilin's mind was hazy, his body wobbling around. Yet he managed to catch some glimpses through the haze. Thank you, elder brother. After all these years, I still can't catch up to you. It's fine, just be more careful next time. Releasing the claw, Zhuo Fan looked calm as before, still sitting with Chu Qingcheng leaning on his shoulder, having felt nothing of what transpired. Even with all the chaos that went on, along with the ruckus and destruction, Zhuo Fan made sure to keep Chu Qingcheng shielded from even the slightest tremor. Everyone else, though, was too shell-shocked to react. Aoyang Changqing was gaping even. It was beyond his expert comprehension how the merchant he asked to come watch turned into a world expert himself. The divine move used to crush the ice dragon was beyond sublime. With the ice dragon using sealing, only a divine sword could touch it, but even his dad would have a hard time doing it. Just who the hell is that freak? Shangyuan Qingyan looked on with adoration. But seeing Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng hand in hand, with the pretty face leaning on his shoulder, her joy plunged into confusion. Who is she to him? Why is he so caring with her? I've never seen him act like this with anyone. Gu Yifan. A sudden cry entered her confused mind and saw Murong Zhu frowning with a complex gaze at Zhuo Fan. Shangyuan Qingyan looked around and rushed to whisper, "Sister Zhu, are you sure? How can he be that Gu Yifan? He might wear a mask, but I'll never forget the child next to him." Murong Zhu was convinced. I also know the black thunderflame he used as well. Black flames are a rarity across the world. It is him, beyond any doubt. Clenching her fists, Shangyuan Qingyan lowered her head. How am I supposed to turn this around when Sister Zhu is dead set on her suspicion? Curses, Sister Zhu is too much of a stickler for righteousness and will definitely tell others. What to do? Shangyuan Qingyan was anxious while looking from Zhuo Fan to Murong Zhu. Murong Zhu picked on her cues and whispered, "Yanner, did you already know him?" No way." "Only what I heard from you, haha." Shangyuan Qingyan flinched and forced a straight face on. Murong Zhu's hard stare was unnerving. "Yanner, you don't then? Then why were you so nervous seeing him about to get hurt? Fess up, did you know he was here?" Shangyuan Qingyan caved under Murong Zhu's hard stare, squeezing a helpless nod. "Yet you still covered for him. Do you have any idea how dangerous he is? Sister Zhu, he said he came here to save his son. He's no threat to our lands." "And you believed him?" "Of course I did." "He helped get our soaring sword back." Shangyuan Qingyan turned defiant under the assault, speaking with conviction. "And I saw how much he cared for his son. He won't ever use his son as an excuse, especially when his life is on the line." Murong Zhu's eyes shook and frowned in thought. Shangyuan Qingyan was anxious. "Sister Zhu, I beg of you, don't tell on him, please. He's not bad. If he's so nice, then there's no good left in the world." Murong Zhu rolled her eyes, then sighed as she looked at Zhuo Fan. "I don't need to say anything. His attack painted a target on him. The Sea Bright sect will place a high value on him, and it's just a matter of time before he's found out. Then let him fake for a while longer." Shangyuan Qingyan sighed as looked at Zhuo Fan with deep concern. Murong Zhu sighed and shook her head. One guard saw everything that had happened and whispered to Zhuo Fan, "Sir, I fear we're now the center of attention. Our cover will be blown." "I know." Zhuo Fan glanced at the peaceful Chu Qingcheng and smiled, but it was all worth it. Qingcheng shouldn't have been like these for so many years and should close her eyes and get well. It's what I owe her, what I... Zhuo Fan looked lost, and the guard understood as he retreated. Shui Ruohua stared into Zhuo Fan's expressive eyes with astonishment. "Sir, why do I find you familiar?" "Have we met?" Zhuo Fan remained silent. Whoosh tilde exalted Hai Ran suddenly landed before them. Giving a long look to Zhuo Fan, he helped Yilin from the ground and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sir, for your help. How may I address you?" "Steward Cayenne Fan." Zhuo Fan replied. Exalted Hai Ran started. "Cayenne clan, from the northern lands." "Yes." "Oh, northern lands have such amazing talent." Exalted Hai Ran gave him one last look, then cursed inside. He thought Yi Lin and Zhuo Fan from western lands were the peak of what was humanly possible in terms of talent. Now he found that there was one more obscene genius from northern lands. Talent comes in all sizes in every generation, and from anywhere. The world will change. Exalted Hai Ran inspected Yilin's weak body, then said to Shui Ruohua, "Take Qingcheng. I'm taking you back to look after your wounds." "Lie area level equals 1, hold." Shui Ruohua rushed to obey and take Chu Qingcheng, but Zhuo Fan intervened. Zhuo Fan looked at Chu Qingcheng with her eyes closed and said, "Only brother here is wounded. Senior can just take him. Miss needs peace to get well, don't disturb her." "You can all mind yourself, since he is far more important to you, sir. It's best if you don't delay his healing." Ugh! Exalted Hai Ran knew sarcasm when he heard it. a clear criticism for abandoning them over Yilin. He sighed and cupped his hands again before leaving with Yilin. Shui Ruohua was stumped as to what to do. Wush Tilda Aoyang Lingshan came next, on the stage, and raised his hand at the uncaring son, who was now shaking in fear at his dad's presence. "You fool! You almost sent us all to oblivion, you know that?" "I know, the elders told me." He held his head with a guilty look, quickly changing topics. "But shouldn't we be tending to the world channel and seal it first? We need to stop the power from flowing in." Why is there no more sword energy in the sky?" Aoyang Lingshan huffed in anger. "There's no need to seal it, not when it closed itself." "How peculiar, then. Weren't you saying that you were clueless and that the elders had to fill you in?" Aoyang Lingshan railed it on him. "Damn brat, listen up. The worldly power needs to be drawn into the secular world to be controlled. To simplify, your art did that. The world went berserk because you changed the target of the drawing. Like before, the ice dragon became the target, making it so the worldly power focused on him. Once the ice dragon is no more, then there's no one drawing it. Of course the world will return to normal." Aoyang Chanking bobbed his head. A weakened yet firm voice reached them. "Aoyang Chanking, let's fight again." It was Yilin who was now carried away by exalted high ran. "Humph, just a fight. Next time I'll just use one art to beat you again. Let me tell you, the best in the alliance will one day be yours truly, ha ha ha." Bam. Aoyang Lingshan had enough of his boasting and cuffed him over the head. "You're fighting nothing. Haven't you caused enough trouble? And I thought the best in the four lands had been settled already." Aoyang Lingshan's eyes shone as he looked at Zhuo Fan. Everyone stared as well in realization. Maybe not only the best disciple in the alliance. Chapter 1027. Watched Aoyang Chanking felt conflicted as he looked at Zhuo Fan. He could tell the other was strong, but did not mean he was ready to admit it. Unless a proper match is taking place, no one can say who's stronger. What's the point? That exchange was enough to show the difference between you. Aoyang Lingshan gave him a sharp glare, then spoke heavily. "That ice dragon is something you and the Western Land's disciple have made with your power. It can be said he fought both of you then and easily beat it. He is far above you in this aspect, and—" Aoyang Lingshan grew silent at the end, and Aoyang Chanking got curious. "And?" "The ice dragon used your strongest heaven-sealing sword art, yet he easily broke it. This shows he is above you. He is in another class than you who are fighting for the best disciple in the four lands. You just can't win against him." Murong Zhu was the one to finish Aoyang Lingshan's words. He was staring at his father with eyes filled with questions, and Aoyang Lingshan nodded. "Zhuer is right. I've been fighting for so many years, but not once have I seen any divine sword's power being restrained. Not even invincible sword-sundering sword art has such power. But he, just who is he?" Aoyang Lingshan stared at Zhuo Fan filled with doubt. The others were also curious, trying to guess his background. At the very least, they could rule out being a tiny steward to some merchant clan. Murong Zhu kept her promise to Shangyu and Qingyan and did not say a word. Not like they needed her help, since Zhuo Fan gave himself away in broad daylight. He was in the limelight, and there was no escaping it. Sea-Bright sect was not about to overlook such a mysterious and dangerous element slipping into their home either. They were all looking tense, trying to pick his every tell. Zhuo Fan acted oblivious, just sitting there with a girl on his shoulder not wanting to disturb her. "I am Aoyang Lingshan of Sea-Bright sect. Who might Sir be, and where do you come from? What brings you to the Sea-Bright sect?" Seeing how the strange mood had no effect on Zhuo Fan, Aoyang Lingshan came over before this seemingly radiant stage cultivator. He dared not disrespect in the least. The rest looked intently at the exchange. Aoyang Chanking still refused to believe what was happening. His father, the best in northern lands, was paying respects to some junior. It only went to prove how much the best in northern lands evaluated Zhuo Fan, no less than at his level. Since he got rid of the heaven-sealing sword art in one move, it meant that such power was the nemesis of the heaven-sealing sword. As its wielder, he was definitely concerned. While the cultivation was far below, the skill used put him on edge. Zhuo Fan gave him a look and knew he could no longer play innocent. having got to his usual mysterious and calculative self. He regarded the extremely respectful Northern Lands senior and spoke casually. "Senior Aoyang, I am only a steward of the Cayenne clan coming to deliver goods." "Let's leave it at that. Cayenne steward. Ha ha ha, does Sir take me for a child? We know everything about the Cayenne clan and there's no one like you among it." Aoyang Lingshan shook his head. "I don't want to force Sir to be honest, but the situation is critical now. Your sudden presence here terrifies us all. I have no choice but to offend Sir to avoid any problems. I can only ask for your forgiveness." Aoyang Lingshan's face was cold, giving the elders a look. The dozens of Genesis stage elders had the merchant group surrounded. The guards tensed, awaiting for Zhuo Fan's orders. Shangyuan Qingyan started, clenching her fists with a frown and a pained heart. Murong Zhu shook her head, while the Western Lands disciples and Sea Bright sect disciples watched the events unfold. Shui Ruohua and the other girl were just confused, looking at Zhuo Fan in wonderment. How did he turn dangerous? Who is he to need to arrest him? Zhuo Fan didn't move still, looking gracefully at the peaceful girl leaning on him. He then glanced at Aoyang Lingshan. "Senior Aoyang, could you give me a moment to sit better? Sit better? What for?" Aoyang Lingshan had no idea what trick Zhuo Fan was trying to pull. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Senior Aoyang, I just want to sit and nothing else. After all the destruction the ice dragon caused, it will make for a nice sunset to enjoy with the ice covering everything." "Enjoy the sunset?" Aoyang Lingshan's brow twitched, looking around the icy and snow-covered ruins, then at Zhuo Fan with a dumb look. What's up with this guy? There's no shock, panic, fear, nor anger, just the intention to watch the scenery. Is he all right? Aoyang Lingshan was floored by the deep eyes behind the eagle mask. Zhuo Fan's request had him stumped. The others let Aoyang Lingshan take the lead and would not stop now. So all were looking dumb at Zhuo Fan, who just wanted to enjoy twilight. They had seen their fair share of people in their long lives as cultivators, against sly weasels or rash fools, but Zhuo Fan took the cake. Chu Qingcheng opened her eyes, much clearer than before, but still vacant. She then left Zhuo Fan's side. "Qingcheng is awake." Shui Ruohua lit up and spoke in gratitude. After all these years, this is the first time she had such a peaceful rest. Even with all the chaos around, it's a miracle she could sleep for so long. Shui Ruohua teared up. Zhuo Fan nodded at Chu Qingcheng and said, "Senior Aoyang, let's go. Miss Shui, I'll leave Miss Chu in your care." "Did you stay like that so you won't disturb her?" Aoyang Lingshan saw Zhuo Fan showing no change, but then it hit him. "I get it now. Sir, after you." Aoyang Lingshan gestured, and a couple elders approached Zhuo Fan to detain him. Zhuo Fan didn't fight, walking away with a deep gaze as Shui Ruohua held Chu Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, after I save young Sanzi, I will come get you and will never leave your side again. Pa." He barely made a step as Chu Qingcheng reached out and gripped Zhuo Fan's hand. Zhuo Fan started and looked on with hope. Is Qingcheng awake? What he saw was the same empty eyes, even as her soft hand held on to him, like something precious, unwilling to let go. Shui Ruohua tried to pull her, but the grip wouldn't give. Shui Ruohua was awkward, looking puzzled. What's got into Chu Qingcheng? Zhuo Fan knew that she reached for him out of instinct. No matter when or where, even with her faded mind, her memory's gone. Her feelings would never change. Chu Qingcheng was holding on to Zhuo Fan all because of those feelings. Zhuo Fan's heart was in pain again, speaking firmly to Aoyang Lingshan. "Senior Aoyang, could you also bring Miss wherever you're taking me?" Chapter 1028. Snow Peak 4 Elders. "Sure, as long as the people from Western Lands agree." He gave Chu Qingcheng a long look and understood the situation, that it would not help Zhuo Fan's case either way. By looking at their hands so tightly held, Aoyang Lingshan had a guess as to what they might be. There was no reason not to indulge him this small request and nodded. He couldn't just as well turn antagonistic, not before having an idea of who Zhuo Fan was, where he came from, and the side he took. Zhuo Fan gave a smile and a nod, then turned to Shui Ruohua. She got the idea, seeing how Chu Qingcheng and him were so close. It might actually work in Chu Qingcheng's favor and help her recover faster. She gave her approval and let go of Chu Qingcheng's hands. Chu Qingcheng showed a faint smile, finally at Zhuo Fan's side and sticking to his arm like glue. See, Bright Sect's elder escorted Zhuo Fan and the guards under careful watch, just like prisoners. Shangyuan Qingyin witnessed from the side with worry for Zhuo Fan on one hand and confusion on the other. Zhuo Fan had never been thoughtful to any woman around her, to the point he'd even do all he could not to disturb her sleep. But who is she? Junior sister Shui, what is going on? Who is he and why did you let junior sister Qingcheng go with him? I don't know either, but they seem to be very close. Qingcheng felt at peace around him. I believe that letting her stay with him will help her recover. Wu Qingqiu rushed to Shui Ruohua for an answer, but she didn't know much else either. Yan Mo grumbled, "How can you be so careless?" He's too much of an enigma and has the Sea Bright Sect watching him. By letting Chu Qingcheng go with him might end up with using her as a shield in the end. How are we going to save her then, in Sea Bright Sect's home no less? They wouldn't just cave under his conditions just because you're a Western Land's disciple. What else was I supposed to do? You saw it too, her hands were glued to him and wouldn't let go. Her mind is lost, so of course she's being hard on us. Don't you get that simple truth? Why you? Yan Mo and Shui Ruohua bickered, with Wu Qingqiu frowning in thought. He then rushed over and cupped his hands at Aoyang Lingshan. Senior Aoyang, my junior sister with a frail mind has now gone with that unknown man. I only ask Senior to look after her if anything happens. I understand you don't have to say it, but there's no need to worry since he has no ill will towards your junior sister. Aoyang Lingshan cut him off with a dismissive wave. Wu Qingqiu looked lost. Senior, how are you so sure? His feelings for your junior sister are plain to see, and she leans on him too. This can't be faked. Aoyang Lingshan spoke. I've been around for many years and can read a situation. Your junior sister will be in complete safety at his side, ha ha ha. Aoyang Lingshan laughed and patted his shoulder, then left them there confused. Aoyang Lingshan walked to his son and raised his hand, making Aoyang Changqing tuck his head and kneel with a sullen look. Aoyang Lingshan watched his reckless and wild son with gnashed teeth, lowering his hand in the end, resorting to chiding. Damn it, boy, have you any idea what storm you stirred today? You not only caused so much harm to your fellow disciples sealed as they are, needing to be taken to Heaven Sealing Pavilion to recover, you also forced me to take the Heaven Sealing Sword from its place, weakening the barrier. What if Invincible Sword used this chance to strike? If the sect fell, it would all be on you. I need to get the sword back at once and report to sect leader about Steward Kyan. Once everything is settled, I'll come deal with you. Aoyang Lingshan flicked his sleeve and flew away, leaving Aoyang Changqing with a pained gaze and disgruntled face. Then I wish for it to never settle. As long as Dad's busy, he won't deal with me. This Aoyang Changqing, Murong Zhu could read him like a book, shaking her head and saying, Yanner, don't you think he hasn't matured one bit, Yanner? Shangyuan Qingyin wasn't there, though. Wu Qingqiu had got Aoyang Lingshan's answer and consoled his group before leaving as well. As he went, Wu Qingqiu's mind was deep in thought. Shui Ruohua suddenly found her path blocked by someone unexpected. Miss, are you? Shangyuan Qingyin from Eastern Lands. She made a bow. Shui Ruohua looked puzzled. Miss Shangyuan, why have you suddenly appeared like this? I want to know everything about that lady, down to the smallest detail. Can you tell me? Shangyuan Qingyin looked straight in Shui Ruohua's eyes. Shui Ruohua started in confusion. Why is she interested in Qingcheng? Shui Ruohua gauged her restless eyes and nodded in the end. An hour later, the moon now replaced the sun in the sky as the night fell. A flash of light appeared on beyond Heaven Island, on the highest pavilion, connecting it to the sky, making it a true abode of immortals. Aoyang Lingshan appeared here, walking towards the copper pillar, 2 meters tall by half-meter wide, covered in signs that glowed faintly. He took a deep breath and presented the heaven-sealing sword with utmost respect. I have borrowed the divine sword and now come to return it. I ask the 4 venerables to activate the barrier and put the divine sword in its rightful place. Ha ha ha, that was quick. An aged voice echoed in the pavilion, followed by the appearance of 4 elders with white beards on each side of the copper pillar. Lingshan, we have lent the sword on account of the sect being in mortal danger. Now that you have come to return it, we would like some answers. Aoyang Lingshan shook his head. The misfortune of the sect came upon by my wretched son, almost unleashing a calamity. Aoyang Lingshan sighed and gave a full account of the events. The elders turned grave. Chanking is a good seed with his amazing talent, but it got to his head and affects his mind. The stronger he is, the bigger the fall. Lingshan, he's your son and you need to set him straight. Regardless of his great future, it will only bring glory to the sect as long as he walks on the righteous path. But if he turns evil, the world will suffer. He cannot be indulged. I shall take Venerable's advice to heart. Aoyang Lingshan felt ashamed. The 4 made signs and the barrier on the pillar opened. One elder gestured, and the heaven-sealing sword in Aoyang Lingshan's hands flew above the copper pillar, hovering quietly. The elders changed their signs, and the barrier was restored. The heaven-sealing sword shone brightly in an icy blue glow, but with barrier in place, it did not travel far, sucked in by the copper pillar. The entire sect's barrier shook then and took on an icy blue glow, mystical and enchanting. The 4 elders nodded. Now the sect barrier is strong and peace is restored. Not even invincible sword can get in, ha ha ha. Yes, Venerables, I shall now take my leave as I have matters to discuss with sect leader. Patriarch bowed. The 4 waved him off and he withdrew. Their eyes, however, failed to notice a delicate shadow watching on like a viper. That's why there's not a guard around Heaven's Sealing Pavilion. The strongest 4 sword guardians, Snow Peak 4 elders, watch it. The pillar's shadow wiggled, and Bali Yuyu appeared in the darkness, looking at the 4 elders with a frown. The 4 combined have the power of a sword king, just as strong as Aoyang Lingshan. Getting the sword will be difficult, not to mention a long battle that will draw in more trouble. What to do? Chapter 1029. Desperate Measures. Bali Yuyu stared hard at the 4 elders from the shadows, hesitation plaguing her heart. Zhuo Fan had her take the sword tonight, but it was obvious that wouldn't go as smoothly in the best sect of northern lands, even for a sword king like herself. God damn it, what now? I'm not good when it comes to thinking. Bali Yuyu couldn't see any way out of this. What would that punk do, seeing him always coming up with a plan for everything? Then this situation oughtn't be any different. Why can't I think of anything then? She was scrounging up all the brain power she could muster for a way out, though she still came up empty. The heaven-sealing sword was behind a barrier and was also powering it. That meant she no longer had any way of taking it by force, to say nothing of the 4 strong elders guarding it. It was a flawless defense that she had no way of breaching. Should I just go back and ask him? Thinking about it, Bali Yuyu's mind wandered, but then shook the thought away. No, I agreed to take the sword tonight. Getting stuck and going to him for help will only make him laugh at me. I am the great frigid rain sword king, for crying out loud. Though it's clear that force won't give me any result. What do I do then? What's more, I can't see any way of passing the unbreakable defense, so what could he do? Yeah, he can't do anything either. Besides, he had me come here to scout, while taking the sword over an afternoon is too hasty. His plan's the one with issues here, having nothing to do with me. Even if I dump this problem on him, he can't solve it either. Yep, definitely no solution. So there's no indignity in going back with an unsolvable problem. Bali Yuyu found the perfect excuse and simply gave up. She blended with the darkness and slipped away. She was going to Zhuo Fan to complain about this impossible task. Although Zhuo Fan had other matters to attend to at the moment, with the Sea Bright sect setting its eyes on him, in the Sea Bright sect's hall, Aoyang Lingshan stepped lightly and was stunned by what he saw. Besides sect leader Ling Yunshan, there was also exalted Hai Ran and Sun Sea sect's Bu Xingyan. Aoyang Lingshan soon came to a realization and bowed. Sect leader, I assume you know? Of course. Ling Yunshan pointed at the 2. Exalted Hai Ran and sect leader Bu had explained everything. I knew there was something special about Steward Kyan, but even I didn't think he'd be so extraordinary. I'm stunned to hear that he destroyed a spirit formed by the worldly power in one blow. You know as well as I that only with the help of a divine sword can we hope to fight back when the power of the world converges. Bu Xingyun rolled his eyes. Sect leader Ling, why are you still praising him? He's a spy, central areas. My sect has already found him out. This only proves it. That's too soon to tell. Exalted Hai Ran waved. His skills are baffling and equally strong, but there's little evidence to support he came to see Bright Sect for nefarious reasons. Wild speculation will only harm the innocent. Harm an innocent. What kind of good can a man of unknown background bring in coming to see Bright Sect? If not a central area spy, what, here to wish long life at sect leader Ling's birthday? So what if he is innocent? In these times of crisis, desperate measures are a must, like culling all unknown elements. Absolutely not. It will only bring more problems if we just kill without finding out who he is. Exalted Hai Ran refuted that proposal, frowning at the dreaded outcome. Bu Xingyun mocked. Are you talking about the buzzing news about Devil Mountain's calamity? Humph, Exalted Hai Ran must now be paranoid. First of all, no one has ever seen Devil Mountain, and it can just as well be fake. Secondly, even if it's real, you think its disciples are all over the place? You think you're just going to bump into one at every step? The chances this time are high. Exalted Hai Ran winced. His strength is beyond comprehension. How many youths in the lands can match him? Who else but Devil Mountain could bring about such a disciple? If he does come from there, all the more reason we cannot mess with him. Devil Mountain must have sapped all your nerves. If Devil Mountain's disciple is against northern lands, are we just going to watch with a smile? Devil Mountain never involves itself with secular matters. As long as we don't touch them, they won't bother us either. What if they touch us? No, this has never happened before. All right. Ling Yunchen stepped in their quarrel, shouting, "This is the See Bright Sect. We decide how we handle suspects here. It's not your problem to consider." The two huffed in anger. Ling Yunchen sighed and said, "Lingshan, how did you deal with him?" "I dared not do anything without sect leader's approval. From what I've learned of his actions, he is not just anyone and would not make things harder. For now, the elders have sealed their Yuan Kai and placed it behind a barrier, awaiting sect leader's orders." "And what about the matter of the sealed soaring sword?" Ling Yunchen asked. Aoyang Lingshan shook his head. "The sealing and breaking ways from the heaven-sealing sword we know of should be supreme, but it seems this seal on soaring sword is so strange that neither method, or any other, work. It makes us wonder who the culprit could be to know of such incredible sealing. We will need time to research it before we can break it. Shangyuan Feixiang is one stubborn fool, insisting on releasing the seal all by himself, even after half a year of fruitless results. If it hadn't been for us two old men stumbling upon this 3 days ago, we might have never known, ha ha ha." Exalted Hai Ran sighed. Aoyang Lingshan nodded. "Hai Ran, you have the cheek to say that. You'd never tell us either." "It'd still be in the dark if it weren't for Murong Lai calling me to help. The old coot had us keep our lips sealed so he wouldn't look bad. You two geezers have no sense of priorities to actually agree with him." Aoyang Lingshan rolled his eyes. Ling Yunchen turned grave. "The unsealing of the soaring sword takes the highest priority as of now. Once the seal is lifted and all leaders of every land gathered, we can then investigate Steward Kaiyan and discuss how to address the issue." They all agreed, with only Bu Xingyun grumbling, "Just kill him and be done with it." "Also," Ling Yunchen glared at him, "Sect leader Bu, you're in See Bright Sect. Could you please respect our rules? Keep your eyes to yourself." Ugh, Bu Xingyun winced. "Sect leader Ling, what's that supposed to mean?" "Ha ha ha, Sect leader Bu is sure to know. In the See Bright Sect, I know everything that's happening. You had your disciple monitor Kaiyan fans group. How else would you have known so fast and be the first to report to me on this matter? I'm only doing it for the safety of See Bright Sect. Sect leader Ling, please don't misunderstand." Bu Xingyun gave a forced smile. Pa Ling Yunchen patted his shoulder with a smile. "If Sect leader Bu wants me not to misunderstand, then please take actions that aren't subjected to suspicion. Try not to overstep again." Bu Xingyun gave him a long look and shook as he nodded. This guy ain't as kind on the inside as on the outside in a rather spacious cell. Zhuo Fan's team sat calmly with their cultivation sealed. The walls were unbreakable, and even many spatial barriers in place to prevent any from getting out. Kaior was the only one overlooked, the Sea-Bright sect elders buying into her actually genuine childish act. How tough could a child be? Zhuo Fan looked calm, ignoring the dark mood in the cell, holding on to the pretty girl's hand. "Sir, what do we do now? It's completely opposite from our plan." One guard asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "If the plan can't keep up with reality, it can only adapt to include the changes. At worst, we'll be waiting a few days in here before we get to work. They're not letting us out of their sights, is Sir that sure? Why else would I be so calm?" "Now stop talking." Zhuo Fan glared at him and sighed as he turned to the numb Chu Qingcheng. "I'm happy that this at least lets us be together. With how dangerous the trip to the North Sea is, even one moment more is enough." Clapping resounded in the empty place, followed by laughter. "Ha ha ha, I was right. Brother Zhuo, it's really you. You're still alive and finally came back." Chapter 1030, Constant Visitation. With a shaky brow behind the eagle mask, Zhuo Fan looked beyond the bars on reflex. The jail door opened with a creak, and the unchanged figure of Wu Qingqiu stepped in before him. With a pleased smile, he looked in excitement as he got closer and closer to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan shook his head with a chuckle. What gave it away? Of everyone on this heaven's green earth, only Brother Zhuo would ever feel so much love for junior sister Qingcheng. This goes both ways as well, with junior sister Qingcheng only ever trusting Brother Zhuo from the bottom of her heart. Wu Qingqiu's eyes shone and sighed. "I had a hard time believing that a good friend who has been gone for so many years would appear before me. It was thanks to Senior Aoyang's words that had me jump to such a wild conclusion. He said you would never harm junior sister out of love, and he was right. That leaves only you who has such undying love for her. Thus the only solution, however impossible and no matter how unlikely the person, is the most probable, for which I have come to see if you're real." Zhuo Fan shook his head. He traced the eagle mask and slowly lowered it. "Brother Wu is wise beyond his years. You found me out. Without me or Yilin back then, Western lands would have had you as its best disciple. Brother Wu is without equal." "I knew it. Why you're really here." Ignoring his words, Wu Qingqiu took in his calm smile and sharp eyes as emotions overwhelmed him. He needed a good minute to get his heart to calm down. It was truly a shot in the darkest of abysses, yet it ended up being real. "Where have you been all these years, even leaving your wife behind?" Zhuo Fan looked back and said nothing. Wu Qingqiu glanced at the ever-soothed yet vacant Chu Qingcheng on his arm with a crestfallen look. "A man always wants to leave his mark. Whatever business you had that needed finishing, no one could have stopped you. Junior sister Qingcheng is very reasonable and would have let you go. The least you could have done was to come back safely and not do this to junior sister." Her hair not only turned white, but she also closed her mind to everyone. "As for you, I see you've recovered from your pain by the looks of your fine black hair, doing quite well for yourself. I barely recognized you." Wu Qingqiu's tone held some blame and anger at how Zhuo Fan treated Chu Qingcheng, who he saw as a good sister. Zhuo Fan had no retort, taking in all of his rebuke. "You have been someone we admire the most, especially by Yan Mo and of course by little junior brother." Wu Qingqiu glared at him. "You've excelled in mind and in strength, earning our full respect. When we heard that you had been killed, many of us wanted revenge. We had taken upon ourselves to take care of the widow you left behind. Even that rampant Yan Mo is thoughtful towards junior sister Qingcheng, all because everyone in our generation sees you as the true best in Western lands. And what did you do? Faked your death and vanished for 4 or 5 years. You have let down junior sister Qingcheng, who has always been hoping for your return, and you have let down your brothers who looked up to you." Wu Qingqiu's tone only grew angrier. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, feeling shame. "Be it 4 or 5 years, it's still a long time. I believed that I could take on everything myself. Qingcheng would have been in pain, but then followed by relief, as in a decade or two, her wound would begin to heal, and in 50 years she would have moved on. A century later, she wouldn't even remember me. The deepest love would be buried in the sands of time, right? But Zhuo Fan felt his heart bleed every time he looked into those dull eyes of his wife. Junior sister King Cheng didn't even wait. The moment you were proclaimed dead, her heart died with you. Wu Qingqiu was grave. I just want to know, why didn't you come back if you were safe? No matter how much you changed, she still could tell it was you even back at the stage. Maybe if you stay with her, you could open her heart again. In the matters of the heart, only the cause can heal it. No pill in this world can heal her, for you are her cure. Zhuo Fan shook his head in desolation. I cannot see her because I hope she will learn to forget me. Why? It's for her own good. I don't want to hurt her. Zhuo Fan squeezed her hand. If I die tomorrow, am I supposed to let her die with me? Wu Qingqiu started. What's that supposed to mean? My life isn't my own and can be reaped at a whim. I just don't want to burden her. Zhuo Fan gave a long sigh. Wu Qingqiu was stunned. I may not know what trouble you're in, but I can see your point. Are you saying that all you've done was for her to live? Zhuo Fan nodded, his eyes glazing from being weary. Sorry, I forgot myself there. I should have known you'd never be so cruel to junior sister King Cheng. Wu Qingqiu relented and bowed after some thought. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. It's fine, telling me off actually made me feel a bit better. I am rather very grateful to you and all who took the time to look after King Cheng these years. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. It's what a fellow brother does, all natural. What natural? You don't understand women at all. A nagging voice came out from behind. If I may say so, and the eldest senior brother of Double Dragon Manor, you should be tearing into this cruel man for dumping his wife. The two looked back to see with a start that it was Shangyuan Qingyan with red eyes from crying and looking at them with indignation. Zhuo Fan was puzzled. What are you doing here? What do you think the jail of Sea Bright Sect is? This isn't a playground. Yeah, I told seniors outside not to let anyone disturb us. Why can you? Wu Qingqiu looked baffled at her. Bang Tilda Shangyuan Qingyan stomped on her way over, cursing in the meantime. I know you're Double Dragon Manor's eldest senior brother Wu Qingqiu, and that those seniors let you in because of your importance in Double Dragon Manor, but you're just a disciple. I, however, am the young miss of the Shangyuan clan, the apple of my father's eye. So who do you think those oldies will favor more? Ugh, Wu Qingqiu was lost for words. True, Double Dragon Manor is leading Western lands, but I'm just a disciple within its grounds. No matter how much favor I have, it'll last for a few decades tops. When the next batch of new guys come, I'll soon be forgotten, while the Shangyuan clan of Eastern lands would always hold their young miss in the highest regard regardless. Their statuses were just worlds apart. Those oldies would of course not step on Eastern lands' young miss toes the most. Wu Qingqiu rolled his eyes and grumbled. See, Bright Sect's elders sure are tough. He failed to notice that they wouldn't let a Western lands disciple see their greatest suspect unless they were tough. It was all due to not wanting to piss off Double Dragon Manor that was behind him that they let him through. As pissing off Double Dragon Manor meant pissing off all of Western lands. They couldn't take the blame. The same went for Shangyuan Qingyan. So this young missy stormed into the jail and right in Zhuo Fan's face as she glared. Young Miss Shangyuan, did I do something to anger you? Zhuo Fan looked confused. Shangyuan Qingyan's lip trembled and nodded. Yeah, you did, because you have no clue what women think. Come again. Zhuo Fan paused, turning to Wu Qingqiu for answers, but he was just as clueless, offering an unhelpful shrug. Zhuo Fan, I know all about you and your wife, every single detail. Shangyuan Qingyan's eyes flared with anger. You've gone through so much together, so why are you such a blockhead? Don't you see what she wants? Zhuo Fan winced, turning grave. Chapter 1031. Breakout. Staring at Zhuo Fan's clueless face, Shangyuan Qingyan sighed and her features softened. You said in the central area that you abandoned your wife because she would die with you, right? But what if that was what she wanted? Well, I didn't. Zhuo Fan spoke heavily. I just couldn't have her enter hell because of me. It's like pushing her into the abyss. I'm no saint, but this is something I could never do. Yet your wife was more than happy to join you in hell. No, unacceptable. Zhuo Fan shook his head. She wants to be with me, so of course I want to as well. But being selfish for a brief period would get her killed, something I don't want to see. That's why it's better if she forgets me. Zhuo Fan caressed Chu Qingcheng's white hair, hurt just by seeing her so unresponsive. But not like this. I only hoped she would forget me alone. She forgot everyone, even herself, all but you, right? Shangyu and Qingyan glanced at the dull gaze of Chu Qingcheng and teared up again. Zhuo Fan shook and closed his eyes. Recalling how Chu Qingcheng shunned any at the fight earlier while only showing fondness to him, a stranger in an eagle mask, he hurt even more. Shangyu and Qingyan lowered her head and sighed. I don't want eternity, only a moment. Zhuo Fan, these were Chu Qingcheng's last words. Do you know what they mean? What? I've pressed senior sister Ruo Hua for every detail, and she said Miss Chu had always been muttering this right before she lost herself. Shangyu and Qingyan sighed. Sir Zhuo is a man of lofty ambitions and achievements. Be it as Zhuo Fan or Gu Yifan, any place that he's found in is bound to be overturned and danger to follow. Miss Chu was ready. Since she chose you, she was willing to accept everything. She didn't mind not spending eternity together as long as she was there next to you. This was her deepest wish. But you had been so selfish and decided by yourself to cut it off. You said it's all for her, so she could be safe and away from you, but did you ever stop to think what she wanted? You gave her all you could, but robbed her of all she wanted. She is living well, but she might as well be dead. Sir Zhuo, is this your love for her? Such selfishness? Zhuo Fan's eyes shook, his body trembled, filled with regret as he looked at Chu Qingcheng's dull features. I was truly wrong. True demonic cultivators can break away from the hypocrisies and deceits, but they can't fight love. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled with sorrow. A demon should never have felt attachment. Attachment cuts off the demonic path and traps you. I could scheme over anything in the world, but always become powerless in the face of love. I wanted what's best for my wife, but ended up hurting her the most. If this was a backlash, then Zhuo Fan admitted he failed in this aspect. Not only was his wife hurt, but he was crushed in this battle as well. Zhuo Fan stood with a blank stare, with Shangyu and Qingyan and Wu Qingqiu feeling his pain. The greatest pain in the world was having the opposite outcome of what you intended. What he thought would get him the best of both worlds ended up with him losing everything. Pa! A sudden hand gently landed on Zhuo Fan's confused face. Zhuo Fan looked startled at Chu Qingcheng, running her hand through his hair in an effort to console him. Alas, those same empty eyes stared back into his soul. Wu Qingqiu lit up. Brother Zhuo, don't lose heart. Ever since you came, junior sister Qingcheng has shown great improvement. I believe that as long as Brother Zhuo stays, junior sister Qingcheng is sure to get better. Yes, now that I'm here, I will help her get well and never leave again. Touching the gentle hand on his hair, Zhuo Fan stood and looked in Chu Qingcheng's eyes as he spoke. Even in death, I will always hold your hand. I won't let you walk the earth alone ever again. Shangyu and Qingyan and Wu Qingqiu nodded with a smile. Though the former felt her own heartache, she was happy that Zhuo Fan reunited with his dear wife, but it was also the cause of her pain. In the end, she rooted for the pair to have a happy reunion and be together. As for herself, she felt great even only being young Sanzi's aunt. Shangyu and Qingyan smiled, brighter than ever before. Wu Qingqiu looked dumbstruck as he smiled back. Chu Qingcheng began to show signs of a smile too, a flicker of life coming and going in her empty eyes. Bam! The jail door was slammed open, making them jump. A bloody corpse missing an arm and leg flew in. The feisty woman showing up waltzed inside and shouted at Zhuo Fan. Brat, you all right? I came to get you out. Who are you? There are 30 Genesis stage experts outside. How did you get in here? Wu Qingqiu gasped. The woman smirked. What can 30 puny Genesis old farts do anyway? They should be proud they could hold me for even a second. But what's with this jail's design, putting 2 Soul Harmony stage brats as guards at the end? I say they're more and more rotten, ha ha ha. She flashed before the two with bloodthirst, ready to end them. Wu Qingqiu's eyes widened in panic. With how strong she looked, she of course had no trouble dealing with the Genesis elders outside, and silently too. She is deadly. She could kill them as easily as squashing ants, and they couldn't even make a peep while at it. Wu Qingqiu grew grave and pale, sighing. Just what was wrong with today, always putting them in imminent danger. Stop, Yu. It was then a shout came. The bloodthirst-fueled finger halted, and she looked from them to Zhuo Fan. What's the point in letting them live? Bala Yu failed to get the sword from the heaven-sealing pavilion and came back to discuss it with Zhuo Fan. There she found their team locked up. So while her head didn't always work straight, her fist was more than enough to compensate. She made the bright decision to break Zhuo Fan out and ask his big brain for a plan. Having him stuck behind bars left her with no clue what to do next. They're friends coming for a visit, not guards. Don't hurt them. Zhuo Fan waved. Whether accustomed or not, she actually listened with a shrug and patted the two. Oh, on the same side, ha ha ha. Sorry about that, don't mind it. It's fine, just don't mind it at all, ha ha ha. Wu Qinkyu looked tense, giving Zhuo Fan a puzzled look. What the hell has he been up to these years? Where did she find this powerhouse? Is she from Devil Mountain too? Oh, Devil Mountain. With all the memories being refreshed, he forgot to ask if Devil Mountain was real or just a thorough lie. But then glancing at Bala Yu, Wu Qinkyu flinched and kept his doubts to himself. Better leave it for later. Shangyuan Qingyan was so terrified, she couldn't even make a peep. Bala Yu ignored the harmless brats and mocked. Hey, Steward Kyan, what's going on? I've been out with work for a bit and you got yourself imprisoned. You even had me come break you out. Steward Kyan, has your shrewd mind finally come up empty for once? He. How stuck up you are. Zhuo Fan turned to the others with a smile. See this face? Allow me to teach you a life lesson. The next time you see someone like this, you're to step on it and beat it without remorse. For the moment one gets cocky over nothing, you'll come to regret having not hit it when you could. Bala Yu giggled, but then her face sank. Chapter 1032, you can go. Bala Yu gnashed her teeth and spat. Rotten punk, you let your mouth run off and ended up in jail. Now I come to save you out of the kindness of my heart, but instead of thanks, you're mocking me. What would you have done if I hadn't come along? Who asked you anyway? Zhuo Fan scoffed with a raised eyebrow, holding onto Chu Qingcheng's hand. I was even hoping to stay here for a couple of days. Miss Yu is free to leave. I'm stuck here behind the barriers and can't go. Bye. Hey. Bala Yu's face twitched, annoyed with him to the extreme. She came to the rescue, but the more she looked, she noticed they were unlike any prisoners she saw. They were more like guests. Is this your home? Are you free to come and go as you please? I even had to go through the guards. Burning with anger, Bala Yu stopped her cursing when she noticed Zhuo Fan holding hands with Chu Qingcheng. Her anger evaporated, replaced by confusion. Kyan Fan, who is she? My wife. Your wife? Bala Yu flinched, feeling her heart skip a beat but also souring. But as a sword king, and particularly a warmonger, she wasn't about to let softness show on her features. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Why haven't I heard about this or seen her? Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. Who are you to me for me to tell you everything? Humph, it's my fortune to be reunited with my wife. I shall treasure these days, imprisoned alongside her. Be sure to look after junior sister Qingcheng, Zhuo Fan. You owe her too much after so many years. Wu Qinkyu said with a smile, forgetting there was a witch not up to 2 feet away. An expert that removed dozens of Genesis stage experts without a sound. Bala Yu looked confused and stared at Zhuo Fan. Then I'll break you out of here. We'll talk once we're safe. No, my wife's mind had suffered a shock and fighting will affect her. Staying here is much better. Just knock her out and we'll be off. What did you say? Zhuo Fan glared. Bala Yu, listen here. She is my wife. Touch her and you'll be sorry. Bala Yu was taken aback, having never seen Zhuo Fan be so determined. She knew the girl was very important to him and sighed with a lowered head. One guard mediated. Sir, Miss Yu is only thinking of your own good. There's no need to turn cruel over a simple refusal, ha ha ha. This isn't about keeping calm. I won't let anyone touch her. Zhuo Fan held Chu Qingcheng as he spoke with resolve. Bala Yu's face fell and gnashed her teeth. Shangyuan Qingyan shook her head, feeling sad. Zhuo Fan is more careful with Chu Qingcheng than with any other girl. Senior sister Ruohua was right. Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng were protective of each other, with no one able to separate them. Wu Qinkyu's face twitched and asked his most pressing question. Uh, Zhuo fan, you just called this Miss Bali Yuyu. What a coincidence for her to have the same name as the Central Area's frigid rain sword king, ha ha ha. That's me, it's not a coincidence. Zhuo fan stayed silent, but Wu Qingqiu and Shangyuan Qingyan were frozen stiff. Frigid Rain Sword King is in C bright sect and listening to this devious guy, but for what Bali Yuyu ignored their shock and the fact she was found out. Since you don't want to leave, what are you planning? Didn't you aim for the North Sea? How are you going to reach it if you're stuck here? I'll leave when the moment is right. Thanks for caring, but for now I want to be with my wife. You can go now. Go, if I go, who'll save you? Bali Yuyu roared. You think just anyone can burst into C bright sect's jail? If I go, you'll either die or be stuck here till you die. It's none of your concern. No one can stop me from leaving when I want, nor take me away if I don't want to. Zhuo fan glared at her, his voice irreproachable. Frigid Rain Sword King, we're all behind bars so you don't have to stay as well and can go back to report to Invincible Sword. This is all I amount to, getting trapped by the C bright sect. Devil Mountain Disciple is nothing much, not when Devil Mountain doesn't exist. You can go and tell him that. Your mission is over. Bali Yuyu bit her lip, not wanting to go, her eyes glaring back. You really don't need my help? No, now go, Zhuo fan sighed. With my wife by my side, I don't need another woman causing misunderstandings. As someone under me, tonight is your last task. The plan is a success, and we can go our separate ways. As you are with Bailey Yushin, you can wait for my end, then report it back to him. There's no need for you to be here anymore. Bali Yuyu shook, with her and Shangyuan Qingyan feeling stabbed in the heart. Having him say there was no place for any girl around him other than his wife cut them deep. Bali Yuyu didn't go anywhere, speaking coldly. You think I want to stay around you? I've had enough ages ago, but with the C bright sect's barrier so strong, I can't pass it. You didn't get the heaven-sealing sword. You think it's that easy? Bali Yuyu rolled her eyes. The heaven-sealing sword is behind an unbreakable barrier in the heaven-sealing pavilion. There are also the 4 Snow Peak Elders, the strongest defenders in northern lands, watching over it. Their combined attacks would be hard to face even for Aoyang Lingshan. How then am I supposed to do it? Could you steal it then? No. Obviously. But you can. Zhuo fan's eyes shone. Bali Yuyu paused. Are you deaf? I can't beat those 4 and can't even break the barrier. I can't because I don't have the strength to face Sword King-level experts. But you have it and can do it for me. Zhuo fan said. Ever heard of diversion tactics? Bali Yuyu pondered and exclaimed. You want to draw them out, but they've been alive for thousands of years. You think such a simple trick will work, and I still can't deal with the barrier. Going after them is bound to fail, which is why we'll use a complex plan. Zhuo fan's eyes shone. Because they're wise old men, they have many things and thus many leverages. Ever heard of rumors becoming real? Frigid Rain Sword King looked stumped. He gestured to her to get closer, and Zhuo fan whispered dark secrets to her through the bars. Bali Yuyu gave him a look of confusion at the end. Will it actually work? With the old coots so obsessed with their stuff, they're easy to dupe, even the wisest elders. Zhuo fan's eyes sparkled. Bali Yuyu nodded and left. I'll give it a shot. But if it doesn't work, I'll take it out on you. Don't go failing on purpose just to find me. This trick only works once. Don't waste my effort and brain cells. If it works, I wouldn't be caught dead coming back here. Bali Yuyu huffed and her footsteps sounded distant now. With the witch leaving, Wu Qingqiu gasped. Zhuo fan, are you siding with the Central Area's Sword Star Empire? Yeah, I thought you said you're not here to make trouble for northern lands. Shangyuan Qingyan said hurriedly. Zhuo fan said, I'm not here for northern lands affairs, nor am I on the Central Area's side. I'm doing it for myself. You can now go report, but don't mess with the plan. You heard it right? I want to go to the North Sea, and the C bright sect would never lower the barrier for me. I can only borrow Bali Yuyu to weaken the barrier and make it easier for me to leave. This way it saves me a dragon breath pill, which is great, ha ha ha. Zhuo fan had a wide smile plastered on his face, making the two confused. Outside the jail, Bali Yuyu looked furious around the corpses. She took a deep breath, about to throw away a token, but something held her back. It was the same token Zhuo Fan had the Qian clan prepare for her. Qian Fan's wife, Qian Yu, escorting goods. She heard voices nearby and Bali Yuyu gripped the token. She sniffed as her eyes teared over. She put the token away and flew for the heaven-sealing pavilion. Chapter 1033, Robbery. The stars shone bright on this quiet night. The four elders in the heaven-sealing pavilion sat on each side of the copper pillar with closed eyes. Heaven-sealing sword was still shining blue, radiating power taken by the barrier. Boom! A sudden explosion tore the tranquility, with a huge fire breaking out 5 kilometers from beyond Heaven Island. The flames reach high in the sky, with the clouds reflecting a deep red. The four elders flinched awake, looking at the fire in the distance, and heard the resulting ruckus. The sect members were running around to deal with it. What's going on? What could have made that noise inside the sect? One elder stroked his beard. Another elder shook his head and closed his eyes. Doesn't matter. At worst, sect leader and Lingshan will deal with it. We just need to do our job and guard this place. Nothing else matters than doing our part. The others regained calm after a pause, just sitting there in silence. Report. Yet 15 minutes later, a panicked shout reached the pavilion. A Sea-Bright sect disciple flew before the four and started lamenting. Venerables, this is bad. Invincible sword and 5 sword kings have broken in. Sea-Bright sect Ling has fallen and senior uncle Aoyang Lingshan is barely holding on. You have to help him, Venerables. What? The calm elders snapped their eyes open and stared at him in disbelief. Are you sure? How, when our barrier is unbreakable? Invincible sword would have no reason to be here either way. Why would they make such a sudden attack? For what purpose? The guy didn't say anything, just looking frightened, being scared out of his mind and unable to calm down. Hey, which elder's disciple are you? Why aren't you answering? One venerable squinted and shouted in suspicion. Did you see Invincible Sword and his team? Did you see the sect leader die? The guy barely squeezed a word through the terror. Why, yes. The four elders grumbled. What's with him acting so weird? His earlier report was clear, so why was he now stuttering so much? Venerables, get the heaven-sealing sword, quickly. Another shout came to the pavilion before they could make some sense of it all. A second disciple rushed in, looking miserable. He slumped at their feet and urged, Senior Uncle Lingshan is hurt badly. Double Dragon Manor and Shangyuan clan have suffered severe casualties and can't hold on. Senior Uncle requests that Venerables go and help with the divine sword. He then spurted blood and fell unconscious from his heavy wounds. The four were alarmed. Is the battle outside that fierce? They've taken out the main resistance. Is the enemy that strong? The four looked shocked, but recalling Invincible Sword, they were instantly sure. With that old monster leading the charge and with the help of a divine sword, it'll be hard to stop him. 3 elders turned to the eldest brother. The elder frowned, his heart in chaos. He figured the best thing to do now was to understand what was happening. But it all happened so fast that there was no time, with the situation out of control and unable to make sense of it all. What am I supposed to do? Venerable, save us. A wail came from outside. The 4 elders' hearts thumped with worry. This time it was a female disciple bursting in, covered in wounds and her eyes filled with blood. She wept. Venerables, Senior Uncle Aoyang. The 4 elders shook, hurriedly asking, what happened to Lingshan? Senior Uncle was killed by Invincible Sword. The girl twitched one more time and cried as she fell unconscious as well. The 4 elders no longer looked at her, each shocked to the core. Aoyang Lingshan, the strongest in northern lands and the only one to use the heaven-sealing sword to its full power, had just died at Invincible Sword's hands. The future of Sea-Bright sect was now ruined, all those thousands of years of glorious history brought to an abrupt end. The 4 panicked and their hearts sank. The noise outside only grew louder. One elder jolted back to his senses and said, Eldest brother, we need to help the sect. We can't sit around while our disciples are being wiped out. There is no sect without them. Yes, but there's rules regarding the sword. The High Venerable no longer sat around thinking, turning to the heaven-sealing sword with hesitation. The sword can never leave the pavilion, only in special circumstances. If we take the sword then, the other three elders cried out. Eldest brother, we don't have time to mind the rules. Without the heaven-sealing sword, we can't stop Invincible Sword's sundering sword. Are you trying to let him kill more of us? This is an emergency and we don't have time to worry about that now. Are you afraid of losing the heaven-sealing sword? High Venerable looked at them and then he nodded. Yes, it's an emergency. Stopping the old monster comes first. This entire situation feels strange, but we need to act fast. With the four of them working together and wielding the heaven-sealing sword, nothing could stop them. High Venerable's eyes shone with conviction. Release the barrier and take the sword. The other three nodded and made signs. Ripples began to spread from the barrier around the sword. The barrier then opened and allowed for the cold aura of the heaven-sealing sword to spread outside. It then began to hum, shaking and hovering above the copper pillar. High Venerable reached out for it. Whoosh tilde the sword turned into a cold glow and flew towards him. Whoosh tilde silver sword energy waves came from nowhere just then, shooting for the elders. The dreaded aura they carried made them shiver and feel death breathing down their necks. The four jumped away to dodge. Bam! While they got out of the way, the heaven-sealing sword could not. With a clang, the sacred weapon got sent hurtling through the air. It was no longer able to tell where High Venerable was and just spun in place. It was then a woman flashed before the four and grabbed heaven-sealing sword. She landed 100 meters from them and spared them a cold gaze. She was none other than the female disciple coming to report. Only she now released a deadly aura that made even the four elders shiver. Who are you? Give heaven-sealing sword back. The four elders shouted at once, clenching their fists. She, however, made the wise choice to ignore them, looking at the divine sword with a flat look, devoid of any joy she might have hoped. Chapter 1034. He must die. Those geezers have been around for thousands of years, and a simple diversion won't work. Even if they do fall for it, you won't be getting the heaven-sealing sword from behind the barrier. The best tactic is to use a lure so they would take it out themselves. As for what could possibly drive them to shirk their duty and rely on the sword? Easy when the sect is in grave peril. The geezers would die for the sect. It is everything to them, while also their only achievement and weakness. You just have to bait them and all will fall into place. As for how to do it, the three-person confirmation method. I know these weasels are shrewd and hard to dupe, but as more people say the same thing, they have to believe it. No matter how suspicious, human nature is the same. We don't even need to believe it fully either, just enough to consider the loud ruckus as grave danger. Just to be safe, they would then take the sword out. With how no lie is perfect, you will have to act fast. In the heat of the moment, those geezers are too distraught to pay attention to everything. Adding to that the unhealthy confidence experts tend to have. Ha ha ha, once you take the sword, take care of yourself, frigid rain sword king. As she stared at the silent heaven-sealing sword in her hand, she replayed Zhuo Fan's words in her mind. Bali Yuyu's lip quivered, then glared at the four with fury. What the hell is wrong with you old coots? Are you that stupid to fall for his dumb trick? Have your brains turned to mush? Ugh, the four elders looked at each other with dumb looks. What's she on about? She took out the divine sword and now blames us for being duped. It sounds more like she didn't want to do it but was forced. What kind of skewed logic is that? Are there people in this world that are forced to rob themselves? Or is this broad just mocking us? Curses, this is mortifying. It's not enough you stole our sword, now you had to insult our intelligence too. Girl, who are you? How dare you steal our divine sword? Give it back now and we'll spare you. The elders roared. Bali Yuyu mocked their kind offer. Decrepit old fools, save your flimsy speech for your bright sect disciples. You have no chance of scaring the likes of Bali Yuyu. The frigid rain sword King Bali Yuyu. The four elders gasped. What are you doing here? How did you get into our sect? Bali Yuyu grinned. Like getting in here was difficult. I just had to stroll right in, humph. Now I can leave and none of you can stop me. Take care. Bali Yuyu was about to leave, but the heaven-sealing sword in her hand had different plans, shaking and trying to fly away from her. It was the divine sword's defiance, shunning any who didn't train in its arts. Bali Yuyu was a sword king and a cultivator of the sundering sword art. With the 5 great divine swords sharing common aspects, she poured her thunder sword energy into it to calm it down. Having humans for its wielders was also an important aspect, since it held no malice towards them. If it were a sacred beast instead, the divine sword would go berserk in trying to tear the beast to pieces. Once the divine sword settled, Bali Yuyu made a sign and placed it in her ring. Bali Yuyu, give it back or you're going to die here. Heaven's sealing sword was now in the enemy's bag, making the 4 Snow Peak elders shout at her and attack. Cold sword waves came at Bali Yuyu from all around her. She gave a smirk of disdain and flared her aura. Her hands flickered and thunder cracked the air, deflecting the sword waves. Boom tilde a chain of devastating explosions resounded as the heaven sealing pavilion blew up, with the horizon taking on a glowing silvery hue. When dust settled and all noise died, the 4 Snow Peak elders found no sign of frigid Rain's sword king. She was gone before they knew it. The 4 elders were a match for even Aoyang Lingshan, making it impossible for her to beat them. The same, however, applied for them. With both sides holding equal power, getting the sword from them was impossible as it was for the 4 to stop her. So while they were flinging threats, they knew the minute the Bali Yuyu got to the heaven sealing sword, they had no chance of getting it back. That attack they did was only out of duty. The 4 watched the empty night sky filled with regret. In another area, people had the burning place surrounded with Aoyang Lingshan, Ling Yunshan, and exalted double dragon among them. See, Bright Sect's disciples and elders watched from the side, making sure nothing escaped their notice, despite finding nothing. Sect leader Ling, what is this place? Murong Lai frowned, looking at the blazing fire. They had to be very strong to have ruined this place so quickly, at the level of the best in the land. But what's so important here that would make them cause such destruction? The others turned to Ling Yunshan. Ling Yunshan sighed. This is the alchemy house of the Sea Bright Sect, where many pills are refined. Are they aiming to cripple our pill supply? That has to be it. Central Area's spies must have slipped in and started causing havoc. Bu Xingyun nodded and cupped his hands. Sect leader Ling, please double the search parties and find them as soon as possible. There seems to be more of them besides that Cayenne caravan. We need to hold Cayenne Fan for questioning. The other mulled a bit and agreed. Ling Yunshan fell silent, still in thought. Aoyang Lingshan smiled. Sect leader, it's like you don't see it as a spy attack. Just like you said, only a real expert could have done this, someone of your level. That means it could only be a sword king. Ling Yunshan's eyes shone. But don't you think taking out just the alchemy house is too little for the 9 sword kings hiding among us? If word got out they were out pilfering would only bring them shame. The others nodded. Yes, why would experts like the 9 sword kings lower themselves to something like this? Maybe it's not a sword king, but another expert. Murong Zhu thought of something. All eyes turned to her. Someone else besides the 9 sword kings. The other land's experts. Aside from the traitors of western lands and eastern lands, that only left Murong Lai of southern lands and Aoyang Lingshan of northern lands capable of this. Are you suspecting your own brother? Or are you saying Aoyang Lingshan would do this to his own home? Murong Lai was the only one who understood, having fought with Bali Yuyu yet having not known who she was. Zhuer, you mean that woman? Murong Zhu nodded, but her eyes shone with cold bloodthirst. Rumble tilde thunder claps echoed from the heaven sealing pavilion, shaking the skies. The heaven sealing sword? Aoyang Lingshan cried out and rushed towards it. The others soon followed in realization. Murong Zai grabbed her brother and said, "Brother, you go on ahead. There's something I must do." What? Murong Lai was confused. What could be more important than an attack on the Sea Bright Sect? You don't have to worry. I'll just check something and return. Just be careful. There's a strong expert hiding in the Sea Bright Sect, and it's no longer safe. Murong Lai saw her unshrinking will and relented, going on alone. Murong Zhu gnashed her teeth and muttered, "Damn you, bastard." The merchant caravan was missing a girl. It has to be her. That guy can't sit still even in jail, causing such a disaster without any shred of remorse. This time he must die. Before Seabright's sect suffers any more destruction and he kills more innocents. Boom! A third loud boom rang that night. The sky began to quicker and broke away, letting the stars shine brighter upon the world without any impediment. The men going for Heaven's Ceiling Pavilion flinched and stopped to look in shock. The strongest barrier in the lands was now broken. Chapter 1035, I Cannot Die. Brother Wu, what do you think of my skill? Chu Qingcheng sat in the gloomy jail, with Zhuo Fan standing behind her, softly running the comb through her long, silky locks, full of care and gentleness. It has only been one day since Qingcheng and I got married, and I had been forced to go to Double Dragon Manor, never getting the chance to comb her hair. It might be silly, but it was a wish of mine. You two can tell me if I'm doing it wrong. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched. Zhuo Fan, you're way too casual. Frigid Rain Sword King listened to you and went to steal Heaven's Ceiling Sword. She might fail and be chased here. You'd be involved in the central area's matters, from which you can't come out alive. And if she succeeds, the Seabright sect would have no way of dealing with her and will take their hatred on you, leading to death once more. I just can't figure out how you can be so indifferent about it. It's like it isn't your problem. Yeah, that Frigid Rain Sword King wanted to break you out of here. You could have accepted and all would be over. Why would you stay here to die? Shangyuan Qingyan grew downcast. Zhuo Fan only had attention for combing his wife's hair, smiling. It's a bit messy. I know I'm not used to this, I just need practice. Qingcheng, sorry. Hey, Zhuo Fan, did you hear any word I said? All of it. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. First off, I told you I'm not with the Central Areas group having my own interests. But the Seabright sect won't believe you, no matter. Zhuo Fan smirked. Them believing or not is all the same to my life. I cannot die either way, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu was baffled. What do you mean it's all the same? They're never going to allow a Central Area spy to live on top of having killed so many experts of theirs. Those Genesis stage experts outside weren't killed by you, but since Bali Yuyu did it to save you, you'll still be implicated. In their anger, they'll even take your life. It will only be harder on Qingcheng after finally coming back. Now you. Zhuo Fan gave him a gesture to be quiet as he showed a vague smile. Brother Wu, you're a righteous cultivator to the core, even your thinking is upright. Be it killing or spying, none have anything to do with me. If killing meant death, then there would be no murders. It's nothing more than a scare tactic. The strong have always preyed on the weak. With enough strength, no one can take your life no matter who you kill. Zhuo Fan paced around, tending to Chu Qingcheng's fine locks, his gentle care in complete dissonance with his cruel tone. Wu Qingqiu sighed. I know that, but you're now the weak one and about to be sacrificed. Aren't you scared? Why should I be? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, showing a devious smile. If they can strike me, you think I can't strike back? Unless they're backward enough to think like a dumb teenager and die together, they would never touch me. You really think that I was so open about letting them seal my cultivation and put me behind bars without any precautions? Wu Qingqiu's heart sank, being more confused than ever. Zhuo Fan's smirk turned serious when he looked at Chu Qingcheng. I couldn't die because I wanted to reunite with my wife one day. Now I cannot die even more because she needs me. I am not about to let anyone take my life. Then I'll take it, demon. Bam. While a boom, the jail door burst open and a girl's voice echoed inside. Yurongzu appeared with a furious scowl, stomping down the steps while staring at Zhuo Fan, who didn't even pause from combing. Shangyuan Qingyan rushed to block her good sister, seeing her so furious, doing anything to soothe her. Sister Murong, what's wrong? Why are you so furious? You dare ask me that? Did you not see the many corpses of Seabright sect elders outside? Glaring at her for the first time, Murongzu yelled at her sweet little sister, scaring her away. Ignoring her infatuated sister with Zhuo Fan, Murongzu glared. Gu Yifen, give me an answer. Did you kill those people? Word caught my ear that Southern Land's immortal healer Murongzu is smart and sharp, but why is it that today you're so slow? Tending to Chu Qingcheng's temples, Zhuo Fan drawled. My Yuan Kai is sealed and I'm stuck in this barrier. You tell me how I am supposed to kill anyone. You stupid or what? Murong gasped in hatred. You might not have done it, but that woman around you did the killing, didn't she? Yep. Zhuo Fan was blunt. Murong gnashed her teeth. Why has she been killing? Did you put her up to this? She did it to break me out. I asked you if you told her to kill so she could get you out. That's why I'm saying you're dumb. If I told her that, what would I still be doing here? I'd be miles away by now. Zhuo Fan cocked an annoying eyebrow, mocking the irate girl further. There's no point in having her save me, so I had her leave. So why are you here, a trip to the sect dungeon? Shangyuan Qingyan couldn't contain her giggle. Murong glared at her and made her flinch in fright. But then she cautiously held her sister's trembling hand from rage, pleading. Sister Zhu, it's true. The woman came to save him when we were here, but he didn't want to go, coming to terms with his crimes and turning a new leaf. Could you ask Brother Murong Lai to speak for him with sect leader Ling and let him go? A new leaf. Humph, his character is unchanging. Flinging her hand away, Murong glared with hatred at Zhuo Fan. Let me ask you, did you put that woman to make those 2 explosions in the sect? Don't try to deny it. I've seen the destruction, and it couldn't be made by anyone other than a Sword King-level expert. Except for the central area, only that woman around you has such power. Now that she's missing, it's obviously. There's 3 explosions. Zhuo Fan cut her off with an evil smile. First was at a place far from Heaven Ceiling Pavilion, the second at the Heaven Ceiling Pavilion, as for the third. Zhuo Fan's grin widened. She gnashed her teeth in frustration and anger. The sect barrier. I knew it was you behind it all. Yep, I had her do it. What about it? I'll kill you. Zhuo Fan's callous admittance proved to have been the last push to Murong Zu's fury. She raised her palm and struck for Zhuo Fan's head. Even with his cultivation sealed, he still showed no fear before impending doom. Bam! Zhuo Fan just stood there with a smile, but Murong Zu had to withdraw 2 steps with a trembling hand. Her eyes were burning with even more rage. Plop! Zhuo Fan smirked as he knocked the air 3 times. Miss Murong, better not call yourself smart again. You're more of a bonehead. I'm a prisoner here, Missy, with a strong barrier left by Genesis stage experts. While I can't get out, neither can you get in. Miss Murong, you're better off asking sect leader Ling to open them if you still plan on killing me. Judging by that savage strike just now, your hand must be crushed, yet it still couldn't touch a hair on my head. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, really I am. Here I am at my weakest, yet you can't even reach me. Gu Yifen, you're one vile demon, just you wait. We'll just see how long your cocky attitude lasts. Murong Zu glared at Zhuo Fan's taunting gaze and scrunched her teeth harder. She then flicked her hand and left. I'll report everything to sect leader Ling, he'll deal with you. First you slaughtered people in the Sea Bright sect, then you broke their barrier. Zhuo Fan didn't even flinch, looking at her in ridicule. Shangyuan Qingyan started and begged, Sister Zhu, don't. He really hasn't done anything in jail. He's good. Good my ass. Even if he doesn't move a muscle, disaster will still befall everyone, just like it did Central Area's Serene Shores trading. He is a devil rotten to the core. His mere existence is vile. Murong Zu clenched her fists and left in a huff, disregarding her sister's plea and even cursing. Yanner, have you got taken in by him? With everything that's happened here, with so many people dead, you still take his side. I will no longer help you hide it and report everything. Ah. No, Sister Zhu. Shangyuan Qingyan cried after her and Wu Qinkyu sighed. This is a huge mess, Brother Zhuo. What are you going to do? Nothing, just wait and see. Aren't you scared the Sea Bright sect will execute you? They won't even try, moreover. Zhuo Fan quirked a smile. This only cements my safety. For now I have 2 blades and soon the 3rd, ha ha ha. Wu Qinkyu was baffled, feeling like Zhuo Fan had cast a net that spread over everyone, putting them on edge. Chapter 1036. Mastermind. Sister Zhu, don't do it. Give him another chance. Shut up. I've given him plenty of chances, which is why so many innocents are now dead. That foul demon has to be put down now before he brings about an even greater disaster. Sister Zhu, it's really not him, but the one under him, who acted in his stead. Murong Zu and Shangyuan Qingyan were fighting while walking for Sea Bright sect's main hall. Shangyuan Qingyan pleaded while Murong Zhu would always throw her reasons aside, flaring in anger. He is a plague. His end will settle everything. You've been infatuated with him and can't see him for who he is. You even had me go along with this charade, but there's no point talking about this. I shall do the world this favor for the greater good. She shrugged Shangyuan Qingyan's hand off and stormed into the main hall. Shangyuan Qingyan was looking erratic as she followed after her. They, however, were left speechless as they came in, no longer saying a word. The mood was tense and heavy. The thick air was so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. There was not a single sound, not even from a random animal. Sect leader Ling Yunshan had a dark look on his face, his usual smile no longer seen. Aoyang Lingshan, Murong Lai and Exalted Double Dragon and many others were tense too. Before them were 4 elders, stricken with guilt and lowered heads in shame. On the ground were the 2 disciples that worked with Bali Yuyu in passing the report. They were brought in under suspicion of being spies. Murong Lai looked confused at the heavy mood, no longer thinking of reporting Zhuo Fan and instead whispering to Murong Lai, Brother, what happened? Why? A true disaster. Murong Lai sighed, actually looking mournful. Zhuer, you sensed it too. The 3rd explosion came from the sect barrier. Yeah, I did. Did someone get in? On the contrary, someone got out. They took the Northern Land's heaven-sealing sword as well. Murong Lai shuddered and his sigh was longer. Murong Zhu's eyes widened and cried out. The heaven-sealing divine sword's gone. How? Yes, it's gone. That's the only reason why the strongest barrier in the lands could break. Murong Lai felt utterly powerless then. His hand flashed and revealed a golden longsword traced by golden flames. That means we only have the decimating sword as the only weapon against invincible sword. We now have no hope at all. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling the heavy loss. Shangyuan Fakshan glanced at the heavy toothpick soaring sword had become with gnashed teeth. Exalted Double Dragons looked at each other in guilt. They might have had a chance against invincible sword now if they hadn't let Danking Shen run off with the vaulting sword. They could only blame themselves for being soft on their disciple, though no one knew that the disciple did not have it. This issue led to Exalted Double Dragons and Danking Shen coming to a huge misunderstanding, courtesy of Zhuo Fan. Sect Leader, it's our fault we let Frigid Rain's sword king take the sword. Sect Leader, we will accept any punishment you'd inflict upon us without remorse. Looking at their dark faces, the 4 Snow Peak elders' guilt only grew, to the point they even gave a deep bow with tears on their faces. For any damage that our neglect has caused the sect, we deserve nothing less than execution. Ling Yunshan returned the bow and helped them up, not blaming them in the least. Venerables, you've always held yourself with responsibility and diligence. Everyone in the sect knows this. It's all the thief's fault for using such a loud distraction to hide the truth while bringing false reports. Anyone would have fallen for it in such desperate moments. The more one is loyal to the sect, the easier it is for them to believe such treachery. Venerables, there's no need to blame yourselves. I have looked into these 2 disciples and they're not traitors, ending up controlled with a bewitching demonic art. Exalted High Rand's brow shook. The bewitching art isn't some incredible skill, for strong experts would not usually fall for such guile. And even if it worked, the target would end up dull-minded and easy to spot. To pull off such a trick on 4 Peak Genesis experts shows how daring the user was and skilled. Exalted by May sighed. It's not just daring, but calculative. The skill is minor, easily seen through, yet highly effective in the created circumstance. Repeated confirmation makes it believable. Once they took it as real, they were tricked. Then it was just a matter of pouncing with utmost speed at the right moment to get the elders on the wrong foot and steal the sword. The others nodded and sighed. I've heard that the 9 Sword Kings are beyond strong, and that includes Frigid Rain's Sword King. I just can't believe one woman can be so vile and of such twisted cunningness. She's a true master in strength and mind. Ling Yunshan eased a long breath. Invincible sword has yet to come, and one woman's sword king had us running around in panic. Then when we face invincible sword, how will we fight back? Right, what will we do? Who says there's anything we can do? Everyone was wrought with worry, looking bleak and downcast at the doomed and imminent future. Only Shangyu and Feixing spoke. Sect leader Ling, do not be distressed. The thief might be Bali Yuyu, but it might not be her who devised this strategy. From how I see it, the only one among our lands that can come up with such a cunning tactic to control the enemy can only be Sword Star Empire's Bailey Jingwei. He must have planned this before. We have faced him in the central area, and he almost destroyed us with his strategies. It was a very close call. He is truly dangerous. Even if it is Bailey Jingwei's plan, can't we do anything about it? Shangyu clan head, how do you intend to soothe my worries? Ha ha ha, I meant to say that she's too far away from the central area and not with Bailey Yushin. Once fighting starts, anything can happen and he's too far to give advice. So for now, our opponent is still just Invincible Sword. Oh, Shangyu clan head is right. Ling Yunshin nodded and sighed. Although Invincible Sword is an immense threat to us all, he finds any sort of strategy beneath him and would give us a breather. Ling Yunshin saw the others nod and relax as well, feeling relieved from their talk. Murongzu stepped in just then, cupping her hands. Sect leader Ling, I have a report. Shangyu Qingyan didn't stop her, shaking her head in anxiety. Miss Murong, why the sudden courtesy? Ling Yunshin had regained his kind smile. Murongzu spoke heavily. Sect leader Ling, the mastermind behind the theft isn't from the central area, but the imprisoned Cayenne merchant, Cayenne Fan. Ling Yunshin looked dumbfounded. What did you say? Zuer, what's going on? Just tell us. Murong Lai urged her. Murongzu began. The leader of the Cayenne caravan is Steward Cayenne Fan, but I have met him before in the central area. He's the same one who caused the calamity in the central area, the demon Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan? Shangyu Feixing reacted instantly, his eyes looking hopeful. Gu Yifan is here now. Murongzu nodded. Wherever the foul Gu Yifan goes, disaster is soon to follow. I met him in the northern lands as I was coming here, and he also had a strong female guard that matched my brother. He may be in jail, but I have just confirmed that he's behind the devious plan to steal the sword. You can ask Sister Yanner if you don't believe me. She was there, and she knew he was here long before I did. Yanner, is what Zuer said true? Shangyu Feixing stared at his daughter. Shangyu Qingyan's face shook and relented a nod. Foolish girl, why haven't you said anything? You know I've been trying to find him all this time. Shangyu Feixing ignored everything and even forgot to salute the rest as he stormed outside, roaring, Gu Yifan, you bastard! What did you do to my sword? Fix it this instant! Where is the Sea Bright Sect's jail again? Chapter 1037. You can't touch me. Bam! In the gloomy prison, Shangyu Feixing was holding a scarlet sword, bursting right in and looking around with bloodshot eyes like someone who was possessed. Those hungry eyes took moments to find his quarry, setting his eyes on Zhuo Fan. What did I say? The first to show up will be Shangyu clan head. You lost, Brother Wu. Smirking, Zhuo Fan hardly cared being the target of such an intense gaze and spoke to Wu Qingqiu. Per our bet, you now owe me a favor. Wu Qingqiu shrugged. As long as it doesn't go against my morals, I'll do it, Brother Zhuo. Bam! Shangyu Feixing arrived before the two in one mighty leap, the stone floor cracking under him. Curse you, Gu Yifan! You might have the time of your life, but you almost got me killed. Shangyu clan head, why do you say that? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Shangyu Feixing's face twitched, showing his scarlet sword and accusing Zhuo Fan. Damn punk, stop playing around. You dare ask me that? It's I who should be asking what the hell is this? What is what? Isn't that your clan's soaring sword? It's looking mighty polished. Can it? Shangyu Feixing was outraged, spitting as he raged, but the drops jumped back when met with the barrier, landing on his own face. It even got into his eyes. Zhuo Fan waved his hand. Shangyu clan head, why so excited? We even worked together. Screw your cooperation. He was about to rave again, but stopped before he sprayed himself again and swallowed. Wu Qingqiu sighed at the side, admiring Zhuo Fan, who said that the mighty have fallen. Brother Zhuo has his cultivation sealed in prison, yet still talks with Eastern Land's best clan's clan head like he has the advantage. It actually looks like this big boss from Eastern lands has his hands tied by a junior, ha ha ha. Crossing his hands, Wu Kinkyu enjoyed the show. Zhuo Fan was equally calm, considerate as he pointed. Shangyuan clan head, I am now a prisoner of Sea Bright sect. My safety is guaranteed with the jail barrier in place. No matter what you try to do, it won't work. If you really want to punch me, then just like I said to Miss Murong, you'll have to go ask sect leader Ling. Or maybe you could break it yourself. With your strength, that should be doable. Though that would be mighty rude of you before getting approval. That's not how the clan head of the best clan in Eastern lands acts. Ugh, Gu Yifan, are you a prisoner or a guest? The barrier is clearly keeping you here, so why are you talking like it's protecting you instead, like you're the lord here? What gives you the confidence? Sensing the mockery in Zhuo Fan's smile, Shangyuan Feixing's face twitched hard. Zhuo Fan grasped at the air and his eyes shone. No matter where I am, with all under my control, I am the lord. Just like now. You see me as a prisoner here in my cell, but the way I see it, it is Shangyuan clan head that is the one imprisoned. I can do whatever I want here, even tend to my wife. But Shangyuan clan head can't beat me, nor take it out on me, all because of this flimsy barrier. Ha ha ha, I only have a few of words for you. You can't touch me. Who do you think among us is the real prisoner? Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow, then walked to Kaior looking after Chu Qingcheng. Kaior, comb her hair. You're much better at it than me. It's the first time doing it for both of us, so why are you so good at it? Because we're girls? That's talent, sort of. Shangyuan Feixing's mouth twitched as Zhuo Fan did whatever. Then his words sunk in. The kid is right. I'm more tied down on the outside. Who is the one locked anyway? A prisoner outside. One that can't even beat a kid, while the one inside so carefree and infuriating to no end. Just what is up with this world? Shangyuan Feixing felt stunned, now realizing that after meeting this brat, he was never in control, but the one being controlled. He didn't even have a way to vent his anger. He had to take his anger on himself, kicking himself while at it. Giving it some thought, Shangyuan Feixing chose to calm down as much as he could, since anger didn't help him get his divine sword back. He took a deep breath and said, Gu Yifan, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly why I was angry. Soaring sword is the treasure of Eastern lands. We made a deal that we would help you if you returned the sword. Yes, and I did give it to you. Isn't it right there in your hand? What you brought was a piece of scrap. Shangyuan Feixing shouted, Why did you seal the sword spirit? I was planning to use it to fight Invincible's sword. Now I'll end up dead without even putting up a fight. How isn't this your fault? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and sneered. You'd be doomed even with the help of the soaring sword. Since there's no use of you going, I just saved your life. You should thank me. Screw thanking you. You ruined soaring sword. How is that fair? Gnashing his teeth, Shangyuan Feixing flicked the sword and demanded, You have to unseal it or else. Bam. This time it felt like a mob was barging in here as all kinds of experts rushed inside the jail. Zhuo Fan regarded everyone, then turned to Shangyuan Feixing with a chuckle. Shangyuan clan head, to be honest, I did seal the sword spirit to take the soaring sword from Shangyuan Feiyun. I was in such a hurry when I left that I forgot to unseal it. It's my oversight, so after all this time trying and failing to unseal it yourself, it's only right that I should do it, to complete our agreement back then. That's right. I didn't mean anything else by it either. I can understand that you were rash and needed to save your son, but as long as you unseal it now, I will forget everything. We are an upright clan that keeps their word. Shangyuan Feixing grinned in delight. He was only after unsealing the divine sword. So there was no reason to explode in anger if he got his wish. Zhuo Fan's words helped soothe his rage, but then Zhuo Fan shifted the subject with a sinister smile. Things have changed now. If you had come by yesterday to unseal it, I would have done it without hesitation. Now I'm afraid it'll have to wait. What does that mean? Why wait? Shangyuan Feixing cried out. Zhuo Fan curled his lips, sweeping his eyes over the people walking down, because I'm a weak lamb with 3 blades on me. Since you're my first blade, I can't just give you up so soon, now can I? Shangyuan Feixing gave him a hard look, then turned to the others with a nod. Shangyuan Feixiang sighed, knowing his hopes were dashed. Ling Yunshan's group now approached Zhuo Fan, with exalted double dragons looking shocked to the core. It was beyond comprehension how the best disciple in Western lands that had perished 5 years ago would end up here, and as their enemy. They grimaced, even as Zhuo Fan remained calm and had no issue facing them. Qian Fan, Steward Qian Fan, Gu Yifan, Grandmaster Gu, and best disciple in Western lands, Zhuo Fan, right? Looking at Zhuo Fan's calm visage, Ling Yunshan smiled. Sir is known by all of these, which would be more appropriate to address you. Zhuo Fan shrugged. Feel free to call me anything, Sect Leader Ling, though I've grown attached to Zhuo Fan. All right, Sir Zhuo. Ling Yunshan nodded. Could Sir Zhuo tell us in detail why in your capacity as Western lands disciple you haven't returned to Western lands having recovered and instead come to Northern lands? Zhuo Fan turned serious, his eyes flashing. I came to these lands, and to your sect, for one thing, the North Sea Demon. What? Ling Yunshan and Aoyang Lingshan gasped in shock. What do you want with that monster? Chapter 1038, 3 Blades. Zhuo Fan revealed a vague smile as he refused to answer. It doesn't concern you, so you shouldn't ask. Yes, we don't care about your personal matters, and we can't get involved with Sea Demon either. Ling Yunshan sighed, then his eyes flashed and glared. Then what has Sir to say about Heaven's Sealing Sword getting stolen and our barrier destroyed? Did you do this? Yes. Why? Ling Yunshan stared at him hard and shouted. Heaven's Sealing Sword is the treasure of my sect, and losing it will lead to countless losses. Sir is from Western lands, and all 4 lands suffer the same problem. Also, we each mind our own problems, so why would you then do something so grave and lead to a hopeless fate? Because he is the herald of calamity, cold and cruel to anyone else's pain or life. Murong Zhu shouted in anger. The Central Area's case is the strongest evidence. So many lives were lost at his hand, yet he holds no remorse. Sect Leader Ling, he cannot be allowed to live. For the good of the world, he has to be removed, or disaster will only keep appearing. The others looked at each other, but their eyes were thoughtful, each with their own idea. Bu Xingyun, who has seen Zhuo Fan for who he is, jumped right in. Miss Murong can't be more right. He has to die. Sect Leader Ling, he admits to stealing the sword and should be put down as an example. Sect Leader Bu, I have told you many times already, you are not in the Sun Sea sect. This isn't your place to make decisions. Ling Yunshan huffed and turned to Zhuo Fan. Sir, you have yet to answer. Zhuo Fan said, Sect Leader Ling is a sharp man. Is there a need to ask? I said I wanted to go to the North Sea, but the Sea Bright sect cut off the path to it. The only way to get there is by breaking the barrier. Just for that you had the Heaven Sealing Sword stolen. Just... Eyeing Aoyang Lingshan, Zhuo Fan chuckled. It might look like a flimsy reason, but it's crucial to me. To go to the North Sea, I stole Heaven's Sealing Sword, I ruined your barrier, and I would have certainly destroyed your sect or the 5 lands if I had to. Anyway, those that stop me will be crushed. You're a certifiable lunatic. Just for that you put all of the northern lands at risk. Aoyang Lingshan roared. You could have said you wanted to go to the North Sea and we'd have let you. It's easy to have it done. Why did you insist on taking the sword and inflicting such damage? Zhuo Fan glanced at him with mockery. Senior Aoyang, would you have really let me if I asked? Humph, you're too simple. If it would have been that easy, why would the Sea Bright sect be established on the shores of the North Sea, monopolizing its resources? Aoyang Lingshan shook at the response. Also, you might call yourself upright and righteous, but none here is any nobler. Zhuo Fan jeered. Now that's such a big issue, you're saying opening access to the sea is nothing, that a simple request would have been enough. But if the sword had never been taken, would you have indulged a mere merchant's plea? The answer is obvious. How else would you have dominated the sea's exploitation? With that reason, the result is just as flat. Because you had the North Sea locked, I had no choice but to blow this simple matter as going to sea out of proportions. Because you stopped me, I had to move you out of the way first to continue my path. If you want to blame someone, don't blame my extreme methods, but your greed in stopping everyone else. Ling Yunshan's lips shook and relented a nod. Yes, with Sergio being a merchant, your approval would have likely been rejected. If I were in Sergio's place, I would have stolen the sword as well. Sect leader Ling, how can you say that? Just for going to see the entire northern land's population is at risk. How can they compare? Murong Zu's glare never subsided. Just for himself, he spits in the face of virtue and good. His heart is twisted but also strong. He has to be put down. The others nodded this time, but then shook their heads soon after. Zhuo Fan grinned, uncaring for his safety, even taking time to mock her. Miss Murong truly is a warrior of justice. A shame the world isn't filled with people like Miss, dead set on purging evil. Some don't wish for my death. I fear your wish will have to go unanswered. Humph, be smug all you like. I'm sure sect leader Ling will uphold his principles and knows not to show any mercy against fiends like you. Murong Zu glared in hatred, then cupped her hands in hope. Sect leader Ling? That's enough, Miss Murong. You don't have to say it. I have made up my mind. Murong Zu perked up, taking it as a sign that Ling Yunshan took her side and was about to bring Zhuo Fan to justice. Sir Zhuo, will your guard return? Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. Of course, you saw it yourself. She came to break me out, but I needed to tend to my wife, so I didn't leave. She'll be back, though, in a few days to go to sea. Good, then we'll wait till then. When she comes, I will personally escort you all out to sea. Ling Yunshan hesitated as he cupped his hands, then left. Aoyang Lingshan and the people of the Sea Bright sect understood and left as well. Murong Zu was left dumbfounded, still as a statue. What is this? Why is he freed? He killed so many of your Genesis stage experts and stole your sword, but you're just going to move past it and even escort him to sea. What is going on here? Murong Zu was utterly confused, while the rest knew why this happened. Shangyu and Feixing had just gone through a verbal clash with Zhuo Fan, and Zhuo Fan was in no rush to unseal Eastern Land's sword. But that didn't stop him from feeling so down. He asked, pointing at the soaring sword. Kid say when? I'll wait. Wait for me before the sea. All right, but you better not forget this again. Who knows how many years it will take for us to meet again? Shangyu and Feixing sighed and left. Exalted double dragons hesitated before saying, Zhuo Fan, we're happy you're alive. We wanted to look into what happened to you. I understand Exalted's difficulty, and Master had settled everything in my stead. I am instead very grateful to you for looking after Chu Qingcheng all these years. I have yet to step into Double Dragon Manor for even one day, but I can be considered one of you still. You can put your mind at ease, Exalted. I will always be thankful to Double Dragon Manor and Western Lands. Zhuo Fan spoke over them. Exalted double dragons nodded in relief. They feared Zhuo Fan would have hated them for not dealing with the sects back then and letting Chu Qingcheng turn like this. With a devious otherworldly genius around and a monster watching them from shadows, the two never felt safe. Now, though, hearing Zhuo Fan's gratitude, they finally found Zen. After a couple more words, they too left. Now there was only Wu Qingqiu, Shangyuan Qingyan, Murong Zu, and Murong Lai. Murong Zu was overcome by confusion. Brother, what is this? Why has sect leader Ling shown such leniency to this demon after all the hurt he's caused? Zuer, sect leader Ling is in charge of the sect and needs to think of everyone. Murong Lai took a deep breath. Murong Zu said, still baffled, if sect leader Ling is acting in everyone's interests, then he should know how much of a disaster he is. He can't be left alive. Now that he's set free, many more people will get hurt. Yes, this demon ought to be snuffed. If I live, more would die. Zhuo Fan patronized. Miss Murong is so focused she saw me for what I am, a true demon that spreads pain and suffering. While Miss Murong wants to see me dead, I have too many demon progeny around. I could stand before you and present my neck, yet you still wouldn't be able to touch a hair on it, ha ha ha. What are you saying? For the technobabble impaired, I am a demon reaping countless souls, but Ling Yunshan, Aoyang Lingshan, and even exalted double dragons are my children. They may deny it, but they know in their heart that they have to keep this true demon alive. Murong Zu winced. Zhuo Fan continued regardless of her feelings. You think you're the only bright enough to see me for the danger I am? They all know. The minute I walk out will be sure to cause more suffering somewhere. Alas, their hands are tied. For I have on me 3 whimsical blades, flying away the minute my soul leaves my body. They'll never see them again. That's why they can't touch me. 3 blades. First is the Shanguan clan's soaring sword. If I die, soaring sword remains sealed. It translates into the fall of the Shanguan clan, and with northern lands and eastern lands trapped, the other lands would fall as well. For the second blade, heaven-sealing sword, is the same with soaring sword. The third blade, Devil Mountain. Double Dragon Manor had been scared witless 5 years ago when Devil Mountain took the stage, and would never do anything to a Devil Mountain disciple, lest Devil Mountain would burn whole of western lands in anger. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. They don't care about the casualties, only about getting the heaven-sealing sword and unsealing the soaring sword. This affects their future. The constant cries of the masses fall on their deafened ears, as all of their focus is set on the land's unification. They only care about losing their status and sects, not for the countless poor souls in pain and dying. That's why I said reporting me will only make it worse for you, because you said too much. They won't touch me. I am now a prisoner, but I control their fates. It is not I who is locked away here now, but you, righteous warrior, obsessed with killing me. Bam! The 4 Snow Peak elders suddenly appeared with grave faces. Sect leader Ling has ordered us to watch over Zhuo Fan and the others. Chapter 1039, Sword Stars Oppression. Murong Zhu shuddered as she watched the 4 old men with shaken looks. Sect leader Ling sent the venerables to protect a divine sword thief. How does that make sense? Are they afraid that his henchwoman will be back to break them out? Ha ha ha, Miss Murong, you know already. I'd have walked ages ago if I wanted to. Why would I need to stay here and even have these coots watching over me? Zhuo Fan sneered. Moreover, Ling Yunshin knows I want to go out to sea and won't leave even if I can of my own free will. Setting up such a strong guard for someone like that hardly makes any sense. Or are you still scared I'd escape despite wanting to be here? Murong Zhu's eyes shook and she gritted her teeth. Murong Lai sighed and pulled her hand. Zhuer, let's go. Sect leader Ling said it's for the greater good. How is that so? Murong Zhu stared at the 4 elders. Seniors, I just wish to know, what is sect leader Ling's real reason for sending you to watch over a prisoner that doesn't want to escape? The 4 Snow Peak elders muttered to themselves, before High Venerable replied. Miss Murong is sharp. Sect leader did send us to watch him. He might not want to leave now, but what about later? With that woman's incredible strength, only the 4 of us could stop her from breaking in again. As for the other reason, High Venerable hesitated. What other reason? Murong Zhu knew it, but still insisted on hearing it. The 4 Snow Peak elders lowered their heads, giving Zhuo Fan the opportunity to condescend. Miss Murong, you're being hard on seniors. Do you really want to tear the last shred of cordiality? Ha ha ha, I bet you know already. The seniors are here to guard me, as in protect me, lest a certain someone gets the bright idea in the heat of the moment and kills someone of my immense value, making the 2 divine swords to be lost and damning the 4 lands. Especially when that certain someone has such an incredible brother. One'll need extra protection, no? Murong Zhu glared at him as her lips shook, then she turned to the 4 silent venerables. Their silence said it all. With a huff, she stormed out in indignation and fury. Murong Lai looked at them once and shook his head as he followed her. Only the 4 elders, Zhuo Fan's team, Shangyuan Qingyan and Wu Qingqiu remained. I've never seen Sister Zhu so overcome with anger. Shangyuan Qingyan sighed, feeling sad. Wu Qingqiu nodded. She believed she was ridding the world of evil, for the common good, but the people on the same path as hers turned their backs, actually being cautious around her. It might not be just as simple as anger for Miss Murong, but disillusioned. She got here on the firm belief that good triumphs over evil, only to find that she is the only one willing to face a demon like me. Getting disappointed with reality is a given, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed in mockery. Shangyuan Qingyan rolled her eyes and blamed him. It was all going fine so far, so why did you have to antagonize Sister Zhu further? I didn't do anything. She chose to walk this lone path herself. Zhuo Fan spoke. Humanity is filled with endless desires, and where there's desire, there's evil. Few in this world have a true righteous and benevolent heart, while the great majority who walk this path could never come to free themselves of their demons. She wants to go further on the path of purging demons, and she must bear the solitude and betrayal. Only by persevering through this can she reach the height of righteousness. But by being too rigid, one breaks easily. In this world, righteous cultivators have it hard to achieve their path. Either follow the crowd and ruin their paths, neither demonic nor righteous, always a stranger wherever they went, or die at the hands of others in this messed-up world. But righteousness has a natural shortcut over the demonic path, having grown above the mortal coil and the worldly affairs. Shunning self-indulgence and feeling for the world's energy is the easiest way to achieve it. That's why demonic cultivators enter the world and understand it, while righteous cultivators enter the world and overcome it. Rise from the mire unstained, cleanse oneself in clear water without being tainted. Thus, Brother Wu, you're also a righteous cultivator, very much invested in it. Which is why, as a friend, I advise you to see the world in all its colors, then return to cultivate in seclusion. The secular world is too chaotic for a true righteous man to walk the path. Wu Qinkyu pondered and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Zhuo, for your guidance. We've also been guided. The 4 Snow Peak elders nodded and bowed before Zhuo Fan in admiration and sincerity. Sir is a demonic cultivator, yet your wisdom transcends it. We are grateful for your words. As the sect is now in danger, we are too preoccupied to mule them. We shall delve into these words once this problem passes and, like Sir said, not let the world impede us. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. I'm talking to my brother here, not you. Tell that to someone who cares, Humph. The 4 sat before the cell with a smile, like experts that have surpassed the world. Wu Qinkyu and Shangyuan Qingyan chuckled, looking at Zhuo Fan with respect. Zhuo Fan hadn't said it to them particularly, but the words of wisdom were immensely valuable, which is why the elders would lower their pride and bow to him. Zhuo Fan was a true friend, to say those words to him. While the people in the dungeon were struck with inspiration, the outside people still indulged in their worries and affairs. Sect leader Ling, do you really believe he'll return the sword? Bu Xingyan was panicking, whining in Ling Yunshin's ear. Even if he does give it back, you're just going to ignore all the deaths that have happened in the sect. Even if you don't kill him, you need to make an example out of him. We need to do right by those dead elders. See, Bright's sect needs to mind its name. Giving him a frustrated look, Ling Yunshin sighed. Sect leader Bu, now I know why Sun Si sect would incite Frigid Rain's Sword King to destroy it. The problem doesn't stop with your people. Sect leader Ling, what are you implying? Bu Xingyan looked lost. That sneaky punk is clearly behind the disaster of Sun Si sect. What do I have to do? Ling Yunshin cut him off with a wave. As sect ruler, we need to have perspective. Zhuo Fan is very cunning and an expert in passing the blame. You saw it too. We went to him and he didn't deny anything, always finding an explanation, always having an answer. But the thing we wanted most, we didn't get. The soaring sword remains sealed, the heaven-sealing sword is still gone, and he still has leverage on us. What do you suggest? Torture him for them. He made his move, so what's there to force? To settle the score for the dead. Ha, he has 2 cards of ours, and we have reached an agreement now. They will soon be back in our hands. Doing this petty thing to ruin any chance of getting the divine swords, the central area would mow us down. Who will take the blame then, sect leader Bu? Ugh, Bu Xingyan choked. Ling Yunshin shook his head and sighed. Zhuo Fan's speech balanced demand and compromise, giving us no chance to gain advantage and letting him control the negotiation. He had taken everything into account before it even began. He had his guard flee with the heaven-sealing sword before we could take it back. All the power we have can't help change this fact. He may be in jail, but looking at it in perspective, we're the ones having our strings pulled in his hands. Moreover, Ling Yunshin turned to Shangyuan clan and exalted double dragons with a sharp glint. He is very close to these 2 landspeople, implicating many and affecting their interests. They'll never agree to us laying a finger on him. Not that we intended to either, and ruin our chances of getting Heaven's sealing sword back. Thus, of the 4 lands, 3 have reached a silent agreement. Only Southern Lands is against it. That Murong Zhu has such a stubborn temper, but alas, all alone. From the very start, even with his cultivation sealed, we, the strong majority, couldn't touch a hair on him despite having him surrounded. He is confident in his position. Bu Xingyun's heart sank and a chill went through him. That's terrifying. He gives nothing away while having every one of us tied. Yeah, Western Lands has gone and got themselves a man like no other, but now he isn't part of Western Lands anymore. Looking at exalted double dragons, Ling Yunshan frowned and sighed. Murong Zhu stormed out of the dungeon and stomped away in anger. Ling Yunshan watched her go. Murong Lai followed after her, but sect leader Ling went to stop him. He did not mind a girl's temper, but Murong Lai's dissatisfaction had to be resolved for the good of the alliance. Ling Yunshan bowed and looked apologetic. Murong clan head, forgive me. Heaven's sealing sword is too important to us and have lost decorum. I know, sect leader Ling. I understand my sister's temper the most. Sect leader Ling did what you had to. Murong Lai nodded calmly. Ling Yunshan eased a smile. Murong clan head, I'm relieved to know you are a man of principle. I'll wait for Miss Murong to calm down, then apologize to her and make it right. Report? A disciple rushed over in panic, scrambling to give a jade slip to Ling Yunshan. Sect leader, there's an urgent report from the front lines. The army of the Sword Star Empire led by dragon-cleaving Sword King Danking Shen is advanced on northern lands. What? Everyone was stunned at this grave news. Sword Star Empire's oppression had begun at last. Chapter 1040, Bloodthirst. So little, frigid rain? In a pitch-black forest, beneath the black clouds, Invincible Sword was sitting cross-legged on a rock with his eyes closed. Before him was the most familiar person, on their knees and presenting an icy sword with utmost respect. Bala Yuyu had returned to the Empire's camp the minute she stole the sword, to give Heaven's sealing sword to her patriarch. Bala Yushin gave her a sharp look, grinning and gesturing for the divine sword to shoot in his hand. Ha ha ha, yes, Yuyu, you've done great this time. You brought back Heaven's sealing sword. See, Bright Sect's barrier will be nothing but paper now. I can blow at them and they'd be crushed. Yuyu, your feat is remarkable, ha ha ha. Thank you, Patriarch, for your care. I am grateful. Bala Yuyu cupped her hands, then hesitated. Patriarch can see that my success is due to Zhuo Fan's cunning plan. He deserves credit for my feat, but he is now imprisoned and cannot bask in Patriarch's blessing. Would it be possible to save him, Patriarch? Waving the sword around to get a feel of it, Bala Yushin paused and his mood fell. Zhuo Fan? Is it that Cayenne Fan pretender? A devil mountain disciple that threatened me and 5 sword kings with our lives got himself caught by some nobodies in the Sea Bright Sect. Humph, he's just a joke after all. Patriarch, please. I saw that even in the few times he moved, he's at a soul harmony stage cultivator at least. It's not amazing, but he has guile, though he loves prancing. Bala Yuyu bowed again, pleading. With Sea Bright Sect having caught him and I stealing the divine sword, they are sure to take it out on him. I don't know how long he'll last. I just hope Patriarch will lend a hand in teaching Sea Bright Sect a harsh lesson. Show Patriarch's might and generosity by nurturing him. By saving his life, it will be 2 birds with 1 stone. He would be in immense gratitude and would swear his life to Patriarch. Bala Yushin raised an eyebrow and glared at her. Are you telling me what to do? Never. Bala Yuyu shuddered and crawled on the ground. Bala Yushin mocked. I had you go with him to see through his skills and the limits of Devil Mountain. Now Devil Mountain no longer seems as insurmountable as before. The kid is so weak, of no importance. But Patriarch. Silence. Bala Yushin roared at her interjection. His eyes were sharp. Bala Yuyu, you're only breaking more rules with your actions. Has it been fun these last few days? You dare argue with me? The only reason I have ignored your repeated disregard is because you brought Heaven's sealing sword. Now leave. Bala Yuyu hesitated, but still pushed on. Patriarch, he may be weak, but just as shrewd as the Prime Minister. He would be a great help to you, Patriarch. The gain of this sword is all due to him. I only ask that Patriarch save his life and inspire him with your favor." Bam! A huge force struck Bali Yuyu and sent her flying through dozens of trees. She landed hard and coughed blood from the impact, but her eyes no longer had anger in them, but stubbornness. "Bali Yuyu, I told you to be quiet, but you just won't listen. This is what you get for defying me." Bali Yushin showed his power, his icy bloodthirst. Bali Yuyu shuddered, her heart tensed. Whoosh tilde Thunder Sword King flashed between them just then. Noticing the situation and Bali Yuyu, the rough man could glean on what happened. He bowed to Bali Yushin and presented a jade slip. "Patriarch Prime Minister sent word. We can start in 10 days. With oppression from all sides, the 4 lands would crumble soon." "I know." Bali Yushin took the jade slip and placed it in his ring after reading it. He then left, though his icy voice still echoed, 10,000 lashes. "Make her remember her place." Bali Yule bowed and walked to Bali Yuyu and helped her up. "Just what happened? Patriarch should be thrilled you brought him heaven-sealing sword, so why?" "I asked Patriarch to save the kid, but Patriarch refused." Wiping her bloody lips, Bali Yuyu sighed. "I thought Patriarch would agree seeing the heaven-sealing sword in my hand, but..." Bali Yule complained. "Yuyu, why even bother? Patriarch only wanted to know his limits and had no other intentions for him. Patriarch had said these days the kid is sly and should be removed if there's a chance. He was waiting on your return before making a decision. With the kid caught, then Patriarch has no fear of Devil Mountain. It's good enough he doesn't kill the kid himself. Why then would you beg him to go? Patriarch wants to kill him." "Why?" Bali Yuyu jerked with a start. "He's no sword king or cultivator in the Genesis stage, but he has amazing talent and bravery. His future is limitless, so why is Patriarch?" Bali Yule sighed. "Yuyu, Patriarch is the strongest man. While he laments how lonely it is at the top, does he really want to be defeated?" "Humph, you'd best not take his fondness of outsiders, like Danking Shen and Shangyuan Feiyun, seriously. Patriarch only saw that they posed no threat to him. While the kid, while you were away, had shaken him up with mere words. The attitude and aura almost had Patriarch soil himself. Even we fell for it. That's why Patriarch was respectful to him, but also on guard. Now he learned it was nothing more than a ruse, only giving him more reasons to kill the kid. His bluffing now, but his potential is undoubtedly real and could become a threat. Patriarch isn't about to overlook him. And you say he's skilled in mind games and arts, which makes him that much terrifying. Patriarch looks down on sword kings because they can never reach him, not even together. Bailey J. Ngwe is also ignored with his sharp mind because smarts hold no power over true strength. He can kill him whenever. But by being skilled in both aspects, one could rule the world. It would ruin Patriarch's aspirations. The more you begged for the kid, the more his fate was sealed. Patriarch must kill him. Then what do we do? Bali Yuyu shook, her eyes trembling and her fists clenched. Bali Yule frowned. "Yuyu, there's something wrong about you ever since you returned. Why do you care so much about his fate? You've always kept to yourself so far and have killed scores of experts these centuries without ever flinching. Why then just a few months with that kid had you go against Patriarch for him? Yuyu, brother Yule, I don't want to be lonely." Bali Yuyu's lower lip quivered, pleading. "Brother Yule, I can't thank you enough for all you've done for me. Now that Patriarch wants to kill him, could you do something to save him? He's sure to be immensely grateful." Bali Yuyu even kneeled. Pa Bali Yule clutched her arm and took a deep breath. "Yuyu, you're asking the impossible. Nothing can stop Patriarch from killing someone. Brother Yule, I beg you." Bali Yuyu teared up, her face most earnest in her pleas. Bali Yule sighed. "Get up for now and let me exact your punishment. Just give me time to think about it." "Brother Yule, thank you so much for your help." Bali Yuyu brightened and smiled regardless of her wounds. Bali Yule had a wry smile. "Yuyu, you've really changed. It's good you learned to smile." Chapter 1041. Surrounded. 3 days later, the Sea Bright sect was officially at war. All disciples were armed, ready, and pumped to fight. They had pills, spiritual weapons, spiritual beasts, everything. With the repeated flashing of the teleportation array, motes of light floated down like stars, illuminating the faces of the other 3 lands' reinforcements. Western Land's disciples had come to realize on that day at that stage that it was Zhuo Fan who had struck last. They hoped to visit him, but with the war upon them, the situation was too dire and they were refused. The best disciple in Western Lands had returned, and they wished to bask in his glorious presence, even as a prisoner. Especially some of his old pals wishing to talk about the past, but the martial law in the sect prevented all that. As for the elders, they had never left the main hall. They had been looming over the map of the 5 lands with increasing worry and constantly debating on the right tactic. The enemy was taking them by the storm, with Invincible Sword having already slipped deep into their lands and in hiding. He felt like a hanging axe over their necks. Many experts were left behind so the main base wouldn't fall so quickly. But with the front line having Danking Shen, the casualties would mount fast. This war was hard, especially being pushed from 2 sides. Bailey Jingwei is a true tactician, having Invincible Sword's team slip into our lands to control our reactions. While they can bide their time, we need to think twice on every action. We can only watch as our front lines get pushed back, watch as death looms ever closer. Ling Yunshin was bleak, looking at the other experts. Do any of you have any ideas? Please share it. Murong Lai shook his head. We're mostly fighting men. Fighting alone is more our style, and we are unaccustomed to such large-scale battles. And there's also Bailey Jingwei manipulating the board from behind. This only makes things worse. Western Lands has a few deep thinkers and men of military expertise. They protect Western Lands' borders, but we didn't bring them. They would surely have a solution. Exalted Hai Ran spoke with a frown. Aoyang Lingshan nodded. These years, the Luo Alliance has experienced immense growth with the military clan leading them. The Western Lands should be under their control. Yes, ever since they came in, Western Lands' safety has only solidified, ha ha ha. Exalted Bai Mei laughed with pride. A shame they're left as Western Lands defenders. Just one of them coming to Northern Lands would have been of immense help in making sense on how to counter this grave problem. Bu Xingyun had a wry smile. Exalted Bai Mei sure is confident in Western Lands' defense. Then, when the central area attacks Western Lands, there'll be no need for our help, yes. You should be able to last for a long time, Humph. Exalted Bai Mei glared at him. Report. A disciple burst in and presented a jade slip, not to sect leader Ling, but to Exalted Double Dragons. Exalted, there's an urgent report. Western Lands is in danger. What? Exalted Hai Ran snatched the jade slip and gasped. Zither Sword King is marching with his army on Western Lands. Everyone gasped. How can it be? Does Bailey Jingwei plan on taking 2 lands in this war? Is Central Area that strong? People, Western Lands is in peril, can you? Exalted Hai Ran cupped his hand with a heavy look. Bu Xingyun scoffed, enjoying his pain. Exalted Hai Ran, you needn't be hasty. We all know Western Lands has the most capable Luo alliance tending to its borders. They won't fail. It's best we address Northern Lands issues first before tending to Western Lands. You! Exalted Hai Ran gnashed his teeth and flicked his hand. Inform all of Western Lands people. We're returning. Exalted, please, we need to stay united. We're not abandoning Western Lands. Don't listen to sect leader Bu. Ling Yunshin bowed in apology. Exalted Hai Ran bowed back, looking guilty. Sect leader Ling, I'm not so petty. We just can't ignore our home's plight. We can't help Northern Lands in this, I'm sorry. Once Western Lands is safe again, we'll be rushing to help Northern Lands. The 4 lands are of one body, helping each other in need. Ling Yunshin was very courteous. Western Lands is in danger, and you should by all right go protect them. Once Northern Lands is stable, we will provide help. The exalted Double Dragons bowed once more in gratitude. The people of Western Lands soon gathered outside the hall, ready to head back. The other 3 lands' men saw them off. But then another disciple rushed to the elders with a jade slip, bowing to Murong Lai. Clan head Wine Sword Immortal is leading an army for Southern Lands. Please return and fight him off. Southern Lands as well. Murong Lai shook in shock, just as another disciple shot for Shangyuan Feixiang with a jade slip. Clan head, Eastern Lands reports that Shangyuan Feiyan is marching with 3 million strong on our borders. Please make a decision, clan head. Now Eastern lands. Shangyuan Feixing's mouth twitched and paled. Everyone else was looking agape. Northern lands was at war, and now the other three lands were engaged in battle as well. What was worse, each front had a sword king leading them. What's Bailey Jingwei thinking? Is he planning to take all the lands by going all out? Ling Yunshin slumped from the shock. They say Bailey Jingwei is a mastermind of complex plans, subtle and sharp. Why then would he risk so much by attacking with everything and leaving himself open? Central area is now open. Doesn't he fear an attack? Even with Sword Star Empire leading an entire land, it still needs all the manpower it has to war against the other four. Any unrest in their empire might prove fatal. So why? Everyone was overwhelmed by such a seemingly rash tactic. Shangyuan Feixing sighed. We can talk all we want about his risk, but if we don't do something, it'll be our homes that fall. Sorry, sect leader Ling, we need to defend our homes. Goodbye. We want to help northern lands, but we need to protect our lands. Forgive us. Sect leader Ling, we're friends, but we need to look after ourselves first. Forgive us. Everyone rushed to say their apologies to sect leader Ling and got ready to leave. They had to return home and not dally in another's. Ling Yunshin sighed in defeat. We'll be broken, all of us, if we scatter. Ask yourselves, which land can stand up to central area by itself? Northern lands are under the greatest danger of destruction, with invincible sword and 5 sword kings lurking in shadows. We will be the first to fall, followed by everyone else, one by one. We need to stand together and not let him pick us apart. Otherwise, it'll only be a matter of who dies last. Sect leader Ling, we understand, but who do we sacrifice? Exalted Hai Ran looked long at Ling Yunshin. We all know victory comes from unity, while death follows apart, but we have no choice. I'm from Western lands, so of course I think for their safety. Shangyuan clan head is from Eastern lands and wants their best too, and would not agree. Isn't that the same for Northern lands and Southern lands? Bailey Jingwei has given us a very tough problem that no one can address, left to handing a blank paper with no answer. The others could do nothing but cup their hands. Bailey Jingwei is a true mastermind. He can see how weak we are, and even though we gathered to help, it's just a joke now. He is a demon toying with us. Who the hell would sacrifice 3 lands over one's safety? The others shook their heads, neither wanting to give up their homes and domains. It was like waiting for central area to trap them and snuff them out. They sighed powerlessly and in despair. In the end, our fates are in heaven's hands. We can only last as long as we can manage. Maybe one person can solve this. Someone barged into their despairing speech. Everyone turned to Shangyuan Feixing in shock. Who? Gu Yifan? Shangyuan Feixing's eyes flashed. I mean Western Land's best disciple, Zhuo Fan. He once helped us steal our sword back from Central Area, even clashing with Bailey Jingwei and winning. The only one who can stand up to Bailey Jingwei's sharp mind is him. Chapter 1042. Beseech the Devil. All eyes shot in his direction, then agreed after a moment of reflection. They all had first-hand experience of Zhuo Fan's twisted and insidious mind. The exalted double dragons could be said to take the cake if there was a prize involved. Zhuo Fan's skill is unquestionable. He was well known in Western lands back then, even laying the foundation of today's Luo alliance. It's a good thing we can consult him on the 4 lands plight, and we might even make a comeback. Then we should forget our status and seek his counsel. You can't. Ling Yunshin agreed after a pause, with Murong Zhu glaring at them in cloying righteous anger. He's an abomination, a herald of calamity. By no means can we hand over command of countless lives to him so he can do what he pleases. It will lead to unspeakable horrors. Ling Yunshin frowned and spoke solemnly. Does Miss Murong have a better idea for our current crisis? Murong Zhu could find no words. Ling Yunshin sighed. Miss Murong, forgive an old man's crude words, but what man would care if the water is good or not when thirst has him in a tight grip? As the urgent matters stand, we need someone that can help us overcome this situation. We're at a point when any idea, even rotten, would be better than nothing, regardless of consequences. Miss Murong, we're open to any ideas you might have. But if you have none, I hope Miss won't be so adamant to refuse, thank you. Ling Yunchen bowed with a cold face, then addressed the rest. Let's go see what solution can the Western land's best disciple provide. He led the way to the sect dungeon, his eyes gleaming with hope. Murong Zhu was the only one left behind in defiance still. Zhuer, the bigger picture takes precedence. Stop only thinking of your biased principles. Murong Lai patted her shoulder with a sigh. Murong Zhu was indignant. I'm not biased. The guy's mind is warped. Any plan will be twisted, uncaring for the dangers it might bright or the damage. Just why does sect leader Ling insist on beseeching a devil? In despair, man will take anything, be it from God or a devil. Murong Lai sighed, patted her head and followed after them. Their last hope was Zhuo Fan, who beat Bailey Jingwei at his own game. They gave little thought to the indignity and cruelty such a plan might involve. Inside his cell, Zhuo Fan was enjoying his rare moment of bliss. He was meticulous in combing the white hair of his wife, flowing before him like a silver waterfall. Zhuo Fan smiled, filled with tenderness for the woman. He prompted Kaior for an answer. What do you think of your dad's combing this time? Better. Kaior giggled with a thumbs up. Zhuo Fan nodded and said, Of course, after 3 days of combing, I've got the hang of it, though even combing forever feels short. I just hope to give your mom the best combing I can before leaving. I wouldn't want to leave in regret. Dad, we'll be getting back from the North Sea safely, don't worry. Kaior noticed his worry and soothed him. Zhuo Fan said, Who can tell for certain? It's best to plan ahead. It's because of doing things without a plan last time that I hurt your mom leaving like that. I will think it through now and go without regret, so that if I don't return, I'll leave your mom cared for. Zhuo Fan's eyes moistened as he looked at Chu Qingcheng. Kaior shook her head, falling silent. You're a true man, sir. I have seen many demonic cultivators, men that have gone far on the demonic path, betrayers and savages, but none like sir. So intoxicated with love, outdoing many great righteous cultivators too. The 4 Snow Peak elders were touched by his display of affection and sighed. You look nothing like a demonic cultivator. When we heard of your past exploits, then see you now, it's like you're a different person. Has Sir relinquished the demonic path, or have you reached a stage beyond our scope? We are simply bemused. Zhuo Fan sighed. Who can say? Emotion is the bane of the demonic path, but in the words of my masters, a checkpoint in the demonic path. So I plunge and head on, deeper and deeper. Even I have yet to realize just how far gone I am. I may just be walking a new demonic path. Though I've only passed the start of it with no end in sight. Or maybe I've strayed from the path without even knowing it. Sir, is of incredible bravery to walk an untraveled road and its dangers. We are in awe. The elders bowed. But taking a new path to its end is bound to bring monumental achievement. We would wish for nothing more than to witness your glory. Zhuo Fan sighed. The road ahead is obscured. I can't even get my bearings, let alone think of glory. But this path I chose, I will brace myself until the very end. To stay by her side and defeat my enemy, I need to keep going. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with conviction, and the 4 elders paid their respects again. Bam! The jail door opened, and Ling Yunchen's group entered with long faces. The 4 elders glanced over with a frown, even annoyance, at the interference. These 3 days, these exceptional experts had been watching Zhuo Fan and his deep insight in the demonic path. They had casual words exchanged, yet each were entwined with profound truths. The elders had come to forget about their guard duty, resolved to expound on Tao and glean many truths and realizations for their souls. Ling Yunchen's arrival was most unwelcomed, carrying with him and his group the rot of the mortal world. The 4 were, understandably, most against it. Like how a child was having the sweetest dream getting shaken awake and smelled reality. The 4 elders were the same. The righteous path overcomes the mortal world, and with the debates they held with Zhuo Fan, they felt they were above mundane and mortal desires. But to be plunged back down in the mortal mire gave a shock to their systems. As Sea-Bright sect's venerables, they knew their sect leader had to have come with real reasons and welcomed him with respect instead of anger. Ling Yunchen was too rushed to notice their change. bowing before Zhuo Fan. "Sir Zhuo, I have come today seeking counsel." "I know. You do. It's just about that time." Zhuo Fan smiled, pausing his combing and regarding the agitated old men. "Central Area's Sword Star Empire must have attacked." Ling Yunchen shook. "Sir, how do you know? Isn't it obvious?" Sect leader Ling's hasty arrival could only mean real business. If not Heaven's Sealing Sword, then it's Central Area related. Not to mention you weren't that distressed even when you lost Heaven's Sealing Sword. Zhuo Fan smirked as he walked closer and sat on a chair a guard freed for him. And lastly, the Central Area had to have taken such action that even sect leader Ling couldn't cope with. Ha ha ha. Everyone's hearts sank, yet their eyes gleamed brighter. Zhuo Fan lives up to his name, of incredible mind and foresight. That means he should have a counter for Bailey Jingwei's plan. They all looked eagerly at Zhuo Fan like their savior. Shangyuan Feixiong was even more excited. "Sect leader Ling, didn't I tell you he's a deep thinker? Coming to him for help in this was the best idea. Don't stand around, ask young Master Zhuo for the solution." Chapter 1043, Four Lands Grand Marshal. Right, young Master Zhuo, Central Area's army?" Ling Yunchen rushed to bow as he spoke. Zhuo Fan dismissed him with a wave. "There's no need of that, I already know. Central Area's army is not only attacking northern lands, but the other three lands, a war on all fronts and with no hope in sight." They all shook and stood there in stunned silence as they stared at Zhuo Fan. "Sir has such a cunning mind." Ling Yunchen's eye twitched, shaken awake, then bowed again. "We've only got word of these attacks, yet Sir knows without even looking." "Yes, it's as Sir said. Dragon-cleaving Sword King is leading the attack on northern lands, while the other lands each have a Sword King taking charge of those large armies as well. We can't do anything and can't think of what to do, just come ask for Sir's advice." Zhuo Fan smirked. "It's quite simple, really, nothing to it." Simple, everyone twitched, their eyes glazed over in confusion. With this grave danger from being attacked on four fronts, Sir Zhuo thinks it's nothing. Is that just boasting, or does he have some godlike strategy to help us out of this? Everyone was looking incredulous and stunned. "He can't be playing with us, can he?" Exalted High Ran got caught off guard as well by his boasting. "Zhuo Fan, you're the pride of Western lands. We all know of your skills, but you can't look at this with such disregard. You need to be serious." Bailey Jingwei himself came up with this plan, the best mind in the Central Area. "There is no room for errors. You need to think things through and come up with a complete response. How to deploy troops, how to repel the enemy, to provide support, to bait the enemy, to charge, all of these need thorough thinking. You are dealing with the most famous mind, and any mistake." Exalted High Ran. "You're just enumerating military tactics, but I'm not too familiar with these. If you're after victory, you're welcome to see Luo Yunhai. He's much better than me." Zhuo Fan cut him off with a smirk. "You know him as Luo clan head, having grown in the military and of deeper knowledge of wars than myself." Ugh, Exalted High Ran was stumped. "I mean, Zhuo Fan, don't joke around. Luo Yunhai is a fine man, yes, but if he could fight the shrewd Bailey Jingwei, then the latter wouldn't have put us in such a predicament by going to war on four fronts. So when not even an unbeatable general can handle him, this shows that military tactics have no place here." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Exalted High Ran, you're already off the minute you thought about scoring victory. This isn't a matter of fighting." They all flinched in bewilderment, with Ling Yunchen cupping his hands. "Sir Zhuo, if this is not war, what then? Who is Bailey Jingwei? Central Area's Sword Star Empire Prime Minister? There you have it." Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow. "He's no commander or general, but a prime minister. Is he even thinking about fighting you? He's a politician, doing his very best with leveraging." Murong Lai's brow shook and muttered. "How is a politician any different from a commander, now that he directs the Central Area armies? He's far greedier." Zhuo Fan replied, "There's no guile without trade, but there's none more cunning than a politician. A commander is always focused on gaining ground, on winning one battle at a time, while a politician is only thinking of fattening his pockets with every action while ignoring the details. He wages war with four lands, but does he really want to fight them all? His true purpose is to scatter you. No matter which land you choose to defend, the other three will be sour, making it easier for them to get the lands. It's a far more effective plan than fighting for every inch of land. In other words, it's a mind game of no consequence, how the 4 wars end while your changing mindset is. They all bobbed their heads, seeing reason. Ling Yunchen bowed again in respect. We've thought of this as well, but with Sir's analysis we came to see how insidious it is. But understanding is one thing, while dealing with it is another. We ask for Sir's advice. Couldn't be easier. If Bailey Jingwei was a nice guy, I'd be stumped as well. However, a guy enacting such a sneaky ploy has no place among the righteous. I can read him like an open book. When he had Bailey Yushin go to northern lands with 5 sword kings, I had it all figured out. Neither of us are nice guys. Only a man of our devious minds can understand the other. He. Zhuo Fan had a cryptic smile and the other smiled in joy, eager to know what his counter was. Zhuo Fan chose silence, unnerving them at the worst moment and making these old guys' faces go red and beaming at him with endless hope. Bro, where's the rest? Zhuo Fan spoke with pride. By the way, we've yet to establish terms. Let's begin, shall we? They all flinched and almost fell. Their faces twitched and faces fell. Oh right, nothing's free in the world. He's certainly not above asking to be paid for his rescue plan. Zhuo Fan sure knew how to sell himself, showcasing his talent before talking terms. Mentioning them any sooner and the other party would never believe in his skills. Zhuo Fan led the talks, making it so he was their only hope of survival. They were stuck with him. And as desperate men clinging for any lifeline, they would take his terms without question. Sir Zhuo, we will agree with any terms you might have. Just help us against the central area's invasions. Ling Yunchen turned serious as he spoke in earnest. That was all Zhuo Fan needed to hear, his face beaming. First off, this 5 fronts war shall be under my command with none permitted to interfere. Of course, since only you can handle Bailey Jingwei, we will follow your lead. Everyone gave hasty nods. Second, I want you to vow on your path to look after King Cheng's safety. No matter what happens, you are to protect her and look after her. Well, they looked baffled, with Zhuo Fan continuing. Anything can happen on the battlefield. At my sudden demise, you can't even look after my family. I can't leave this world knowing my wife isn't taken care of. Vow and I'll be at ease. Oh, I see, sure. They all saw reason, making their vows based on their own path in cultivation. Once a cultivator made such a vow, it was for life. He had to fulfill it, or his entire beliefs would crumble along with feeling the wrath of heaven. None would take such a promise lightly, though it was just over some widow. What was the worst that could happen? Only exalted Bai Mei and exalted Hai Ran felt their faces heat up. Zhuo Fan was clearly hinting at them saving Yi Lin while leaving Chu Qingcheng to die mere days before, at the stage. Such was their bad luck, as Zhuo Fan was not around the past years to see how thoughtful they were of Chu Qingcheng all this time. Doing this had made it seem that this 5-year-long favor was for nothing. Opportunity is much more praised than prevention. Exalted Hai Ran sighed. Zhuo Fan was at ease now that this condition was accepted. He no longer needed to worry about King Cheng's safety when he'd be out at sea. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and said, Next isn't much of a condition. It's not exactly right for a convict to command the elders' forces of every land. Oh, right. We are fully committed to supporting Grand Marshal Zhuo of the 4 lands in defending our homes from invaders. All land sects and clans are at your disposal. Ling Yunchen bowed. The rest followed suit. May Sir be appointed as Grand Marshal of the 4 lands to fight back the enemy. In that case, what are you waiting for? Get this Grand Marshal free and out there fighting Bailey Jingwei. Do you expect me to fight him behind bars? Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow and smirked. Kaior giggled at the side. The merchant guards bowed with smiles of respect. Sir Zhuo is wise beyond his years. He had no worry of being exposed since he already had everything in control. He's like a god. Chapter 1044, Gotten Too Far. Sister Zuer, you can relax knowing my dad, Brother Murong, and everyone else are men with experience in the cultivation world. They've seen it all and aren't about to let some fresh punk delude them. Before the main hall, Murongzu was still looking distressed and in anger. Aoyang Changqing tried appeasing her, but the girl of his dreams was most definitely not interested. Western Land's people had long since gathered, waiting on Double Dragon Manor's orders to return and defend home. Northern Land's best disciple words earned their cold glares. Yilin sneered as he mocked him. "You sure got a mouth on you. You're not grown up yourself, yet you call another a punk?" "Yilin, I have beaten you once, best disciple in Western Lands, and I can do it again. Care to try?" "What's to fear fighting a dumb brat? But get one thing straight, I was the best disciple before, but with my elder brother back, I'm now second. Though I'm more than enough for the likes of you. Then I'll just start the thrashing with you before settling with your convicted elder brother. The best disciple in the land is a crucial part of my future. I'm not about to give it up, humph." Aoyang Changqing's knuckles crackled as he made his fist, giving Yilin a cruel smile. Yilin cocked his head, unafraid, smirking as he stepped closer. The two were ready to draw blood. The audience shook their heads, with Murongzu totally ignoring them. Wu Qingqiu waved his hands, stepping between them with a smile. "Little junior brother, we're still guests here and can't start a fight with our hosts. Young Master Aoyang, you're the image of your sect and shouldn't fight with your guests. Both our elders will have to punish you if you go through with this. We're about to part anyway, so can we please not do it with a fight? Let's all go our way on good terms." The two huffed and looked away. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. The others nodded at him. Yilin may be the strongest in Western Lands, but the leadership will fall to Wu Qingqiu with his elegance. He knows how to look at things in perspective. Only his broad mind could keep the peace between the sects. No other disciple was better than him? Humph, it might be late for a fight, but we still need to clear some things out. Unable to flex before the girl of his dreams just because of Wu Qingqiu's smooth words, Aoyang Changqing grumbled. "I'm a reasonable man. I know you think the world of Zhuo Fan, but isn't it because he's stronger than you?" "Ha ha ha, I saw it myself, so I know it's true. That is his talent, while his few decades on this earth can't possibly compare to the experience my father and the elders have accumulated. You think he can handle something my dad can't? I only put myself in their stead and called him a punk. What's wrong with that?" Wu Qingqiu shook his head. "Young Master Aoyang is right, but you fail to understand Brother Zhuo. Only by experiencing his tactics will you realize just how much better he is than many seniors. Why else would sect leader Ling and the others lower themselves to ask for a convict's help? Anyone would try anything when the time is dire." Aoyang Changqing rolled his eyes. Yilin smirked. "Why haven't they come to you then?" "You!" Aoyang Changqing glared at him in anger. The elders then walked over, having returned from the dungeon. Only this time they looked much brighter and worry-free from the time they left. Among their starry eyes of hope was Zhuo Fan holding Chu Qingcheng's soft hand and Kaior in the other. The elders were even acting like servants, bowing and scraping before Zhuo Fan like he was their ancestor. The disciples were mind-blown. What just happened? Why is a convict being hailed a hero? The elders are cloyingly nice with him, like they had no dignity to speak of. Aoyang Changqing gaped there for a while, giving time for Zhuo Fan's procession to step inside the main hall. Aoyang Changqing then woke up and rushed to Aoyang Lingshan. "Dad, wait, what's going on? Why are you so nice to some punk? Does he have such a brilliant plan to turn things around?" Not yet, but soon." Aoyang Lingshan patted his head and rushed inside the main hall. Aoyang Changqing's face twitched and looked back at the rest of the stunned disciples. "The damn punk sure has talent to swindle that many old men. I just can't figure what grand plan he might have to even get my dad, a seasoned cultivator, to follow him around. Just what did he do?" Everyone shook their heads. "Ha ha ha, I did tell you. There are times when Brother Zhuo is shrewder than any elder," Wu Qingqiu proudly said. Aoyang Changqing was most confused, still in disbelief. A damn brat just hoodwinked a bunch of seasoned old men. They were all grinning from ear to ear, like they just found their lord and savior. How could a brat pull it off? Godlike. Why hasn't Dad ever looked at me like that? Aoyang Changqing was stumped, while Murongzu totally blown away. The most she believed was if these elders accepted Zhuo Fan's foul plan, the world would be in chaos from his despicable and cruel methods. But now it was way worse. These leaders of their own land had not just accepted his plan, but even worshipped him. Now the damage he'd do would only multiply. Murongzu caught Murong Lai, who was last to go in, with unease and held his hand. "Brother, what's happening? Weren't you all going to ask him for a solution? Why is he out and about? I'd get it if it was his condition, but why are you all acting? Zuer, you weren't there, so you don't know. We've sorely underestimated him." Murong Lai took a deep breath. Murongzu said, "Brother, what does that mean?" "His mind is sharp and astute, his plans sublime, inhumane even. I am of firm belief he may be the only one in the lands that can stand up to Bailey Jingwei." Murong Lai looked ecstatic. We had yet to explain Bailey Jingwei's actions to him, yet he already foresaw it. We ourselves just became aware of this, but he already knew. Isn't that divine? That's why we discussed having this danger on the lands averted, making him the Four Lands Grand Marshal in control of everything. Everyone will heed his orders, including us. What? Everyone around gasped and began whispering. Grand Marshal of the Four Lands, equal to becoming the ruler of them all. And he can deploy anyone. Yeah, it's that simple, but in times of war, we need him to resolve this crisis. Looking at them so shocked, Murong Lai waved his hand. This is the situation. Now I need to go in and discuss further matters. For once, Shangyuan clan head's choice truly lives up to the hype. Ha ha ha. Murong Lai slipped inside the main hall, leaving all these people behind to process such explosive news with dumb looks. Wu Qingqiu was the first to come to, looking at his fellow disciples, Yi Lin and at Aoyang Chanking. See, this is the power of the best disciple in Western lands. While we are squabbling over who is the best disciple in the alliance, he already took control of the Four Lands, becoming their Grand Marshal. The elders are even following his orders. This is the gap between us. We are his peers yet left in the dust, so far behind we can't even see him. Everyone bobbed their heads, then shook it in helplessness. The more behind they were in regards to that monster, the more despair they felt. The most prideful man ever, Aoyang Chanking, felt the sting much deeper than the rest. Chapter 1045. Only a game. No, any rotten plan coming from that demon would bring about only suffering and pain. He can't be left in charge of the war. There'll be no one left alive to pick up the pieces. Murongzu was outraged and stormed into main hall, fanatic in her conviction. The others were still trying to come to terms with what they saw to stop her. For the first time, Aoyang Chanking's ego was so crippled, he could not attend to the girl of his dreams. He sighed to Wu Qingqiu. "I've never seen those old guys bow to anyone in my life. That best disciple of yours is a freak of nature. Since you're around him all the time, isn't his style influencing your cultivation and mind? We're still safe, since he didn't get to reach Double Dragon Manor when he presumably died. Our minds had yet to be corrupted, ha ha ha." Wu Qingqiu's group flinched and let out a dry laugh. Aoyang Chanking nodded. What a stroke of luck, for if it were me, just being constantly compared with such a freak would give me a stroke from all the anger. Just how did he get to lead the Four Lands? Aoyang Chanking sat down with a dull gaze. Murongzu just drove right into the main hall. She saw Ling Yunchen and other Genesis stage experts pushing their Yuan Kai and Zhuo Fan's acupoint, and soon his cultivation was released. Zhuo Fan stretched a bit and nodded with a grin. Murongzu glared at him but bowed before Ling Yunchen with a request. "Sect leader Ling, you said you were only going to hear his plan. Against my principles, I choose to respect that decision. But his mind is warped, so how can you let him take control of the Four Lands armies? There are too many lives at stake. The slightest mistake will lead to a genocide. Miss Murong, that's exactly why we have all come to this decision to let Sir Zhuo be in charge. Only he can fight a genius like Bailey Jingwei. Miss Murong, would it be possible to address your bias to Sir Zhuo?" Ling Yunchen regarded her with a cold eye, fed up with this zealous girl. Murong Lai no longer took her side after Zhuo Fan made him a believer out of his skills. "Zuer, this is for everyone's good, so don't let emotions or your moral obligation cloud your judgment." None of us could suffer the consequence of losing this war. Then I request for Zhuo Fan to be under constant supervision, to stop him from abusing his authority. Every order needs unanimous approval before it is to be carried out. It's the least measure of safety we can have to prevent his poison from seeping into the masses. Murong Zhu stared burning daggers of hatred at Zhuo Fan. With not even her own brother taking her side, she knew Zhuo Fan had them wrapped around his finger, and she could do nothing to change that. She could only compromise, no longer demanding his swift execution, and instead try to curb his authority. The others looked hesitantly towards Zhuo Fan. It would be a good idea to have a safety net in this chaos, stopping everything from devolving any mistake into a catastrophe. So they turned to him to see his take on it. Zhuo Fan spoke uncaring. "Have you all forgotten my first condition back in the dungeon? Complete control. And now you want to restrict me? Humph, fine, I'll just quit." Wait, Sir Zhuo, that's not it at all. Just..." Ling Yunshin was panicking, glancing at Murong Zhu. "It's only Miss Murong's idea for an extra precaution. In the case when Sir overlooks something, we can easily address the issue before it devolves." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow in mockery. "Overlook. Ha ha ha, true, no one is perfect and infallible. I will be sure to make mistakes." "Then does Sir." "Not happening." Just as Ling Yunshin saw hope, Zhuo Fan snuffed it out, flying into a rage. "Sect leader Ling and Miss Murong, what do you take war for?" The two had no reply ready. They were mere cultivators and knew little about war and all its aspects. Isn't it mere fighting the other over resources and land? What else can it be? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone coldly. "War is a game." "A game?" Murong Zhu flared. "You're treating the horror and suffering the people endure on the battlefield as a game. This is absurd. How do you intend to win this war if you can't even take it seriously? Sect leader Ling, I still believe he isn't right for. Miss Murong, you're the one underestimating war." Zhuo Fan shouted over her. "War is only a game. All the people, assets, and locations are the pawns of the player. To win the war, one must use the least of his pawns to grasp most pawns of the enemy. Life and people have no place in it. A commander having a heavy conscience over these trifles can never win. And when he loses, the casualties mount in piles." Murong Zhu's lip shook, unable to retort. Zhuo Fan's gaze was ice, staring her down. "What war out there doesn't have casualties? Using your own people's lives in exchange of the enemy's. This is war in its purest form, a concept no one can deny." Miss Murong goes on and on about suffering and pain. Then do you believe with that you can win on kindness alone? Taking command yourself will be the worst choice. Making you an aide is handicapping the commander. For victory, yes, I may trade a large number of lives, but your kindness will stop my orders and result in a larger bloodshed. You want to save the people or win the war? Which is it? I think that winning the war means saving the people. Ha ha ha. Murong Zhu's eyes flashed with determination, but it was Ling Yunshin who stepped in to speak what everyone else believed. But all here knew winning the war and saving the people hardly were connected. Central Area's army was marching on northern lands, but the people might survive. All this talk was to give oneself a just cause, if nothing else. They just wanted to win the war and not save the people. Murong Zhu's stance was thus in conflict with everyone else's from the start. As we gave our word to let Sir Zhuo decide everything and he doesn't agree, we will have to veto your request. Wait. Zhuo Fan held up his hand, looking from Murong Zhu to Ling Yunshin. Sect leader Ling, I'm not doing this to hold all power, but because the circumstances demand it. All here know that Bailey Jingwei is leading the other camp, with nothing holding him back. I need to do the same, and not out of arrogance in my infallibility, but that even if there are things overlooked, you might not notice them but will distract me from doing my job with your actions. Ugh. All tensed and gave a dry smile. Sir Zhuo, what are you? Ha ha ha, sorry, it may be hard to accept, but it's the truth. We are all clear on the fact that the war is a game between me and Bailey Jingwei. No matter what move we make, only we grasp the full implication it entails. Anyone watching would be blind to its intricacies, so it's best to not interfere. Just do what I say and don't ask questions. Are you calling us fools? Bu Xingyun's face twitched and fell. We can't even join the fight between you two, Zhuo Fan smiled. We each know ourselves best, which is why this is the second reason I don't need assistance, ha ha ha. Ha ha, that's a mockery if I ever heard one. You just got out of jail and started acting smug. See how I throw you back in. Bu Xingyan grew enraged as he let anger get the best of him, even attacking. Ling Yunchen jumped before him. Sect leader Bu, you're in the Sea Bright sect. Can you please have some of the courtesy of a guest? Sir Zhuo could have just as well been a simple guest, and you'd have still had no right to treat him like this. Bu Xingyan's mouth twitched, gnashing his teeth as he glared at Zhuo Fan. Sir Zhuo, forgive me, sect leader Bu is a bit rash. Don't mind it. He let out a deep breath, sighed, and bowed to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan smirked at Bu Xingyan. No worries, I've seen my fair share of mangy curs. I don't have time to pay attention to all the barking, ha ha ha. Chapter 1046, Weird Order. Why you? Bu Xingyan's eyes were bloodshot, but Ling Yunchen's glare made him flinch back. The latter turned to Zhuo Fan with a bow. Sir Zhuo, please. Allow me to introduce you to the current affairs before you pass your instructions. Ha ha ha, the front lines are strong with east and west. That won't be necessary. Zhuo Fan held up his hand, his eyes flashing. Sect leader Ling, I already said that Bailey Jingwei is a politician. His attention is not on the front lines, so we don't need to give them any either. Ignore the front lines. Murong Zhu winced, never hearing this kind of reason before, and defied his logic. As the Grand Marshal, you refuse others' advice. You ignore the battlefield. So how then do you intend to fight? How do you intend to command? I may not be versed in the art of war. I have seen my fair share of leaders and their armies, but never one to give blind orders like you. Who do you think you are, divinity? Behold and witness my divinity, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan shrugged, leaning into the tutor chair as he ordered. Have all lands, beside northern lands, withdraw all troops. Give up the borders and fall back to the center. Like Double Dragon Manor for western lands, the other lands must have their own main base. They have 3 days to gather in their respective bases. What? Everyone went wide-eyed, Ling Yunchen's hand still gesturing at the map, shaking from fright. Sir Zhuo, come again. All lands are to fall back to their bases. That will leave the enemy free rein to march into our homes, and we'll have a harder time fighting back. That's like giving the lands to the enemy. Sir Zhuo, please. You don't trust me. Zhuo Fan scanned their eyes, mocking. Fight it yourself then, and leave me out of it. No, Sir Zhuo, we only find this order a bit ridiculous. We just don't know what Sir is aiming for by doing this. Ling Yunchen saw the others looking bleak as well. Zhuo Fan smirked. Didn't I tell you? When I make a move, you won't see its truths. Isn't this obstruction of duty? You are to relay my order at once. Any delay from your part will lead to defeat and disaster, which is on you. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and exasperatedly placed one leg over the other, taking his time to relish the song he was humming. The war and anything were of no concern to him, but that did not apply to the rest of the frantic leaders here, who were a distressed and nervous wreck. Zhuo Fan's foresight and insight were unquestionable. Stealing Heaven Sealing sword from them, helping Shangyuan clan retrieve Soaring Sword, and fighting Bailey Jingwei spoke for themselves. Then there was now, Zhuo Fan throwing out a random order with no rhyme nor reason, no different from suicide, and expecting them to just accept it. By following this over, they thought, would lead to the fall of the 3 lands in under a month. And by denying it, the lands might hold their ground for a year or so, at best. Just what secrets does his order hold? The oldies looked at each other, stumped, filled with hesitation. Sect leader Ling, brother, I told you this guy's head is filled with rotten plans. Don't be fooled. He's making every land commit suicide. Murong Zhu's decisive tone cut the awkward mood, using this chance to get back at Zhuo Fan and expose his foul deeds. The others frowned, eyeing the casual Zhuo Fan undecided still. Zhuo Fan smirked. The only reason you bowed and scraped for my help was to get you out of this crisis, no? Since you're going to die anyway, you're afraid of going a couple days earlier. Humph, bunch of ninnies. Guard. Ling Yunchen had enough of worrying and ordered. Notify all lands to fall back. Abandon the front lines and return to their bases. They have 3 days. Yes, sir. The man flew away to pass his words. The others panicked. Sect leader Ling. Anything is better than nothing. Do any of you have a better idea? Ling Yunchen sighed and said, Sir Zhuo, we followed your wishes. What do we do next? Zhuo Fan smiled. Wait. The next step comes after 3 days. In 3 days, we'll see the effect. Ling Yunchen startled him and everyone else. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yep, haste makes waste. Lighten up, the lands won't perish in 3 days. Also, since you trust me, I will cooperate on my side as well. Zhuo Fan turned serious and gestured for a merchant guard to lend him his ear. You can go back and report to Wu Randong at once and restore the company in the central area. No, in every other land than northern lands that is at war. So soon. But with the lands at war, it's only war that offers us unique opportunities. While the factions fight, we may still be walking in shadows, but we will expand greatly from it as well. Once dust settles, the chance will be missed as well. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Pay particular attention to the central area and move fast and hard. I want Bailey Jingwei's worst nightmare to come alive before his eyes. He won't be able to stop it then, ha ha ha. The man nodded and bowed. I obey, sir. He took the other caravan guards and left. Watching them go with such haste, Ling Yunchen was bemused. Sir Zhuo, I had our own men work in tandem with your movements. Devil Mountain may be a hidden sect and doesn't involve itself in mortal affairs, but it still holds sway among mortals. I had them make contact and help you stir some trouble for our dear friend Bailey Jingwei. Truly? Ling Yunchen lit up with joy and bowed. I am most honored to have the great Devil Mountain offer assistance. Thank you, sir, for everything. The others were also happy. Happy they made the right choice in putting Zhuo Fan in the lead of the Alliance's army. He even got his sect involved, which was a cause for celebration. Zhuo Fan was modest. It's nothing, just a few mortal forces. Though my sect is hidden and away from mortal affairs, ha ha ha. It's not to help you by any means, just expanding my power while I'm at it. I'm not a soup kitchen, so I don't work for free. Ha ha. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, while Murong Zhu stared intently at him, like looking at a criminal. Your game won't work. Not while I'm watching your every move in Western lands. Alliance leader Luo Yunhai with Zhu Changfeng, Leng Wuchang and Yu Ming were in the commanding tent discussing plans with a sigh. People, it's been 3 long days of analysis and scouting. Do you have any idea how to fight the enemy? Luo Yunhai looked haggard as he turned to his aides. The 3 shook their heads in helplessness. Yu Ming was the most versed in military and pointed at the enemy camp on the map. The enemy is Zither Sword King, of no military background and knows nothing about leading soldiers. Their ranks aren't tight either. Anyone else would have had an easy time fighting them, but they have the advantage in power. Their 20 million men are most experts, with Zither Sword King the strongest of them all, able to fight thousands. No matter what tactic, what maneuver, what trap we use, their power will mow us down with a frontal assault each time. Yu Ming glanced at Leng Wuchang. Don't look at me. Since you can't figure it out, you think I can? My opponent ain't any weaker than yours. Leng Wuchang sighed and shook his head. All strategy is based on overt and covert tactics. Overt regards formations, while covert hide intentions to a sinister outcome. However, while Zither Sword King leads the army, a practitioner, the strategist is none other than the best official in the central area, Bailey Jingwei. He is skilled in overt and covert alike. It's impossible to grasp any weakness to exploit. I have taken a look at the situation, and Bailey Jingwei has made his deployment unbreakable. The only chance I can gather is from the rear. Rear? Yes, he is attacking the 4 lands with an army each so the lands would have no time for anything else. A master stroke. The 4 lands can no longer take care of each other in this case, but it's also because of this that he leaves his back open. We need to make a commotion in his rear and will force him to withdraw in panic. Leng Wuchang spoke solemnly, pointing at the map. However, all paths out of the 4 lands are blocked. Who will reach his rear? That's why the only weakness can't be leveraged. Bailey Jingwei's armies march with all their might upon us, trapping us and leaving us no room to win. Chapter 1047, Heaven's Secrets. Luo Yunhai overlooked the tactical map in deep worry. Yes, with the 4 lands under attack, making use of the front to gain any semblance of success is an impossibility. Sir Leng, is there any chance whatsoever that we can attack the central area's heart? Rumors, divide and conquer, or any tactic to raise doubts and crumble their military offensive. Well. Leng Wucheng shook his head, turning to Zhuge Changfeng, passing the baton. Clan head Zhuge Changfeng has once been an empire's prime minister. He is much better suited for this, ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai looked on to Zhuge Changfeng with hope, the Luo clan's great steward. Zhuge Changfeng rolled his eyes and sighed. Sir Leng, you're so sly, knowing there's no solution, yet dragging me into this. Are you mocking me? Leng Wucheng lowered his head with a grin. Steward Zhuge, there's no weakness we can exploit inside their hearts either. Luo Yunhai's eyes shook and his heart fell. Zhuge Changfeng pondered before sighing. Clan head, forgive my incompetence. The Sword Star Empire has been a baffling nation since inception. Normal tactics don't work on it. In normal empires, the emperor would be in constant dissent with his officials, one side striving to better the other. And while a direct military offensive would show little result, inciting the enemy court would pit them against each other. Luo Yunhai knew this all too well. His godfather was a victim of it. He hated these suspicions between the lord and its subjects, but also knew their value. In any empire, no matter how strong, suspicions between the lord and the officials would lead to mistakes that brought about collapse. One could have a godly commander and flawless officials. As long as the emperor mistrusted them, he would do all he could to relieve them of their lives. What came next was the enemy nation having their trouble while the crisis was averted. In this situation, Luo Yunhai, a modest man, found this underhanded tactic the most plausible. In any case, all is fair in love and war. Winning was all that mattered, with no tactic being avoided, be it overt or covert. Though judging by Zhuge Changfeng's look, such a tactic wouldn't work. Clan head, the Emperor Bailey Jingxi is no less able as Bailey Jingwei, thus making such a tactic fruitless. But the crux is the Sword Star Empire's structure, unlike your average empire, and sowing dissent won't work on it. The Emperor and the Prime Minister are appointed by Bailey Yushin. This leads to no conflict between the two and thus no suspicions. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. The Emperor doesn't fear his minister, and the same goes for the latter. The two work together, like a double-headed dragon in ruling the empire. And even if, by absurd, dissent works, Bailey Jingwei's military command won't be affected by the Emperor. The only appropriate target for dissent is Invincible Sword. Alas, he's a madman, thinking himself on top of the world and finding even the Sword Star Empire beneath him. Telling him that Bailey Jingwei is against him, he won't believe it, or even care for that matter. He is certain that nothing in this world can make him fall, and thus nothing matters. Yeah, Invincible Sword is beyond arrogant, which makes him a worse target for dissent because he doesn't care in the first place, no matter how things play out. Leng Wucheng hesitated. Fear is the easiest emotion one can leverage. Without it, he won't argue with vile people. Zhuge Changfeng eyed him. Sir Leng, who are you calling vile? Steward Zhuge, you understand that some debatable methods are unavoidable in diplomacy. I'm not cursing you. Leng Wucheng chuckled. Zhuge Changfeng smirked. We're all wallowing in trickery with neither one of us any better. But isn't it all for the swift rise of the clan? True, we had to pull strings and make sure our new allies would see dangers outside the protective embrace of our Luo alliance. Hasn't Steward Zhuo put us here for this reason? Had we been any upright, Steward Zhuo would have never chosen us as clan heads' aides. Yu Ming sighed. They all had to nod at that, with Leng Wucheng resuming. Clan head is just too morally bound, leaving the dirty work to us. Only now we three have the same enemy, yet can't help clan head overcome this problem. I wonder how Steward Zhuo would approach this. The four looked lonely, with Luo Yunhai still feeling the loss of his friend. Brother Zhuo, I thank you for all you did in the battle with Quanrong and preventing the people of Tianyu from suffering. Now all of Western lands are in peril. Just where are you? What should I do? Yunhai. A soft voice suddenly broke the silence as two figures burst into the tent. Luo Yunhai gasped, "Sister Yuer, what is it?" "Since Yuer has finished her current supply orders for the Luo Alliance, we came to see you." Luo Yunchang smiled at her brother, looking fondly. "Yunhai, you've been looking a bit thin lately. You need to take care of yourself." Luo Yunhai chuckled. "It's fine." The other three bowed to the girls. "Greetings, young miss, madam." "There's no need for courtesy. You have been helping Yunhai all this time, and I am grateful to you for relieving some of his worries." Luo Yunchang replied in kind, with the three bowing again. "Young miss is too kind." "Husband, we heard Sister Lei say the enemy camp is showing movement. They're going to attack soon. Do you have any plans?" Yuer went to Luo Yunhai's side and looked concerned. He and the other three men all shook their heads. Yuer fell silent before smiling. "Husband, don't worry too much. Sister Shuenger had gone to her ancestral home to pray for a solution to her ancestors' spirits. She said heaven might help us turn things around. Holy Maiden has seen the disaster coming and has divined that overcoming it is beyond impossible. It's no less difficult from Tianyu's last war. All we can do now is do our best and follow heaven's will. It is up to it if we are to perish." Luo Yunhai shook his head with a bitter look. Yuer rushed to console him. "Husband, Sister Shuenger said the ancestors' divination is far more precise than hers and may work in our favor. Don't be discouraged. Hasn't the last crisis of Tianyu been solved as well? That was with Brother Zhuo's help. Holy Maiden said he operates outside heaven's will and can change it. How then could we, mere mortals, fight the heavens?" The others' hearts sank. Zhu Changfeng and the others refused to believe this, that they would rather fight the heavens above. But as matters stood, it was out of their hands. They had no hope but to trust in fate. "No matter what, let's wait for Shuenger's reading. If heaven can't be swayed, we just do our best to fight it." Luo Yunchang spoke with determination. The others nodded. Whoosh, Tilda Yun Shuang rushed into the tent and gasped for breath. "A sliver of hope just appeared?" "What?" "The fates are shifting." Yun Shuang panted, yet her eyes glimmered with hope. "I've read the heavens with the ancestor spirit's help when going to my home and saw total demise, but then the fates changed. A power unlike any other is shaping fate, presenting us with a sliver of hope. We may fight this war yet." Luo Yunhai gave a shaky question. "Holy Maiden, what do you mean?" "It's just like the last great war of Tianyu. Someone outside fate is fighting it. The central area's certainty of winning against the four lands might crumble." Luo Yunhai gasped. "Another man like Brother Zhuo is involved in this war. But Holy Maiden, didn't you say there are no other people outside fate? How come another one appeared so soon?" "I am unclear. Could it be a flood of unchained people?" Frowning, Yun Shuang looked confused. "But with how big the world is, there's a chance a second one had to appear." Luo Yunhai squinted, incredulous. "People are born between heaven and earth. Just how coincidental this is for a person outside fate to appear right when the need is dire. People, I have a strong feeling this person is known to us, as if—" Luo Yunhai trailed off. Even he felt his guess was outrageous. Their disappointment would be too great if it proved to be false. Yet his eyes were filled with excited tears, his heart drumming in his chest. "Brother Zhuo, have you come back?" Chapter 1048, back. "Marshal Luo, orders are here." An elder came into the commanding tent as he boomed. The hopeful, curious, and tense gazes had him pause. What's wrong?" Luo Yunhai smiled and said, "Commander Tauba, what urgent order has you running here?" "Rig, Chuoba Taishan, you were quite cocky when you were invited into the Luo Alliance and even gave us many conditions. It's only due to our kind clan head and his respect for seniors that he agreed without delay. If it were me, humph." Lang Wuchang mocked. "So what is it this time, that you have to relay the order in person? Back then you insisted on being on equal grounds with clan head. Not even the 7 houses joining the Luo Alliance first were treated as such. Yet a defeated Quanrong commander, Sir Leng." Luo Yunhai cut him off with a look, cupping his hands to Chuoba Taishan. "Forgive me, Steward Leng has been rude to Commander. Please accept my apologies in his stead." No, Marshal Luo, it's I who is sorry." Chuoba Taishan sighed. "Sir Leng is right. I was very rude when I joined Luo Alliance, proud of my seniority. But that was because of being a defeated commander, thinking that I would receive a cold reception. I never thought I'd see Marshal Luo to be so courteous and magnanimous. I feel ashamed. I've come to know many of the Quanrong imperial family's secrets, and when I should have been silenced, the Luo alliance took me in and protected me. I thank you so much, Marshal Luo, for saving my life. Chuoba Taishan gave a deep bow, and Luo Yunhai went to help him up. Commander Tauba, you're an undefeated god of war like my godfather. It is Luo Alliance's honor to have you. I could never watch as a hero commander ends up framed. Commander, you needn't trouble yourself over such small things. Chuoba Taishan was touched by Luo Yunhai's respect and grabbed his hand. Luo clan's righteousness is without equal? Commander, you're exaggerating. Luo Yunhai smiled, then grabbed his hand hard. Luo Yunchang and Yuer were watching contentedly. Only Leng Wuchang remained unfazed, speaking with Zhuge Changfeng. Old man, you'd think the old commander would be as excited if he knew you had a hand in making the Quanrong Emperor wish him dead. Zhuge Changfeng shot him a sharp glare. Don't let clan head hear you. Let only us know of these dark things we do. The old coot was conceited when clan head invited him in, but now look at him. If not for clan head having a soft spot for him, and with us needing to expand our military, you'd think I'd waste time over this. Anyway, it's our duty to help clan head in his plans, the same thing Steward Zhuo had done back in the day. The only reason my trick worked was because the Quanrong Emperor already had a bad impression of the old man. In the end, it's the conflict between lord and official that led to this. I only revealed the issue to him and helped him out. Or once the situation devolved anymore, they would be at each other's throats and there was no saving we could have done. Even if clan head finds out at some point, I did it for the greater good. Leng Wuchang nodded. Who hasn't? Ha ha ha. Commander, you were in quite the hurry. What has you coming here in person? Luo Yunhai asked. Chuoba Taishan started and then recalled his mission, presenting a jade slip in anger. Marshal Luo, this is preposterous. I don't know what those leaders are thinking about sending such an absurd order. They want all the lands beside northern lands to fall back to their bases. Isn't it clearly making it worse? The defenses and arrays on the borders are our greatest asset. Leaving them behind will give the enemy free rein to cull us down at every turn. Just what are those guys doing? Is this true? Luo Yunhai gasped, reading the jade slip at once and his face sinking. Letting the enemy take our greatest defense is simply suicidal. Chuoba Taishan nodded in anger. Precisely, those morons haven't ever stepped foot on a battlefield, and now they start giving orders to us seasoned generals. Our defeat is certain now, though even defending wouldn't assure a win, will at least last for a lot longer. Marshal Luo, you're the exalted Double Dragon's appointed chief of Western Lands' defenses before their departure. All of us will listen to you. What should we do? When the general's away, the Lord's orders can't reach him. Luo Yunhai threw the jade slip as he spoke harshly. No one with the slightest military common sense would ever follow such an idiotic order. They're treating war as a game? Yes. Those leaders must have lost their minds to send such an order. One land's leaders might propose it, but the other three actually accepted it. Are they all idiots? Chuoba Taishan ranted, his anger burning brightly. I just can't believe our leaders would be so useless. Just how on earth did the four lands even survive for so long against the central area's attacks? The others nodded and Leng Wuchang spoke. Clan head, no matter who issued this infantile order, it comes from straight above. Refusing, even if winning, will incur punishment. Maybe it will mark the end of our place in Western lands. We have nothing to gain from it, so why still fight? There are some things a man must do. A soldier must do his duty. I fight to stop the central area's oppression and trample of the Western lands, so that the people can be safe, and not for the appreciation of the higher-ups. Luo Yunhai huffed and shouted, as long as there's even a man alive from Luo clan, we will defend Western lands. I am a marshal of Western lands for a reason, and I intend to uphold my duty. Let those leaders go to hell, I still have a conscience. The others' hearts thumped, looking at him in admiration. Luo Yunchang and Yuer nodded in appreciation. Husband is more and more like master. He's been under Zhuo Fan's influence from the start. Some things were bound to rub off on him with how close they were. Luo Yunchang smiled. Chuoba Taishan gave a thumbs up. Marshal Luo is a true man. Since Marshal Luo lives for Western lands, then I shall join you in this endeavor, ha ha ha. Since clan head has made his decision, we shall abide by it. Lang Wuchang and the other two bowed. Clan head is upright and frank, but we cannot let you fall here. What Steward Zhuo left us to do is to assure this by doing things the clan head can't. Leave the mediating with the leaders to us. But before that, we need to understand what they're thinking. Commander Tauba, which leader proposed it, who was against it, and who delivered it? We need a clear picture to break clan head from the stain of defying orders. Chuoba Taishan frowned. I'm not sure either. I had someone investigate when the order came. It's been a day now. I want to know whose brain is rotten to send such idiotic orders. What right does he have to command us? Report? A shout announced the coming of a guard. Chuoba Taishan smirked. Here he comes, he, come in. Wush Tilda the soldier knelt before them and spoke. Marshal Luo, Commander Tauba, the leaders have given us a reply to the order's source. It's from the newly appointed Grand Marshal of the Alliance, the first disciple in Western lands, Zhuo Fan. What? Everyone stared agape. Zhuo Fan. He's not renamed, is he? No, he said he's the best disciple in Western lands. Yuer started then got excited. It's master. He's alive. Only he is the real best in Western lands, the only one to defeat Yilin. Luo Yunhai shook all over from shock, but then got so excited he teared up. I just knew Brother Zhuo, the man outside fate, has come back. Yeah, only he is outside heaven's influence. Shuenger beamed. I'll have to trouble you once more, Steward Zhuo, to save the people? PR. Lol, so we gonna take back all that defamatory language. Haha, Chapter 1049, Opponent. Wu Tilda Luo Yunchang could no longer contain her emotions. She had shed so many bitter tears these years, and now could not help but cry again. Yuer consoled her. Sister Yunchang, Master being alive is a good thing. Why? That rotten bastard, he hadn't sent a single word of how he's doing, letting us think he was gone, with even his corpse destroyed. Wiping the tears, Luo Yunchang whined, but her eyes were dancing with joy, with a little hint of resentment hidden within. I'll find that dead guy and have him return what interest he owes me from these years plus more. The others smiled, with Yun Shuang looking happy as she said, Sister Yunchang, you're not the only girl who Brother Zhuo owes. Have you prepared yourself? Luo Yunchang blushed and glared at her. Fine, you can come. Of course, Grandfather had me stay by his side and help him, so coming along is only natural. Shuenger giggled. Chuoba Taishan waved the soldier away, then said, Miss Luo, I hope you don't mind, but take Liner with you as well. Ever since Zhuo Fan left us 5 years ago, Liner could no longer smile. 5 years ago? Luo Yunchang gave him an odd look. Commander Tauba, have you got it wrong, perhaps? After Tianyu's war, Zhuo Fan had gone to the demon scheming sect, then made his name in the double dragon manner before he had been trapped and lost his life. When did he have the time to see your daughter? Chuoba Taishan shrugged. It was when news of his death went around everywhere. He appeared in Quanrong, ruining beast-taming sect and vanishing again. Lioner misses him with a passion. Steward Zhuo destroyed the beast-taming sect, Lang Wuchang said. Why hasn't Double Dragon Manor's investigation in Quanrong Empire brought any results? Chuoba Taishan shook his head with a sigh. It involved the Quanrong imperial family's shame. His Majesty ordered everything covered up. Zhuo Fan only destroyed the beast-taming sect while His Majesty ordered me to kill those royal sons and the casualties that followed. We kept our lips sealed when Double Dragon Manor came around, letting not a single word about this or Zhuo Fan, afraid the secret might leak. Finally, His Majesty wanted to kill me to silence me as well, but it's all thanks to the Luo alliance that I'm alive with my family. Yeah, we got it from here. Lang Wuchang cut him off. I just want to ask one thing. Commander has been one of us ever since you joined the Luo alliance. You knew of Steward Zhuo's survival and saw the young miss in pain, so why didn't you say anything? Yeah, why didn't you? Luo Yunchang stared daggers at him. I've always been respectful to you, senior, yet you're so cruel. Why haven't you spoken of it to any of us? They all surrounded him with savage glares. Luo clan's usual righteousness and upright stance forgave everything, except this one time. They deserved to be petty for once. You knew how much we care for Steward Zhuo, yet you said nothing, not even if he was alive. You're evil. Chuoba Taishan sighed. I had my reasons for not revealing it. I've been a commander in Quanrong and a loyal official to His Majesty, even if he discarded me. Saying anything would lead to the Quanrong imperial family scandal coming out. I am loyal to my country and could not afford such a thing to rock my home. Also, I noticed Zhuo Fan wanted obscurity. Saving me and my family, the least I could do was abide by his wishes. The others nodded. The old commander was loyal to a fault so they could understand. Humph, the least you could have done is tell me. Luo Yuncheng would not have it, glaring at Chuoba Taishan in anger. Commander Tauba, do you have any idea how many tears I've spilled for that heartless man? Chuoba Taishan bowed. I am terribly sorry, young miss, ha ha ha. It's all in the past now. Brother Zhuo is back, so let's leave it be. Luo Yunhai understood the commander's loyalty and shielded him from his sister's wrath. Where were we again? Oh, the order, it's really ingenious. Chuoba Taishan spoke firmly, his eyes twinkling. Leng Wuchang's face twitched. Commander Tauba, did we not just hear you call the leader an infantile moron? That was when I didn't know who gave it. Chuoba Taishan raised an eyebrow. Anyone else would have rotten brains for giving such an order, but Zhuo Fan is someone I once fought with who loves to be mysterious. He has guile, he has awareness, striking out of nowhere with his baffling plans. Who can understand them? That's why I am sure this order is no different. Zhuge Changfeng waved him off with a smile. Commander, did you notice something to call it ingenious? It's because I can't find it ingenious. If any random guy can figure it out, wouldn't the enemy do the same? What be the point of it then? That's why I'm saying Zhuo Fan has some weird yet masterful plans, despite not being in the military. This is what makes them so dangerous. Chuoba Taishan watched them in sympathy. Luo Alliance's sages, did any of you notice anything? The trio shook their heads. Steward Zhuo's style has no guidelines. We wouldn't have suffered at his hand if we could read him back then, ha ha ha. Then the order. Chuoba Taishan turned to Luo Yunhai and grinned. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed and shouted, Notify all Western Lands forces. They are to make swift departure for Double Dragon Manor. Yes, sir. The guards outside shouted and ran to their duties. At the border of the Central Area and Northern Lands, in the Central Area Army's commanding tent, Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei sat in the main chair with the dragon-cleaving Sword King at his side. Glancing at him, Bailey Jingwei smiled. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, it must be what you wanted, leading the army to attack Northern Lands. What do you mean? Danking Shen kept a smile on. Bailey Jingwei leaned over. Sword King is from Western Lands and knows it the most, making an attack on it most suitable. But I know Sword King cares too much for Western Lands still, and I'm afraid that you'd be overcome by emotion and would let your old friends go. Unlike Sword King Feiyun, jumping to attack Eastern Lands the moment he heard. He hates the Shangyuan clan to the core and wants to end them at his own hand and return to glory. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister Bailey's consideration has us terrified. Danking Shen smirked. Prime Minister, we've been waiting for so long in Northern Lands, so we must be waiting for the right moment to attack. Yes. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Correct. Patriarch has long since ventured deeper in Northern Lands. I am just waiting to coordinate with him and take it all in one strike, ha ha ha. Report, a shout came from outside the tent. See, the time is night. Bailey Jingwei grinned with pride. Enter. A soldier burst in and bowed with a jade slip in his hands, a message from within containing valuable information. We're all friends here, speak. Bailey Jingwei picked up a wine cup from the table without a care. Is C. Bright Sect's barrier broken? Ha ha ha, it'll make Patriarch's attack that much easier. The guard bowed. Prime Minister, C. Bright Sect's barrier is broken and the Heaven Sealing Sword was stolen, but from what the jade slip contains, it's not him who did it, but a third party. Someone is after Heaven Sealing Sword as well. The cup shook in Bailey Jingwei's hand, then chuckled. No matter, as long as the barrier is down, they can no longer hide. It matters not who did it. In any case, once Patriarch steps in, the heaven-sealing sword is as good as his, ha ha ha. The man's brow shook. His jade slip isn't to inform, but to warn the Prime Minister to be cautious. The one who stole the sword is very sharp. 3 days ago was in jail, but he talked his way into earning the respect and worship of all leaders of the Alliance, making him the Grand Marshal of their forces. He said this person is highly likely to be the greatest opponent Prime Minister ever had. He hopes that the Prime Minister will exercise extreme caution. My greatest opponent, Bailey Jingwei mocked. I've been going unchallenged among the lands for years, and hardly are there people that I pay attention to. Since when do I need a spy to tell me to be careful of anyone? Ha ha ha, absurd. Now who is he speaking of? The man took a deep breath and spoke. He said he was Western Land's best disciple, Zhuo Fan. He had also fought with Sir in the central area under the alias Gu Yifan. What? Zhuo Fan, Gu Yifan? Bailey Jingwei's hand flashed and took out a jade slip. But then he showed a crazed smile. I had men investigate Western Lands to look into Gu Yifan, only to find an otherworldly genius, Zhuo Fan. I knew they were one and the same, ha ha ha. Good, he is indeed a good adversary. We meet again, only this time we will see just who will have full grasp of the land's old enemy. Chapter 1050. The next step. The aged hands trembled, but as the initial surprise faded, Danking Shen curled up his lips. The enemy commander is Gu Yifan. Yes, or better yet, Zhuo Fan, ha ha ha. Leaning on his chair, Bailey Jingwei sighed, his eyes flashing in excitement. Danking Shen sighed. It's hard to believe he's still alive and now becoming our enemy. By the looks of it, Prime Minister, you seem quite happy to find out the same guy you were so insistent on killing last time is now very much alive and in charge of the Alliance's military. Yeah, I wanted him gone then due to the danger he represented. But after seeing the war truly gone, I felt a sense of loss and regret. Such a good adversary was only met once, yet I couldn't even have a true and honest match with him. It was a true shame. Then I found out he survived, and while resentful, the prominent emotion was joy. Now look how soon we are back to fighting each other, and this time we'll have a real match. With the Sword Star Empire against the 4 lands, besides the experts, are around equal in military might. It comes down to us and our tactics, ha ha ha. Though it's clear by Prime Minister's deployment that you have the upper hand. To the point in only a couple steps, you will be ready to strike, while he has many steps to compensate for to catch up to Sir's deployment. The war looks settled since it started. He'll have a hard time turning it around with so little time at his disposal. Danking Shen smiled. Bailey Jingwei smiled. The world isn't fair. I may hold the advantage now, but we both have around the same assets, his almost equal to mine. It's all down to his skill to overcome the danger. Ha ha ha, dragon-cleaving sword king, who do you think will win this time? Prime Minister, why even ask? Am I not leading the army against northern lands? Do I not want to win? Danking Shen's brow shook. Bailey Jingwei gave him a long look, then burst out laughing, his eyes shining. Dragon-cleaving sword king, I just want to hear your take on it. Last time, the guy had made a truly devious escape from right before our eyes. It's a loss I will never soon forget. I just had him on the ropes, hanging by a thread, so how could I have let him escape? Bailey Jingwei smiled at Danking Shen, the latter feeling the cold within. Bailey Jingwei wasn't blaming anyone, but doubts sprouted as to Danking Shen's role in Zhuo Fan's survival. Danking Shen squinted, his mind processing, while Bailey Jingwei was staring back with a cryptic smile. Report. A sudden shout broke the awkward mood as a soldier rushed in and on his knee. He held 3 jade slips. Prime Minister, Sword King, the 3 lands battlefields have sent jade slips. The Eastern, Western, and Southern armies are all withdrawing. They await Prime Minister's orders. Bailey Jingwei never left his gaze off Danking Shen as he chuckled. The 3 lands move as one. Then that guy has made his move. Dragon-cleaving sword king, what do you think of it? Abandoning their borders means they've thrown away their defensive positions. Now we can go straight in and take the lands in one fell swoop. Pouring himself a drink, Danking Shen spoke. Only such a suicidal action defies logic. The land's borders falling means the sects and clans are on their own, with nothing standing behind them to help hold their ground. Not even your average man would give such an idiotic decision, let alone that twisted punk. What I think is that a trick is at play here. Bailey Jingwei smiled a nod. Yes, Dragon-Cleaving Sword King is right. With his cunning, he'd never make such a rash decision. He must have a plan or... Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone with another possibility. Give off the image that he has won? What does that mean? Blending reality with illusion is part of warfare. Bailey Jingwei explained, the three lands forces have no chance against ours, falling in a year at the latest. But he had given a radical order to disturb our morale, to raise our suspicion where there isn't any and force us to retreat out of caution. This would give them more time to prepare. This might be an empty city tactic. Danking Shen nodded. By going straight in, even if it is the empty city tactic, we'll find out soon anyway. Leaving behind such a defensive position would only lead to a crushing defeat. He's risking too much with such a daring move. And if it's not the empty city tactic hiding something else, we'll be in danger if we follow and might even suffer heavy losses. That's why we'll wait for his next step. The next step? Yes. Bailey Jingwei smiled in confidence. He wants to play games with me, but he must entice me first. A mere empty city tactic that might not even play as he wishes is bound to have a follow-up. Watching his next move will let me know his intentions. If there's an ambush to it, he will try anything to make me take the bait. Report. Another shout echoed and a guard barged in looking anxious. Prime Minister, His Majesty sent word of an uprising in every domain in the central area. The city lords and the soldiers are having a hard time fighting back. He asks for swift reinforcements. Central area is revolting. Danking Shen cried out in shock. How? We made sure every area in the central area was secured before marching. None would dare act out, so why would they do it now? How is it so serious that not even the city lord's forces can cope? Bailey Jingwei mulled it over and grinned. I see it now, a parlor trick. Dragon-Cleaving Sword King, can't you see it? See what? His linked plans. Bailey Jingwei gave a knowing smile of confidence. I now know why he used the empty city tactic. He first had them fall back to affect my mental state and hesitate on what to do. Then he had the Alliance's spies hidden in the central area cause a disturbance so that I'll be forced to quell it. It would lead to a lower casualty rate on the lands and also strike back at us in this timely manner while we aren't ready. Through this chance, he can even have us surrounded, storming the central area. It will turn our hard plan of attacking them all useless by attacking us in the rear. With the morale in shambles, he will have an easy time turning it around. Danking Shen nodded. It does seem like it. Prime Minister's wisdom has no bounds. Then His Majesty's request. Report to His Majesty to hold on. In a month I will take the three lands, then quell the chaos. Bailey Jingwei spoke with a grin. The soldier bowed and rushed to convey the message. Danking Shen spoke. Addressing it after the three lands won't. Dragon-Cleaving Sword King, just how much trouble could some random spies cause anyway? To even think about toppling the core of our Sword Star Empire, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei didn't care at all. It's all Zhuo Fan's tactic to split our forces, but I'm too smart to fall for it. Also, I'll be sure to make him suffer for using the empty city tactic on me. Tell the three Sword Kings to march into the three lands head-on. I want them to take their bases within a month. Yes, sir. A soldier outside replied and left. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed with victory at Danking Shen's pensive expression. In the main hall of Sea Bright Sect, Zhuo Fan lounged in the main seat with unspeakable boredom. Around him were the same oldies frantic and distraught. Report. A disciple rushed to them and bowed. The others immediately asked, What is it? There's a report from the front. The central area's Sword Star Empire is under revolt, with the Emperor asking Bailey Jingwei for reinforcements. What? They all stared agape, then turned a bright face to Zhuo Fan. Great Sir Zhuo. Devil Mountain is incredible to even raise chaos in the central area's heart. Bailey Jingwei will now have no choice but go back, ha ha ha. But, the disciple continued with a pained look. Scouts say Bailey Jingwei isn't heeding the Emperor's order, actually telling the other 3 sword kings to press on into the lands. Now the borders have fallen, and the armies are advancing towards the land's bases with nothing standing in their way. What? Everyone shuddered, plunged into despair from their high.